Volume 10 Part 1 Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 596 Brewing. March 10, 916, Pronovka Village, headquarters of the 1st Ant-Kosalia Front. Wang Zhong entered the headquarters with a curse, pulled the chair at the door and sat down alone, picked up the small prop leaning on the shoe cabinet, and began to clean the mud on the shoes. Pavlov, when you set up a headquarters in such a medium-sized village, you have to endure the mud. If the headquarters was originally set up in Bolsk, you can walk to the headquarters on the asphalt road. Wang Zhong, come on, then we will be too far away from the front line. If a general is too far away from the front line and his own troops, he will be very close to defeat, very close. Pavlov shrugged and changed the topic. There is still nothing abnormal today. The ammunition accumulation speed is lower than expected, but it is not a big problem. We still have 2 months to continue adding ammunition. The Plozans are also very quiet. The front line reported that the Plozers sent out a patrol last night and had a low-intensity exchange of fire with our troops. Wang Zhong, pay attention to the frequency of enemy patrols. Although I don't think the enemy will launch attacks during the mud season, but, what if there are any changes in them? How about the intelligence on Prosen's domestic side? Pavlov, the routine briefing came in the early hours of yesterday morning. Since Prosen started the general mobilization, it is conservatively estimated that 3 million young people have enlisted in the army. Most of the domestic recruit training camps are at full capacity, and factories have begun to work around the clock. Operation. According to the intelligence obtained by the Allied forces, the conversion of the first batch of civilian factories will be completed by the end of this month. Wang Zhong nodded. He finally finished cleaning the mud on his shoes, put the tools back into the shoe cabinet, stood up and paced vigorously on the mat at the door, and then walked into the headquarters with satisfaction. On the wall to the north of the headquarters hangs a huge map of the entire southern line, with a winding line of actual control between the enemy and ourselves. Wang Zhong frowned when he saw this front. The reason why the Kurdish war on earth broke out was because Mezi controlled a protrusion. Santoku planned to use a pincer-like offensive to pinch off the protrusion and eat up Mezi's heavy troop group that was clinging to the protrusion. But now, the experience of the earth cannot be used, because the protrusion on the map in front of Wang Zhong is controlled by the Prosen people. Ant's army did not control any salients on the southern front. Now it was impossible to guess where Prosen would attack. But the Pulasans will definitely attack, because their military doctrine and military tradition make them firmly believe that if they want to win the war, they must attack. Wang Zhong has been thinking about where the enemy will attack these days. Popov, you have been meditating on the map for many days. I think that instead of guessing the enemy's attack direction based on the map, it is better to look at aerial photos. Wang Zhong, you are right, I should go and conduct reconnaissance in person to see how the enemy troops are gathering. Popov, I asked you to look at aerial photos, but I didn't ask you to conduct reconnaissance in person. Besides, haven't you conducted reconnaissance several times? It seems that you haven't discovered any new enemy movements. Wang Zhong, it is precisely because we haven't found anything that we have to conduct more investigations until we find the enemy's new movements. Where is Amelia? Vesely, I haven't seen her today. There is also a report from the Air Force that the airport was attacked by the Prosen Air Force yesterday evening. The runway is still being repaired and planes cannot take off for the time being. Wang Zhong sighed helplessly. At this moment, in Wang Zhong's dormitory. Come on, I heard that people in the United Kingdom like to drink tea. This is the tea I brought from Ya Castle. Ludmila took the exquisite carved teapot and poured a cup for Amelia. United Kingdom, I don't know whether people need to add milk and other things to drink tea, so I prepared one according to the configuration when drinking coffee. Amelia, no, I prefer nothing. As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ludmila, I have actually wanted to chat with you for a long time, but the battle was very fierce before. I heard that you had to take off to meet the enemy every day, and you also had to accompany him to conduct reconnaissance in person. I also have to be on duty next to the Divine Arrow, so I haven't been able to spare the time. Amelia, I don't have any bad thoughts about your husband. He is indeed very good, but... You misunderstood. Ludmila smiled, I just want to thank you. I heard that he let you take off in the red-painted Pei-3 even though he knew the enemy would ambush, treating you as a human being. Bait? That's too much, I've already scolded him hard. Wang Zhong suddenly sneezed, one after another, and each one was abnormally shaking. Popov, in my hometown, sneezing like this means someone is scolding you. Pavlov, it must be the Plosen people. You defeated 1 million of their troops in the winter campaign and forced them to mobilize. They must hate you to death. Wang Zhong, humph, let them have their fun, I will completely break their bones in this summer battle. Amelia, I'm very grateful that he gave me the opportunity to increase my results, although in the end I only gained 1 more kill. But... Miss Witch stopped because she noticed a meaningful smile on Ludmila's face. I want to reiterate again, Amelia raised her voice, I do have special emotions for Rokosov, but that's because he may be the only one of my kind in the world. Ludmila looked surprised. What does this mean? Amelia explained seriously, you are also a user of mysterious power, so I can tell you directly, and you should be able to understand. I can sense threats and hostility. As long as the enemy dives towards me, I will know it, and will know where he comes from. Your husband also has the same ability. He can know where the enemy is. When conducting reconnaissance, he knows where to take pictures. The reconnaissance flights he personally performed are all valuable enemy targets on the film. Ludmila tilted her head. Well, ever since he was bombed by a 380mm artillery shell in Ronnie's, I had a vague feeling that he was different. Amelia, how many millimeters? 380, it's the main gun of the battleship that was sunk by your Royal Air Force Lancaster. He was the only one who survived at that time. No, there seems to be someone who survived. Oh yes, a certain Duchess the male favorite survived. Amelia, what the hell? Male favorite? Ludmila, yes, some nobles escaped the cleanup after the Civil War, so they brought some bad habits with them. I am a secular believer and do not have such a habit. He is the only one in me. Amelia, oh. Then silence fell. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Amelia brought the topic back to the original path. In short, Rokosov and I are the same kind, but we are different from you. We are both users of non-scientific power. I met it felt like he had finally met his compatriots, that's all. I think you may have misunderstood something. I really just want to express my gratitude to you. Ludmila drank tea elegantly. Amelia also picked up the teacup, she had never touched the teacup since the beginning. After taking a sip, the girl from the United Kingdom sincerely praised, this tea is good. Of course, it was specially sent by your embassy during the New Year. Amelia, you treated me with the top quality black tea sent by our embassy to express your gratitude to me. Ludmila, yeah, what's the problem? Not really. Speaking of which, what is going on between Rokosov and His Majesty the Tsar? Your Majesty probably likes my husband, but he only regards your Majesty as his god-sister. After all, he is entrusted by the former crown prince, and my husband is a very loyal person. Hey, that's it. Amelia responded, and then they both drank tea together. Prasen Empire, Belka tank testing ground. A redesigned Panzer VI tank drove all the way to the center of the test field where a red flag was erected. Then all members of the vehicle got off the vehicle and ran in single file to the bunker next to it. A Vortex tank destroyer parked 600 meters away from the new prototype. Major Prasen, who was commanding the tank, confirmed that all the tank crews of the prototype vehicle had entered the bunker before raising his hand and slashing forward with force. The Vortex fired. The muzzle flash of the 100mm gun engulfed the ground around the destroyer. The prototype remained parked and appeared to be unharmed. Observing the bunker from a distance, the Emperor put down the telescope. Let's go and take a look. He left the bunker immediately and got on the barrel truck whose engine was already started. The barrel truck started immediately and rushed towards the prototype, followed by 2 motorcycles and a half-track carrying a squad of soldiers. Before the barrel truck stopped, the Emperor got out of the car impatiently, walked to the prototype truck, and stared at the bullet holes in the front of the truck. Armored Corps Director Mao Qi, who arrived on the heels of the attack, said, Your Majesty, when we repaired this enemy's new assault gun, we used a lot of our own technology, and the shells were also our shells. According to previous tests, and due to the quality of the gunpowder, the penetration depth of human shells is lower than ours. Emperor, don't look for excuses. Giles also advised, the distance of 600 meters is a bit too short. We tested it with the wreckage of another enemy assault gun. The 10.5 cm gun equipped with the new No. 6 tank can penetrate the enemy's front at 1,500 meters. This artillery is used in the newly invested Big Max self-propelled anti-tank gun, and they can indeed shoot against the vortex. Emperor, what about Rokosov's new heavy tank? Can it also shoot with it? Our new tank must defend against Ant's 100 gun attack at 600 meters. Do you understand? Modify the design, increase frontal defense. General Maltka, the new No. 6 is already 66 tons. If we add more defense, it will exceed 70 tons. It is too heavy and is inconvenient for transportation and long-distance maneuvering. Considering that the enemy's new assault guns and new heavy tanks are very rare, I think it is enough to be able to fight against the T-34 equipped with a 76mm gun. No. The Emperor interrupted the words of the Director of Armored Forces. By the time of the attack in June this year, we need a new tank that can perfectly crush all Ant's armored vehicles as the main breakthrough force. Let's take a look at the self-propelled anti-tank gun. Chapter 597, Prosan Empire Summer Campaign Plan. Belka Test Ground No. 2. The new assault gun had just completed its driving test and stopped directly in front of the Emperor and his party. The officer who personally drove the assault gun climbed out of the hatch, landed lightly, straightened his clothes, and then saluted the Emperor. Your Majesty, the new assault gun performed well. I hope it will be delivered to the soldiers as soon as possible. Emperor, did it withstand the fire of 100 enemy artillery pieces? Yes, and its walking ability and reliability are currently quite excellent. It's just that maintenance is too cumbersome, but no one will say this directly in front of the Emperor. Very good. The Emperor nodded. There are still 3 to 4 months before our attack is launched. We must produce them as soon as possible and put them into battle. General Moltke frowned. The assault gun has no turret and is not suitable for offensive operations. When Rokosov used his assault gun, it was all used for defense and rarely used for offense. Even if it goes into attack, it will be used as long-range support firepower. The ones in front are still T-34 tanks. The Emperor turned and looked at the Director of Armored Forces. You mean, did I make a mistake in naming a vehicle like the assault gun? No, there's no such thing. Emperor, you just said that Rokosov once used his assault guns in attacks, so we can refer to his tactics. General Moltke, this is difficult, because their assault gun's maneuverability is similar to that of the T-34, or even better. And our experimental assault gun. Emperor, I don't understand. The Anters can achieve high defense capabilities with so little weight, why can't we do it? At this time, the academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, who had been listening nearby, interrupted. After our calculations, Rokosov's new heavy tank should be 60 tons, which is similar to our new tank. Actually, it is a 40-ton class. Emperor, but his new tank is already galloping on the battlefield, and it has left a psychological shadow on our soldiers. This is supposed to be the effect of our Panzer VI tank on the battlefield. It should make Ant's soldiers fear us. Panzer VI, as fearful as our Reich itself. Now it is our soldiers, the creation of Ant who is not strong in fear technology. You should be ashamed. Everyone in the Imperial Academy of Sciences and the Imperial Design Institute should be ashamed. The academician nodded repeatedly. At this time, Air Marshal Grand Duke Meyer said, the Air Force's new fighter jets have recently begun to equip the troops, which can ensure that we completely gain air supremacy. The Emperor frowned slightly. Have the troops been equipped? When I reported the progress last time, didn't I say that the first flight would not be until April? Well, it's not a jet. It's the Tower 152 fighter jet that we improved on the Focke-Wulf 190. Its performance is higher than the 190, especially at high altitudes. As soon as he finished speaking, the air defense siren sounded. The Emperor frowned. Air raids during the day? Don't the rats of the Royal Air Force only dare to attack the Empire cities at night? Before he finished speaking, the messenger from the test site rode a motorcycle and rushed to the Emperor. After getting off the car, he saluted. Report. Multiple observation posts and radar stations in the Empire have discovered a large fleet of aircraft, which is rushing toward the interior of the Empire. Grand Duke Meyer was sweating. This has never happened before, but I have deployed enough fighter wings to control the air. They will never succeed. The army generals all looked askance at the obese former ace. Marshal Meyer was a former ace. Suddenly, anti-aircraft guns near the testing site opened fire. The Emperor, the generals, and scientists turned their heads to look in the direction of the air defense position, and then looked up together. The first batch of shells had exploded into black clumps in the sky. Judging from the size of the clumps, the explosion height was very high. Then countless white lines appeared, and it took the Emperor a second to realize that they were the track clouds of airplanes flying at high altitudes. The white lines are obviously distributed at 3 to 4 different heights, densely stacked together. Giles, this flight direction is Prosonia, they are going to bomb the capital. Grand Duke Meyer wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said, we saw more than 300 aircraft alone. How can such a large fleet be possible? Didn't Rabelais report that there were only 1,000 heavy bombers in the United States? This dispatching 1/3 at once. Emperor, let all citizens of Germania enter the air raid shelters. My Air Force commander, where is your interception? There! Shouted the adjutant of an unknown general, flying from the northeast. Everyone's attention turned to the sky again. Sure enough, there was a row of white lines in the northeast approaching the large aircraft group. Why is there only so much? The Emperor asked again. Grand Duke Meyer, it looks like this is already a fighter wing, no less, your majesty. The white line of fighter jets broke into the dense formation of bombers. The self-defense firepower network of the bombers could not be seen clearly from the ground. Everyone could only watch the progress of the situation helplessly. At this time, there was a fight in the air. The bombers in dense formations fired intensive firepower at the Prussian fighters trying to intercept them. The latest modification of the B-17 bomber is simply a hedgehog in the air, with self-defense cannons and machine guns inserted all over its body. The firepower of a single aircraft may be stronger than a destroyer of the Fuzhou Empire. A dense formation composed of more than 300 large aircrafts projected ultra-high density firepower. As soon as Prosan's fighter jets rushed into the formation, several of them burst into flames and fell to the ground with billowing smoke. The pilots of the 8th Air Force have been training locally for more than half a year, and their marksmanship and other skills are guaranteed. What's more, the missions of bomber self-defense firepower and ground-based anti-aircraft firepower are similar, they both drive away enemy aircraft and force the enemy to give up the attack. As the enemy planes rushed in, the fleet also entered the fire net of ground anti-aircraft guns. If it is a Royal Air Force aircraft, they will most likely choose to avoid ground anti-aircraft gunfire and compete with the gunners. However, the Air Force of the United States adopts a completely different strategy. The generals believe that Proson's fixed anti-aircraft artillery fire will not have much effect at the altitude where the aircraft group flies. It is better to maintain a dense formation to deal with the threat of enemy fighter jets. So more than 300 bombers plunged into the area where shells continued to explode. As the generals said, the enemy's anti-aircraft artillery basically has no accuracy at all, and it is unlikely to be accurate. Ground attacks on bombers flying at this altitude usually just aim according to the parameters issued by the Air Defense Commander, and then shoot according to the parameters. That's all. Even if a bomber is really shot down, the anti-aircraft artillery team on the ground will not know that they have made a contribution because they cannot be sure whose shells killed the bomber. Emperor Proson kept his head raised and watched the enemy bomber group leave the field of vision. He only looked back after the anti-aircraft guns stopped firing. The Emperor's expression was ugly. Emperor, the United States has begun bombing our industrial cities. If the Air Force does not work hard, our industry will soon come to a standstill. But for now, let us forget about the United States' blatant daytime bombing and go back to the wolf's den to see us. Plan of attack. The eagle's nest is far away from Prosonia, and naturally far from the Belka test site. The Wolf's Lair is the code name for the secret palace of Emperor Prosonia, and it is also the Emperor's wartime headquarters. An hour and a half later, the Emperor led a group of generals into the large conference room of Wolf Lair. The staff had prepared maps in advance, and a draft of the battle plan was placed on the table according to the number of participants. After the generals sat down, the Emperor said, "Last year and the year before last, we tried to end the war quickly, but our efforts failed. This summer, we will try again to end the war, and at least strive for a more favorable peace. Marshal Celtic, tell me." Marshal Celtic stood up, picked up the map stick, and came to the map prepared by the staff. "Everyone, in order to achieve your Majesty's goal, we believe that the fastest way is to annihilate a large number of the enemy's effective forces. This is also more feasible than the goals of the previous 2 years. In the past 2 years, we were defeated by the mud and severe winter, because we required the troops to march straight in to capture the goals in the vast territory of Ant. This put a huge pressure on our logistics supplies. This time, we will only fight in areas that can be easily reached by our army's supply lines. We can expect that our army will have relatively good supplies during the battle." After the Chief of General Staff finished speaking, all the generals nodded. Grand Duke Meyer added, "The battle line is very close to our Yongbou airport, which is in good condition, and the Air Force can also use its full strength." Marshal Celtic nodded, "That's it. The shorter thrust distance also helps us to quickly complete the campaign objectives. Then the next question is, which part of the enemy should we eat? Currently on the front, the Ants have 5 heavy troop groups. The northernmost one is the St. Andrews Fort front. From north to south, they are the Balix front, the western front, the Shepetovka front, and the southernmost Kobylka front. Thalia front. Let's talk from north to south. The combat areas of the Fort St. Andrew front in the north are all dense forests and swamps with dense water networks, making it inconvenient to conduct large-scale encirclement operations. The 3 front armies in the middle are actually connected together. In the area they are holding, the battle line has been stable since the winter of 914. There are many large industrial cities and a large number of reinforced concrete fortresses have been built. If you want to eat up the enemy's heavy army here, it's equivalent to pulling out a tooth from a tiger's mouth. And please see, the terrain in the entire central part is not suitable for our attack, because our control area protrudes towards Ant, like a big belly." The Celtic Marshal looked at Grand Duke Meyer. "Emperor, that's enough, we know what you mean." Marshal Celtic nodded, "There are not many options left. In fact, there is only one option, which is to occupy the first Kozalia front in Borsk. The good news is that we were almost surrounded here. The Bolsk front, but we were deceived at the time and threw our forces in the Yaskyarvik direction. Now, we will not divide our troops. We will be here to surround Rokosov's Hezalaya front." Chapter 598, Deep Attack. Obviously the senior generals present at the meeting had already anticipated the goals of the summer campaign, so after Marshal Celtic finished speaking, everyone acted quite calmly. Marshal Maximilian von Goren, the commander of the Southern Army Group who rushed back from the front line to attend the meeting, looked at the others, cleared his throat and said, "Our army group does not have enough troops to carry out the attack on Rokosov. Surrounded by millions of troops." Marshal Gron was the former commander of Army Group B. After the destruction of Army Group A, his army group was reorganized into the new Army Group South. Emperor, of course, you will get reinforcements. It has been more than a month since the general mobilization started. It is expected that by June of this year, we will add 50 brand new divisions, and you will get most of these divisions. Marshal Gran frowned. How is that possible? Recruit training takes at least 6 months to complete. They are not new recruits. The recruits will not graduate until September this year. Marshal Celtic took over. These 50 divisions will be composed of retired soldiers aged 24 to 30. Some of them even participated in the Melania battle. 1 month of recovery training is enough for them to return to their pre-retirement level. Marshal Gran nodded slightly, seemingly accepting this statement, but he immediately said, however, current intelligence shows that the troops in Rokosov's hands have at least 1.2 million combatants. After 3 months of preparation, there will definitely be more after replenishment. I'm afraid if you only give me 50 divisions. The Emperor stood up. What are you afraid of? We have always had an advantage in the quality of our individual soldiers. In the first 2 years of the war, we have always had a great advantage in exchange ratio. Even though Rokosov wiped out so many troops last year, our exchange ratio is still dominant. Based on our experience in the past 2 years, when our military strength is equal to that of the Ant people, we can achieve very impressive results. Marshal Gran, Your Majesty, the enemy is also learning war. As those leading troops on the front line, we do feel that the enemy's combat effectiveness is increasing. I have read the combat experience summaries submitted by many frontline troops. The frontline troops generally regard the Ant soldiers as brave and tenacious enemies. If you compare the report from the previous year, the frontline officers only admired the courage of the Ant soldiers. The Emperor hesitated to speak, but finally sighed, you will get more troops. We will ensure that you have 3 times the strength of Rokosov. Marshal Gran still frowned. Can the logistics keep up? Celtic Marshal, of course. We have been building roads and supporting road guard strongholds in Hezelia since September 914. New highway systems have been built one after another, and the dotted guard strongholds have also greatly reduced the number of guerrillas. Frequency of activity. This is also the reason why we chose the southern route as the direction of strategic decisive battle. Although roads have been built on the northern route, the advantages brought to the guerrillas by swamps and dense forests cannot be eradicated. Marshal Gran's brows relaxed a little, but he still asked very worriedly, with so many troops assembled, Rokosov will definitely find out. What should he do if he uses his tricks? The Emperor took over again. In the past 2 years, Rokosov's victory took advantage of the weakness of our supply line that was too long, and then relied on the mud and harsh winter. This time we will not fight him decisively in winter, nor will we be far away from the supply center, nor will we disperse. Troops, I just told you all this. I did say it, and I said it once before saying that the target of the summer campaign was Rokosov's front. Said the new army commander, Marshal Runsteyer. After the defeat of the winter campaign, Marshal Brian took the blame and resigned. Emperor, we have summed up our experience and made targeted adjustments. This time Rokosov will not win easily again. In addition, we have more improvements, such as not attacking strongly fortified cities. This time we will adopt a strategy of surrounding but not attacking, completely avoiding Rokosov's carefully constructed fortifications. This time, we will fight Rokosov in the wilderness. Defeat him completely. The Emperor said as he clenched his fists with both hands and pounded them on the table. March 18, 916, northwest of Arvik. The Red Pei 3 reconnaissance plane was flying at an altitude of 3,000 meters, passing over the fields of Hezelia. Wang Zhong carefully observed the Proson units highlighted on the ground. Because he was so focused, he almost missed hearing what Amelia said in the earphones. Amelia, your wife, please invite me to tea. Wang Zhong didn't pay attention at first, but he immediately had an idea and caught the unusual part of this sentence. What? Your wife, please invite me to tea. Amelia repeated. Wang Zhong, oh, probably to thank you for always protecting me. She said she wanted to thank you for saving my life in Paris. Hey, I just remembered this. Didn't she mention it? No, not at all. Wang Zhong started to sweat from behind. Sure enough, did Ludmila feel jealous about being alone with Amelia in a small space every few days? Amelia, I told her that I am your only companion. What did you say? Don't say things that can easily be misunderstood. No, it's easy for people to misunderstand. Amelia, she actually understood. What did she understand? Amelia, she was so calm. I thought a fierce argument was going to break out. Wang Zhong, oh, okay, as long as there is no dispute. Amelia changed the subject, so have you found any signs of the enemy's future actions? No, it seems to be a normal rest and recuperation at the moment. Has the number of the troops been increased? I mean, it doesn't seem to have been increased. Amelia, can you even feel the serial number? Isn't this amazing? Fortunately, Amelia is a witch, so she didn't feel particularly surprised. Wang Zhong, it's just a vague feeling. If there is a new number, you will suddenly feel like, oh, there are new people stationed here. I understand, just like Prasen and I have been fighting with the same ace for a long time, and suddenly a new person joins, we will feel like, you don't dare to interfere in our battle. Amelia said happily. Share your own experiences. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia asked again, so we still don't know where the enemy is going to attack. Yes, we really can't determine where the enemy will attack, so let us attack. Wang Zhong said, our troops are much more elite than in the past 2 years, and our weapons, equipment and organization are also much more mature. It's time to take back the enemy. Take the initiative. Wang Zhong finished the reconnaissance flight, handed the photos to the Air Force, and returned to the headquarters cabin in the car with Amelia. At the door he saw another Willis Jeep with 5 stars. Isn't it the custom of the United States to hang stars on jeeps? The jeep the 5-star general sits on has 5 stars. Amelia also saw the jeep, there are so many stars. Isn't this the habit of the generals of the United States? Wang Zhong, yes, I don't know which general is visiting. Let's go in and have a look. As he spoke, he opened the heavy curtain of the door and entered the headquarters. Then I heard the voice of General Gorky. I was originally going to meet Rokosov in Yebeo, but he didn't go back. He didn't even go home to see his son. Wang Zhong, because I have been worried about the enemy's next main attack direction. As he spoke, he walked towards General Gorky and extended his hand to him. Long time no see, Gorky Devalishi. Gorky also stood up and held Wang Zhong's hand. Long time no see. You worked hard last year. You fought well in the counterattack and wiped out 1 million enemies in one breath. They should give you the Marshal Medal. You caught the Marshal, it's time to send it. Wang Zhong, I have just been promoted to General. Olga, His Majesty the Tsar, probably wanted to send it to me, but General Turgenev stopped him. Actually, this makes no sense. Who would have any objection to your promotion to Marshal now? General Gorky let go of his hand and spread his hands directly. Who would have any objection? You destroyed more of the Prasen army in 1 winter than we did in 2 years. A lot of them were destroyed. Wang Zhong, excessive praise, General Davarisi. So you are here just to congratulate me? Of course not. General Gorky turned around and picked up the document bag on the table and handed it to Wang Zhong. This is the summer campaign plan drawn up by my chief of staff. Last year we tried my new tactics and the results were pretty good. Although it didn't open up the situation, but it proved that my tactics are feasible. Wang Zhong, well, your attack last year greatly reduced our pressure. In the end, the Procenians had no choice but to pull up the 2 armies of Moravia to replenish their numbers. As a result, the equipment of these 2 armies was indeed complete. Common weapons, combat will and combat experience are all far behind. We captured a large amount of artillery, guns, and other equipment from them and armed several divisions with this equipment. General Gorky smiled happily, you have indeed been looking at the overall situation. This summer we plan to give the Prasen people an even tougher attack. When we attacked last year, we concentrated 20 heavy artillery pieces per kilometer on the front. This year we get ready to double it. Wang Zhong, are you planning to borrow the heavy breakthrough artillery division from me? General Gorky smiled, how is it possible? The reserve front army has formed 3 more artillery divisions like this. I am here to discuss with you. I am leaving these 3. What about the remaining bulk artillery brigades and so on? Get some. Wang Zhong said in a joking tone, okay, you came to compete with me for food. Do the newly formed troops also want to compete with me? Gorky waved his hand, don't worry, I won't move your troops who have withdrawn to rest and recuperate. I only want the newly formed troops. If we start to attack, we will disrupt the enemy's deployment. Even if the enemy wants to attack you in the summer campaign, we can also share your stress. Wang Zhong, today's aerial reconnaissance shows that the enemy on the southern front still has no sign of increasing their troops. Prasen has been mobilized for 2 months, but the frontline troops have not increased. This is unusual. What if the enemy is planning to try again in your direction? Gorky, then when we attack, we will definitely find it. When the time comes, we will stop where we are and switch to defense. Then you can show off your skills. You are eager to return to Shepetovka, right? Wang Zhong nodded, yes, I think the situation of our army at this time is ripe for launching a pincer offensive against Shepetovka. Ha ha ha, General Gorky patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder hard, you have completely learned Prasen's tactics, the pincer offensive, and the exquisite art of war. But I use completely ant tactics. I named this strategy, Great Depth Attack. Wang Zhong, it's a good name. I have also benefited a lot from your tactics. And I think that as Prasen mobilizes, the average quality of Prosan's soldiers will definitely be dragged down by the mobilization and gradually decline. Your tactics will become more and more effective in the vast anti-plane. But as we advance into Prosan, the battle line will be shortened sharply, the infrastructure level will be improved sharply, and the density of a large number of cities will continue to increase. The effectiveness of the deep offensive will continue to decrease. General Gorky's smile froze. He lowered his eyes and thought for a few seconds, and cursed, "Sucabuli. Can't you let me show off for a while?" "You're right. Bastard." After that, he slapped Wang Zhong's shoulder hard. "You're right. Sucabuli." Chapter 599. Vesely interjected, "But it will take time for us to counterattack back to Plosan territory, right?" Wang Zhong, "Indeed, so General Gorky still has about a year to take advantage of the deep attack." Vesely was shocked. "Huh? So next year we will fight in Plosan? Isn't it a bit fast?" There were many staff officers in the room at this time, but they were all in no mood to work. They all raised their heads and could not suppress the smiles on their faces. Who can restrain it? The Star of Victory will be returned to Prosan territory next year. Wang Zhong, "I didn't say that, it's just, we might be able to reach Mount Kalba by the end of the year, and next year we can climb Mount Kalba." General Gorky was deep in thought when he heard Wang Zhong's words and immediately raised his head. "Are you going to Moravia? I thought you would go straight to Prosonia." Wang Zhong, "Of course I will go straight to Prosonia. The Melania People's Army under my command also hopes to regain its motherland. But judging from the combat effectiveness of the Moravia troops, it is easier to defeat Moravia." After capturing Moravia, the Plosan people had no oil fields at all. Of course, Wang Zhong knew that Earth Santoku relied on synthetic oil to maintain the operation of its war machine after the oil fields in Romania were bombed and destroyed. But the fact that the enemy has synthetic oil does not mean that there is no demand for natural oil at all. In addition to being used as fuel, oil also has many chemical uses. Cutting off the oil supply is not just as simple as leaving the enemy's tanks without oil to burn. General Gorky laughed. "Very good, last year the enemy wanted to cut off our oil supply, so you did the opposite. And taking a detour from Moravia might be a way to avoid the enemy's heavy troops." As he spoke, he came to the map, stared at the vast Hazalia for a while and said, "But if you really recapture Aksukov and advance to the foot of Mount Kalba, there is another one that is even more attractive. The direction of attack. I think this is your true intention." Gorky poked Aksukov with a map stick, and then swiped north, "Go straight to the Baltic Sea and surround Army Group Center and Army Group North." Wang Zhong grinned, "I was discovered by you." General Gorky laughed loudly, "Seizing oil can indeed end the war, as can annihilating the enemy's vitality. I think with your character, you will definitely choose to annihilate the enemy's vitality. And in this way, you can also fulfill your promise to the Melania people." Wang Zhong, "Yes, Melania's people's army sacrificed 17,000 people in Abawahan, and about 11,000 people were irrecoverably disabled, and the first batch of Melania's people to join us, the first division of the army, only has 15,000 combatants. The entire Melania people's army lost 3/10 of its combatants. They shed their blood on our land to defend our country. I must repay them." General Gorky, I understand very well." The two stood side by side, looking at the map, and remained silent for a long time in perfect agreement. However, General Gorky changed the subject. "If you don't return to Yebao, what will happen to the development of new weapons? I have already heard about the 2 new weapons invested in the winter campaign, and our other front armies are also waiting for them. When I was in Yeberg, General Ivan Stepanovich, commander of the Shepetovka front, came to me specifically to complain, saying that you, the chairman of the equipment committee, were not working hard and did not promote the mass production of new equipment. Just care about your own happiness." Wang Zhong, "I have said many times that if I don't return to Yebao, I won't know the enemy's movements. Once I can determine the enemy's main attack direction in summer, I will go back and end the trouble." Mainly because there is no Earth history to refer to now, Wang Zhong is not sure about how to develop next. Although the enemy's defeat is doomed, the process of failure can change in many ways. If you are not careful, you may lose the battle and suffer a lot of losses out of thin air. General Gorky, I am surprised that you are so worried about the enemy's next move. I always thought you had everything in mind. That's because there is Earth history for reference, but now the whole trend is off track. General Gorky, I don't believe you have no predictions about the future. Wang Zhong, I do have a little idea. A little subtle, immature guess. He was originally a strategy game player. He played a lot of Hearts of Iron and other games, and he had accumulated so much experience after time travel. If he said he had no clue about the enemy's possible attack direction, it would definitely be a lie. So he took the map stick from General Gorky and started drawing on the battle line. The Plozans have gained an advantage in the summer battles in the past 2 years. No, the advantage is conservative. They have achieved amazing results. For a time, the pro-Plusan faction in the United States became arrogant. I think the Prosan command may use these 2 years of summer campaigns as a template to formulate combat plans and avoid winter campaigns. General Gorky, well, that makes sense. Wang Zhong, then analyzing the summer campaigns of the past 2 years, you can speculate on their plans for this year. You see, in the first year, their biggest victory was the siege of Aksukov, and then they took Duke Mishkin from Shepe. Tovka was forced back to Borsk and almost surrounded Prince Mishkin. In the autumn, they almost surrounded the western front, but I blocked their attacking fists. In the second year, they surrounded our heavy troops in the Primorsky fortress and almost surrounded Duke Mishkin's Borsk front. Their most glorious victories were all achieved on the southern front. The large plains on the southern front are suitable for their armored forces to attack. In contrast, their progress in the north and the center is very limited. The biggest achievement of the Northern Army Group last year was the encirclement and annihilation of our 2 armies, which were less than 100,000 people. The Central Army Group. General Gorky, I have been attacking, but there are no obvious results. Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. In fact, there are objective reasons why they have not made progress on the northern and central lines, and the Prosan command cannot fail to notice it. So I guess they will launch an attack on the southern line. There are only 2 targets, one is General Ivan Stepanovich's Shepetovka front. The Shepetovka front did not occupy Shepetovka, but they have been preparing to retake this important industrial city. Once Shepetovka is retaken, the front can flank the enemy's Central Army Group. Pavlov joined the conversation. It's unlikely. The position of the Shepetovka front is not suitable for the Plusan army, which likes to launch a pincer attack and encirclement. Wang Zhong, my chief of staff is right, so there is only one option left, that is to attack me, cut off the connection between us and Yarvik, roll up my flank, and surround my main force in Borsk. General Gorky looked at the map. The logic is very smooth, I have no reason to refute. But what good will they do to end the war? In the past 2 years, Plusan has launched attacks with the goal of ending the war. And this plan, even if they annihilate you, can't end the war. Wang Zhong shrugged, that's the case. But I ask you, do they still have a way to end the war through a successful attack now? General Gorky shook his head, at least I can't think of it. Wang Zhong, so it's not so difficult to understand that they captured me alive and took me as a hostage for armistice negotiations. General Gorky, too naive, how can this be possible? At this point, no matter who is missing, the war will continue until Prosan is destroyed. Wang Zhong, that's right. Silence fell again. After more than 10 seconds, General Gorky asked, if they really come at you, how are you going to deal with it? Continue to rely on strong fortifications to hold on. Wang Zhong, with the examples of last year and the year before, the enemy may bypass the city I am defending and use armored forces to outflank and cut off our supplies. My plan is simple, deploy enough vortices and cooperate with tank troops to defeat them on the grassland. General Gorky was silent for a few seconds and asked, can your new tanks be put into combat on a large scale? Wang Zhong, I guess not. It will be enough to form a few heavy tank regiments by June. I will put all these heavy tank regiments into tank battles. General Gorky, the guys driving the tanks will have to sacrifice again. Plusan's armored forces are really tough. When I launched the attack last year, I had to issue a special order to let the troops avoid Plusan's armored forces and only report but not attack. The guys below are very dissatisfied and want to fight with Plusan's armored forces, but I know clearly that they can't fight and will only become the Iron Cross of Plusan's tankers. Your new tanks will be put into mass production soon. Wang Zhong, at least you will have enough vortex tubes in June. At present, several factories that produce old T-34s have switched to vortex production. General Gorky, before the end of the winter offensive, my troops reported that they had discovered a new type of tank destroyer with thick tubes. I don't know if it is used to deal with vortexes. Wang Zhong, it was also mentioned in the situation report of the headquarters. I also asked for aerial photos. The enemy's technology is also improving very fast. General Gorky, after all, they have been bragging that their science and technology are the best in the world. In short, if the enemy's attack is really directed at you, I wish you good luck, but you have seen this situation many times, and every time you can make the enemy bleed. Yes. Wang Zhong smiled, I also look forward to your attack to achieve results. If you break through the defense line of the Central Army Group, the enemy's attack will be disintegrated before it is launched. General Gorky shook his head and sighed deeply, I hope so, but don't hold too much hope. Last year I only made partial progress and attracted the attention of the enemy's headquarters. I have learned about the general situation. If I return to Borsk now, I can still catch the train to Yebeo tonight. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, don't be in a hurry, eat first. General Gorky, I have heard of your meal. Only Yegorov came back after eating, right? Wang Zhong, that's all rumors. My Saris chef is really amazing. Everyone thinks this meal is delicious. Chapter 600 Valkyrie Club. March 20th, 916, Germania, 11 o'clock at night. From now on, the time expressions of the front and rear will be distinguished by military time and civilian time, and 2300 is the military timekeeping method. The car of Marshal Gorin, commander of the Southern Army Group, was stuck in the middle of the road. "What's going on?" he asked. The adjutant immediately opened the door of the co-pilot seat and got out of the car. "I'll go to the front to see." The marshal waved his hand. The adjutant immediately trotted forward along the road. At this moment, the door of the back seat where the marshal was suddenly opened, and an officer wearing a motorcycle unit leather jacket got in. The motorcycle unit's leather jacket is very handsome, so many officers will prepare it at their own expense, especially in Germania, where colonels are like crucian carp crossing the river and generals are everywhere, and there are a lot of officers who will spend money to buy handsome custom-made military uniforms. Marshal Gorin glanced at the person who got on the bus and said, "I don't think I know you, young man. Did you get on the wrong bus?" "No, I'm Colonel Berg of the Reserve Military Personnel Administration of the Command. I'm here to see you." Marshal Gorin raised his eyebrows. "Why does the Reserve Military Administration want to see me? Now that the general mobilization has begun, isn't this your busiest time?" "Yes, that's why we came to see you, for the future of Proson." The marshal was silent for a second, then said to the driver in the driver's seat, "Hank, go to the boutique cigarette store on Marion Street ahead and buy me a box of cigarettes." "Yes." The driver immediately opened the door and got out of the car, trotting away. The marshal and Colonel Berg were the only ones left in the car. "Marshal Gorin, he will be back in at least 5 minutes. My adjutant will go with him when he sees him, so you have 5 minutes. Colonel Berg, Marshal, I believe you already know the latest plan. How many troops did His Majesty promise to give you?" Marshal Gorin hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, "He said he would give me 3 times the number of troops that Rokosov has. Rokosov has at least 1.1 million people. Even if we use this lowest and most conservative estimate, they will have to give you 3.3 million people. Even if so many people are really mobilized, can they fit on the front line? Rokosov still likes generals who use heavy artillery. Isn't such a high-density army the result of heavy artillery?" Marshal Gorin remained silent and looked forward. Colonel Berg sighed, "We have a small gathering at the Valkyrie Officers Club, if you are interested." Marshal Gorin, it is indeed impossible to deploy 3.3 million troops on the front line. Even if these troops are deployed in echelons, there are not enough supplies to supply them. We all know that even with the enhanced transportation capacity of Hazaria, it can only support 2 million troops at most. Rokosov's million-strong army is not all deployed around Borsk. His army started from Yarvik and was deployed all the way to Borsk. For this offensive operation, it is enough to invest about 1 million troops. Colonel Berg looked at Marshal Gorin. "So what do you think of the promise to give you 3 times the troops?" Marshal Gorin fell silent again. Colonel Berg continued, "This shows that someone, I mean, His Majesty has lost the most basic judgment ability. He has been hit by last year's failure and lost his mind." "Don't say it anymore." Marshal Gorin interrupted Colonel Berg, "My adjutant and driver will be back soon, you go down, I will pretend that I have not heard your lofty theory." "Colonel Berg, have you thought about the consequences of the failed attack? Have you thought about Proson's fate in a few years?" When he finished speaking, the adjutant and the driver had already arrived, but the adjutant realized something and grabbed the driver, and the two stopped outside the marshal's Mercedes luxury car. "Marshal Gorin, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Since His Majesty asked me to attack Rokosov, then I will attack. As for why Marshal Celtic made such an outrageous promise in front of His Majesty, I think he also has his difficulties. Colonel Berg, I am a colonel in the reserve administration. I know the situation best. 50 divisions can be organized, but there are many people in them who have never participated in reserve training since they retired. They have been away from the army for many years. How can they recover their combat skills in just 3 months of training? The most important thing is that they are old. Gaining weight in daily life. After 3 months of training, we can lose the fat on their stomachs." "Marshal Gorin, I know, I have been in the army for so many years, you don't need to tell me this." "Colonel Berg, there are also tanks. Look up at the sky now. Do you think the night is illuminated by lights? No, it is the fire ignited by the enemy's bombing. The fire from the daytime bombing has not been extinguished yet, and the night bombing of the United Kingdom is coming soon." As soon as the voice fell, the piercing air raid alarm sounded, and the sound of anti-aircraft guns sounded together. Looking out the window, you can see the beams of searchlights lighting up the already red night sky. "Colonel Berg, it's true that we have a large number of fighters, but the enemy has hundreds of bombers at a time, forming a new formation called a box formation, and fighters can't rush in at all. General Marshal Gorin, you should get off the car. I remember your meeting address, the Valkyrie Club. Let's go now." Colonel Burke opened the car door and got out of the car. Finally, he looked at the marshal and made up his mind to close the car door. Seeing this, the adjutant got into the car with the driver and reported, "The fire brigade has blocked the road ahead. We have to take another route." The driver turned around and said, "Marshal, the cigarette you asked for." The marshal took the cigarette and put it directly into his pocket, without any intention of smoking. At this time, an explosion was heard in the distance. "Adjutant, it sounds like they are bombing the factory area. The output of tanks will be reduced again." "Marshal, this is prosenia. If you told me this 2 years ago, I would never believe it. Why would the Fuzu Empire provoke the United States?" "Adjutant, why should we provoke anti? Don't say these things that will cause the Imperial Household Ministry to arrest you. Think about your wife and children." The marshal said lightly. "You are right to remind me." The adjutant took a deep breath and looked at the driver worriedly. The driver looked as if he had heard nothing. "Marshal, can we change the route?" "Yes, I found a road on the side that is accessible. It is blocked by military police, but you should be able to pass with your ID. Then take this road." Marshal Gorin hesitated. "Let's go home directly, not to the officers' club." "Aren't you going to play bridge tonight?" Marshal Gorin, looking at the burning city outside and the crying people, "You want me to play bridge and dance?" No, I can't do it." "Adjutant, shouldn't you be careful about the Imperial Household Ministry when you say this? Then retire like Marshal Brian?" "I think it's a good idea." Marshal Gorin sighed. "This responsibility should be handed over to Shipran, who is less than 50 years old. He can at least run away with the Southern Army Group." "Adjutant, General Shipran now has a nickname of the escaped general. Last summer, he was still known as the Annihilation Minister." Marshal Gorin smiled, but the smile was a bit awkward. "Adjutant, by the way, what about the Colonel Berger who looked like the one from the Reserve Management Bureau?" Marshal Gorin picked out some things that didn't matter even if the adjutant and the driver knew. "He told me about the 50 divisions promised by Marshal Celtic, saying that it was impossible to have an elite division composed of 50 veterans, and most of them were actually only different from the new recruits in age." "Adjutant, is that so?" "Actually, we didn't expect to get elite troops. It would be good enough to just replenish our divisions that suffered heavy losses." "But, have you read the 10-day report just sent back from the front line? Each division of the Prosan Empire will report the combat readiness of military equipment every day, and the higher level command will report the overall situation to the higher level department every 10 days. Marshal Gorin, look, if Rokosov launches an attack now, we may not be able to stop him at all, and can only rely on the mud to delay his advance. In the daily report just delivered, each armored division of the Southern Army Group has only about 20 Type 4 long-barreled combat-ready tanks, and the others are either waiting for repairs in the frontline maintenance plant or sent back to the rear factory for long-term repairs. Generally, this kind of return to the factory for long-term repairs takes several months. As for the newly added tanks, the answer is that there are no additions. The command promised that the first batch of supplementary tanks will arrive at the front on the 22nd. The Plasan Empire has indeed mobilized, but it will take time for the mobilized power to be felt by the front line. Just like the United States, it switched to a wartime system of total mobilization at the end of 914, but it was beaten by the Fuzu Empire for the whole year of 915 and was left with only one aircraft carrier to support it. Its air force has only recently begun to bomb the Plasan Empire on a large scale. The total mobilization of the Plasan Empire will gradually take effect at least in the second half of 916. While Marshal Gorin was talking to his adjutant, the driver drove into the alley and ran into the gendarmerie's blockade. The gendarmerie holding a flashlight bent over and shone it into the car. Seeing the marshal's rank, he immediately stepped back and gestured, "Let it go." The temporary roadblock was removed, and the gendarmerie guarding the checkpoint saluted the marshal. Only the military dog kept barking without knowing what was good for it. After passing the checkpoint, the flying speed car drove in the empty alley. The adjutant suddenly said, "The Equipment Bureau seems to have developed a medium tank. It is estimated that His Majesty and senior generals in the capital will be invited to visit the first test in a few days. Marshal Gorin, I hope what they make this time is lighter. The 70-ton heavy tank and the nearly 70-ton assault gun I saw a few days ago really made me worry whether they can fight on the grasslands of Hazaria. Too heavy." Chapter 601 Isn't this a joke? It was also March 20th, at 2330 at the headquarters of the 1st Front Army of Kosalia. Wang Zhong heard the sound of an airplane engine coming from outside the headquarters. He immediately switched to a bird's eye view and saw a Bo-2 biplane landing on the village road of the village where the headquarters was located in the night. The village road had just been cleared of mud today, and it should remain dry at least until tomorrow morning when the dew falls, so the plane landed smoothly. An officer jumped out of the plane with a briefcase and blew a kiss to the female pilot who was flying the plane. Wang Zhong frowned, and his plug-in had told him that this person was the new liaison officer of the United Kingdom in Yebeo. The previous liaison officer was called back by the United Kingdom to report on his work because of the glorious victory in the winter campaign. It seems that the United Kingdom really wants to understand the true situation of that glorious victory. It is normal for the United Kingdom to be suspicious. The United States also called back the commander of the naval aviation carrier-based aircraft liaison who led the reinforcements, just to find out the real situation. Those people haven't come back yet, and the pilots of the Navy have all been on vacation. Every day, they teach the pilots of the anti-air force all kinds of unique skills to bomb warships. However, Wang Zhong didn't know why the new liaison officer came from Yebao, and he had to take a broken plane like the Bo-2 overnight. He should have taken the C-47 to the nearby frontline airport first. It was already evening, so he temporarily changed to the Bo-2 biplane driven by the night witches. There must be something important. While Wang Zhong was thinking this, the liaison officer had met Amelia, and then went straight to the headquarters under the leadership of the witch. Pavlov just put down the phone at this time. The sentry reported that a Bo-2 landed, and the people from the United Kingdom came down and were on their way to the headquarters. Wang Zhong switched back to the naked eye perspective. It seems that there is important information for us, otherwise they would not send someone to deliver it overnight. Pavlov nodded. Popov, just as you are about to change shifts and go to rest, this plane comes at a good time. As he was talking, Amelia led the liaison officer in. Generals, liaison officer Richard has important information. If it's not important, he won't come at this time. Wang Zhong stretched out his hand. Give it to me, or do you want to wait for the translation first? Liaison officer Richard, it has been translated, here you go. He took out the envelope from his briefcase and stuffed it directly into Wang Zhong's hand. Wang Zhong opened the manila envelope, took out the document inside, frowned when he saw the cover, and read the words on the cover aloud. Plosin Command, Top Secret, Summer Combat Operation 916, Fortress? It seems that this fortress is a code name. It's the same as the code name of the attack of Kuznetsova in the history of the Earth. Wang Zhong immediately felt that the document was somewhat credible, but to be on the safe side, he still asked, where did this document come from? MI6's mole in Germania provided it. The liaison officer replied, I don't know the details. The mole's level is very high, and I can't know more. Wang Zhong knew about World War II on Earth, how bad Sandazi's intelligence was, how the Enigma machine was cracked by the British, and then various spies took out various important intelligence, and finally even the vital synthetic oil factory was expropriated by the Allies. So he believed that the United Kingdom's MI6 could get this kind of intelligence. But Pavlov, who didn't know these backgrounds, asked worriedly, can this be believed? Vasily was also worried, will this be a deception? Just like we deceived the Prasen people several times. The United Kingdom's liaison officer laughed. Everyone in the headquarters looked at him together. Even Amelia, a fellow countryman, stared at him with a stern face. The liaison officer finally realized something was wrong and put away his smile. Wait a minute, isn't this a joke? This is not a joke? Isn't it funny that the Prasen people would do this kind of deception? Wang Zhong and others looked at each other, and then laughed awkwardly. Liaison officer, you don't have to cooperate with me like this, so you think this is a deception? Wang Zhong, then we have to see the content before we can decide. As he said this, he opened the cover and quickly flipped through the entire combat plan. Pavlov stretched his head out and wanted to peek, but was blocked by Vasily, who was also very curious about the content. He stared at Vasily's back, puffing his beard and glaring, but Vasily didn't care at all, his attention was all on the document. Vasily, what? They actually attacked us as the general predicted. Is there such a good thing? Amelia didn't hear the conversation between Wang Zhong and General Gorky, so she widened her eyes. You predicted it like this? Wang Zhong, yes, because on the entire front, it seems that the easiest place to attack is the salient where we are. Amelia, are they crazy? You are the general who is best at defense in Ant. Wang Zhong, but I really didn't stop them in the wilderness. I either relied on the preset positions formed by the woods, or relied on the rivers, or a large number of reinforced concrete buildings. Vasily, have you forgotten Yesk? Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment. Ah? Oh, yes, Yesk. I stopped them on the grassland near Yesk, relying on the advantage of the vortex. But General Gorky said that the enemy's new anti-tank guns were found on the front line, and the tubes were very thick. In fact, Wang Zhong didn't think of the two things, Big Max and Emil, at this time. He thought it was something like Weasel 3. The vortex should be able to resist the Weasel's PAK-40 cannon at longer ranges. He didn't expect that what he had created would cause the Prasen people's technology tree to move toward the 105mm anti-tank gun, and the technology tree showed signs of running in the direction of the E-100 artillery carrier. Amelia, you seem to be saying that you may not be able to hold on this time, but your expression is full of confidence. Wang Zhong shrugged, the troops will cover up the water and the earth. Even if the enemy has better artillery, we can still deal with it. When their Chongguan No. 4 just entered the battle, didn't we survive the same? Pavlov finally couldn't help but said, can you show me the plan? Oh, okay. Wang Zhong hurriedly handed over the plan to Pavlov. Pavlov quickly looked through it and said, from the details, it looks very much like the battle plan that the Prosons would make. But, replenishing 50 divisions? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Since the human teacher is great. Popov, 50, it would be possible if it were our mobilization divisions. After all, 50 mobilization divisions only have 250,000 people. When placed on the front line, they cannot even form a threatening heavy troop group. They can only fill in the gaps. Front. Wang Zhong, if the enemy has 2 directions of attack, it is still possible for 50 divisions to be dispersed on both sides of the pincer offensive and then configured into multiple echelons. But their battle plan only intends to give us a left hook. Obviously 50 divisions is unreasonable. Vesely said happily, the possibility of this being a plan to bully the enemy has become higher. The liaison officer immediately covered his mouth, sorry, this is not a joke, I understand, I already understand. Pavlov handed over the plan brought by the liaison officer to Popov, and came to the map, I still think it is a bit incredible to attack us. We have strong soldiers and horses, and there are many troops with the title of guards in our establishment. Except for the reorganized 8th Guards Tank Corps, the other units have experienced bloody battles and have retained their elite combat backbones. The 8th Guards Tank Corps was formed on the basis of the original 51st Tank Corps. However, the 51st Corps suffered 2 heavy losses. Only the crews and officers who rushed to fight guerrillas behind enemy lines survived. Therefore, although this corps has guards title, but basically a new army. Wang Zhong, our infantry has also been tested for a long time. Most of them have experienced the bloody battle of Abavahan. However, we happen to be in the salient. After they almost completed the attack on Arvik last year, they suddenly turned to attack Bolsk's feet. Last year, Wang Zhong assigned Vesely to build a fake tank formation, which fooled the enemy into thinking that he would deploy the troops originally used to flank Bolsk into the battle of the Suhayavali River Bend. As a result, Mei was defeated. Shijan's Bolsk front slipped away and was eventually reorganized into the mountain front. Popov, so the enemy is preparing to complete what he failed to complete last year? Then should we also retreat? Extend the enemy's supply line as before, delaying the counterattack until winter. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, the enemy will not be fooled this year. Even the Plosin people should not fall like this for the 3rd time. The enemy is likely to conduct a short-term campaign in the summer, just like I predicted in front of General Gorky that way. As he spoke, he came to the map, whether this intelligence is true or false, we should eliminate the enemy's effective strength during defensive counterattacks, use fortifications to tire and consume the enemy, and wait until the enemy is exhausted before launching a counterattack. Prasen has been fully mobilized. If we drag on, the enemy's troops may increase, their equipment may improve, and the situation may become difficult. We will have to make more sacrifices to win. What we have to consider now is not only winning the war, but also winning the war with as few sacrifices as possible. If we win the war and go back and see that there is no labor force in the village, and the factories are all workers with missing arms and legs, then the cost of this war is too great, comrades. Popov slammed the table hard, you are right. Let's start repairing the fortifications now. Wang Zhong, in order to prevent this information from being false, or the enemy changing the battle plan, we should build fortifications on the entire front, and at the same time actively conduct reconnaissance to understand the enemy's built-up status and ammunition and supplies reserve status as much as possible. The next 4 months are the key, which determines how much sacrifice we can make to win. We must minimize the sacrifices. Minimize as much as possible. Take action, Davarisi. Pavlov clapped his hands vigorously, you all heard it. Popov, wait a minute, have you forgotten the time? People who don't know how to rest can't work. You should rest first and let the night shift people be busy first, and then get completely busy tomorrow. Chapter 602 Old Friends, Update 4084. Chapter 602 Old Friends, Update 4084. After roughly ascertaining the enemy's intentions, on March 24th, after 3 days of train travel, Wang Zhong's special train entered St. Ekaterinaburg station. Before entering the station, Wang Zhong saw through the window that the railway tracks outside were full of people, as if people from the entire capital had gathered on both sides of the railway tracks. Someone saw him through the window and shouted. Wang Zhong lowered the curtains and looked back at Ludmila, just because I expected that the crowd might be so enthusiastic, I didn't really want to come back. Ludmila, Elisha, boosting the morale of the masses is also one of your tasks. You have achieved such a brilliant victory and you should use it to inspire others. As she spoke, she stepped forward, straightened Wang Zhong's military uniform, adjusted the position of each medal, and said with a smile, "Look, your handsome and beautiful dress will become the dream of all the Yebeo girls tonight." Middleman. Wang Zhong smiled, "Do you think this is appropriate? Ludmila, you have been the person of my dreams for a long time." Wang Zhong was caught off guard by the straight ball. Although they were an old couple, he was a little shy and could only hug the girl to hide it. "You," Ludmila complained in her arms, "do you know that the metal is very hard and is hurting my face?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Wang Zhong hurriedly distanced himself, and then discovered that there was indeed a mark left by a gold star on Ludmila's face. Embarrassed, Wang Zhong rubbed the mark with his hand. This action made Ludmila laugh. "Don't worry, we will get off the bus 10 minutes later and it should be fine." Just when Wang Zhong was about to speak, the train began to slow down. Yes, there were so many people on both sides of the railway just now, but the train did not slow down at all and passed directly through the middle. Wang Zhong looked out the window. The train had already entered the station. The platform was full of palace guards in costumes. It seemed that Olga had come out to greet him in person. When the train stopped, the military band on the platform began to play. Amidst the music, Wang Zhong heard the sound of the train door opening, and someone was talking loudly. "Is it this carriage? It looks so simple, but it is also in line with the general's style. Oh, I smell the fragrance, it's the general chef Cirrus." Wang Zhong turned around and opened the door of the special box, and said to the strong man who was noisy in the corridor, "Egorov, are you healed?" The bear-like Yegorov laughed loudly, "Okay. Of course there is still a little disadvantage, it will hurt when it rains, but it's basically gone." "Wang Zhong, isn't that just unreasonable? You continue to take leave and recuperate. The war will not come until June. Before then, relevant matters can be handed over to your chief of staff." Yegorov frowned, "Is it going to be June? The enemy has not recovered yet, we should actively attack." "Wang Zhong, how to attack during the mud? When even tanks can get stuck in the mud, and all cars cannot be used, how can we ensure the logistics of the troops?" Yegorov sighed, "That's right. I still miss the days when we could carry food and ammunition and break into the enemy's defense lines and continue fighting for several weeks. It's better now. Wang Zhong, times have changed, you should also know this." "I know." Yegorov scratched his scalp, "Anyway, the guards are always at your disposal, General." Wang Zhong nodded and changed the subject, "Okay, I'm going down. I can't keep His Majesty waiting." Yegorov hurriedly gave way, but as a result, he was too big, and Wang Zhong could only pass sideways when he gave way. Wang Zhong can pass sideways, but Ludmila may not. Yegorov suddenly realized this problem, turned around, opened a small door, and got into the small private room behind the door. This time the lower road is completely cleared. Wang Zhong took Ludmila's hand, walked through the carriage and came to the door. Olga, who was dressed up, stood among a large group of guards and maids, looking at Wang Zhong with a smile. Wang Zhong smiled, stepped off the iron ladder at the door, and stood on the platform with his feet. Olga looked like she wanted to run up and give Wang Zhong a hug, but she restrained herself. Instead, she walked up to Wang Zhong with steps worthy of the Tsar's status. "My greatest general, the entire Ekaterinburg is looking forward to your triumph." "Wang Zhong, the greatest general does not dare to be a general. We still have many experienced generals who are proficient in the art of war. Moreover, my victory is not due to me alone, but to the entire army and all the people of Nan'ant. Even in the occupied areas, the people are still fighting against Prasen. Without them, there would be no victory for me." "Olga, you are always so humble, my general." "Wang Zhong, this is not modesty. I can tell you 110,000 stories of ordinary people fighting bravely. For example, the story of a child named Little Griff, who killed many Plosin soldiers. I only did a small amount of work, and the victory belongs to the people of Ant." "That's well said." Belinsky's voice came from behind the Tsar. The maids and servants gave way one after another. The patriarch walked through the crowd and came to Wang Zhong. "Everyone is the Messiah. Everyone is the Messiah. He is a hero who saves his motherland." After speaking, Belinsky extended his hand to Wang Zhong, "Comrade General, your consciousness has surpassed that of many of our bishops." Wang Zhong held Belinsky's hand, "I just learned something during the war. From the time when Luktov was rescued by the people, Wang Zhong had some insights and more and more." "Belinsky, very good, very good. Write down your feelings and publish them on the front page of the church's official newspaper." "Wang Zhong, of course, I will." "Olga, can you show it to me before publishing? I also want to know what you feel, after all, you are my brother." "Wang Zhong, of course, I will send a copy to the Summer Palace." "Okay." Olga changed the subject, "There is still a ceremony to be carried out. I have asked them to keep it as simple as possible, but the chief steward of the palace said that this will boost the morale of the capital, and the patriarch also agreed." "Belinsky, I do agree. Then let's start. Olga said, naturally holding Wang Zhong's hand. The chief steward of the palace suddenly came out and whispered, Your Majesty, you can't hold the general's hand. You can only review the guard of honor and the military band side by side. Olga reluctantly let go of Wang Zhong's arm. The chief steward of the palace then stepped back with satisfaction. The ceremony began immediately. The music played by the military band changed to the farewell of the anti-woman. The guard of honor all raised their heads and chests and stared at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong followed the steps of the Tsar and walked in front of the guard of honor with her. Ludmila, Yegorov, and others stood by and waited for the ceremony to end. At the end of the red carpet, there was a small platform with a microphone on it. Wang Zhong guessed that he should give a speech, but unexpectedly, Olga stood up first and started to give a speech. All citizens of Ekaterinburg. Grand Duke Rokosov, who annihilated 1,000,000% troops, has returned triumphantly. You may have learned from the newspaper that he was appointed commander of the Hazaria front a month ago and will lead our country's most elite troops to recover Hazaria, which has been occupied for 2 years. In order to express my expectations for Rokosov, I decided to confer the title of Grand Duke Rokosov as the king of the kingdom of Hazaria. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into knots. When he had some free time for the first time after crossing over, he took the time to learn about the background knowledge. He knew that the crown of the kingdom of Hazaria had always been held by the Tsar, which means that Olga was not only the Tsar, but also the king of the kingdom of Hazaria. Now Olga directly gave one of the crowns to Wang Zhong. This operation. Wang Zhong looked at Belinsky, who shook his head gently, probably meaning I don't know either. Sudden attack, Wang Zhong looked at his sister, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether she just wanted to express her expectations without thinking about it, or whether she was shrewd and wanted to pull the now popular General Rokosov onto the chariot of the nobility. In any case, Wang Zhong decided to make his position clear at this time, so he waited for Olga to finish her speech and stepped down, and went directly to the podium. Thank you, His Majesty the Tsar, for your respect for me. I am also happy to accept this crown, but all the current signs show that the era of the nobility is over. I felt it particularly clearly during the Battle of Abavakan. It was the people of Ant who fought the invaders to death, and it was the people of Ant who repaired the railway in the snowstorm to ensure the supply of the army. The people were the protagonists of this great patriotic war. And the nobles are also part of the people of Ant, such as my father and the brother of His Majesty the Tsar. They all died on the battlefield with ordinary soldiers. So, when the war is over, I will hand over the crown and scepter to the Aksakov History Museum, and only retain the honorary title, so that these old and unsuitable things will be decently retired. When Wang Zhong said this, he stared at Olga. And Olga was smiling all the time, and her true thoughts could not be seen. Wang Zhong, my speech is over. The nobles present looked at each other, while the ordinary people cheered. Olga suddenly took the lead and clapped hard, good. It's very well said, brother. Did you call me brother directly? What for? Wang Zhong walked off the podium. Olga rushed over and gave him a hug. This hug Wang Zhong originally thought he would get when he got off the car. When the two separated, Wang Zhong suddenly found that Olga's face was also printed with a metal mark. But Wang Zhong didn't use any force this time, so Olga pressed herself hard. Of course, the people around couldn't see the mark on Olga's face. They just cheered excitedly, and the deafening cheers reached the sky. Olga, let's go. I prepared a welcoming banquet in the summer palace. Many people were invited. Wang Zhong, you know I don't like the red tape of the nobles. Hey, since you won the battle, all the nobles in Yebeo are learning your way of doing things. Suddenly, everyone doesn't like those red tapes anymore. Olga said. Chapter 603 Commemoration, Update 4184. Chapter 603 Memorial, Update 4184. Half an hour later. Wang Zhong entered the banquet hall of the summer palace and saw a large group of people wearing exotic military uniforms. Olga introduced in a low voice, these are military delegations sent by the Allies. They say they are here to learn from your advanced experience in defeating the Prosens. Wang Zhong took a look at the bird's eye view and looked at the units to which these officers belonged, MI5, MI6, the United States Military Intelligence Bureau. Okay, a bunch of spies. Wang Zhong actually doesn't quite understand. What information does he have that he can spy on? Obviously, the entire combat plan and the combat process have been completely submitted to the envoys of various countries by the front army headquarters. Moreover, there are so many foreigners in Wang Zhong's headquarters that it is impossible to keep it secret. Among other things, the pilots of the United States Navy carrier-based aircraft must update the map before taking off every day to understand the latest developments to prevent them from jumping into enemy territory when parachuting. District. The pilots must be familiar with the daily changes in the battle line. Is there any other information that can be mined? Wang Zhong didn't understand. Perhaps the high-level officials of the allied countries would not know that I would be honest and truthful if they did not send their top intelligence agents. The head of the military delegation of the United States first stepped forward. General, salute you. Congratulations on such a brilliant victory. Wang Zhong, the carrier-based aircraft pilots of the United States deserve the most credit. If they hadn't used their superb bombing techniques to destroy the Plossian White Sea Fleet and sunk a large number of transport ships, Plossum's Army Group A might have been destroyed. Escaped on the sea. Captain, the pilots also said that bombing the Plossian ships greatly increased their confidence. They can't wait to go back and bomb the Fuzhou Empire's warships. In the first 3 months of 916, the Fuzhou Empire basically had no large-scale operations at sea. There were only 2 naval battles involving light cruisers and destroyers. It can be said to be unusually calm. However, it is said that the new generation fleet aircraft carriers of the United States are about to enter service. The ones built quickly have begun air wing training and will soon be delivered to the United States Navy. It can be predicted that the intensity of battles on the sea will suddenly increase in the second half of the year. Wang Zhong, I sincerely wish these young men can perform well when they return. After speaking politely to the representatives of the United Kingdom, Wang Zhong turned to the next person. The head of the military delegation of the United Kingdom was a one-eyed dragon, and his appearance highlighted a long-lasting test. Wang Zhong shook hands with respect and asked, "What are your eyes?" "I was blinded in a car accident while on vacation in my hometown," the group leader said truthfully. Wang Zhong had only one thought, damn it, it deserves to be the United Kingdom, you can handle it. If you look carefully, the leader also has a wooden prosthetic leg. I wonder if when he was selecting the members of the delegation, he would suddenly pick up a saw and start sawing the prosthetic leg to test the members' adaptability. Wang Zhong, the United Kingdom has also been of great help to us. Miss Amelia saved my life, and the Commandant team's infiltration and destruction behind enemy lines also greatly slowed down the enemy's advance. In the counterattack phase, they also controlled many key bridges, making our counterattack smoother. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he realized that he had let slip. During the counterattack, it was -40 degrees Celsius, and the surfaces of all rivers were frozen. There was no need for bridges at all, and tanks could drive directly across the rivers. But the leader of the United Kingdom did not care about these details. Everyone in the Commanda team also spoke highly of your commanding art, and praised the Ant Warriors as the most outstanding warriors they have ever seen. Wang Zhong, thank you for their affirmation. After letting go of the group leader's hand, he looked behind him and found that there were still a large group of people waiting in line to greet him. He could only sigh secretly in his heart. Olga patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, "Come on, brother." After finally finishing the noon reception banquet, Wang Zhong got into his special car exhausted. Ludmila also got on the bus from the other side and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Wang Zhong, it's done now, and I can do something meaningful. Driver, go to this address." He took out a note from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Sergeant Major Gregory in the co-pilot's seat asked, "Are you going to Major Yakov's widow?" Wang Zhong nodded slightly, and then took the scarf from Yakov from around his neck. He looked at the scarf carefully and stroked it gently with his hand. The car started and sped down the streets of Yebao. "Ludmila, I think maybe that lady doesn't want to take back this scarf." "Wang Zhong, that's up to her to decide. In addition, I already have a gift from Yakov. The book he wrote about my daily life may be a bestseller in the future. Although it only records a few things about me. Month's activities." Ludmila didn't reply, she just leaned on Wang Zhong's shoulder and warmed him with her body temperature. The widow's residence is an officer's dormitory, and many stars have been hung on the windows of the dormitory. Each star represents that the family has received a death notice. The largest window already has 3 stars hanging on it, maybe all 3 brothers died. As soon as Wang Zhong got out of the car, the children playing downstairs were shocked. They pointed at him and shouted, "It's Rokosov. The man who swallowed 1,000,000 Prosen soldiers alive. What kind of champion of Gurn is chosen?" I guess the children thought that swallowed in the news meant they were really swallowed alive, and they were mistaken. "Wang Zhong, little boy, do you know where Yakov's house is?" The child pointed to the building behind him. "It's this one, the one with a star on the 3rd floor. Yakov's death notice has been delivered for a long time, what are you going to do?" "Wang Zhong, the death notice has been delivered? They clearly told me to write the death notice myself." "Child, it was done by the community church. Before the official death notice came, they distributed grain, oil, eggs, milk, and other things to those who were confirmed to have died." Wang Zhong nodded, "I know, thank you." After that, he walked into the narrow corridor with heavy steps. Just after going up 1 floor, an uncle opened the door and came out. He was already dressed in military uniform. A woman cried in the room behind him, "What are you going to do? The children have already fought for Aunt's mother." "Uncle, you don't understand. I'm not going to fulfill my responsibility, I'm going to kill the Prosan devils and avenge the children. If I die, Tasha can join the army." We are now recruiting female snipers to kill more devils for my father. After saying that, the uncle turned around resolutely, and then saw Wang Zhong stunned, at 1, 2, 3. He was counting the stars on the shoulder straps. Wang Zhong saluted the uncle, salute to you. Ah, oh. The uncle returned the salute awkwardly, and then stood aside to make way. Wang Zhong took Ludmila upstairs. There was a cry from behind, oh my god, isn't that Rokosov? I saw Rokosov alive. Wang Zhong ignored the commotion behind him and came to the third floor. Just as he was about to knock on the door opened. The young woman stood in front of Wang Zhong, holding a sleeping baby. There was no doubt that this was Yakov's widow. Wang Zhong had seen her photo in the notebook of his relics. Chapter 604 The Meaning of Victory. Wang Zhong, is this Ms. Maria Vasilievna Bulatov? Yakov's surname was Bulatov. Yes. Maria glanced at Wang Zhong's face first, and then her eyes fell on the 5-star military rank. Is it General Rokosov? Yes, I'll come. Wang Zhong has rehearsed it many times in his mind, but at this moment he is still speechless. He can only take out the handwritten death notice that has been warmed from his arms, and then take it from Ludmila's hand. Take the package containing the relics. He handed these to Lady Maria. Maria turned around, put the sleeping baby on the chair next to the door, then wiped her face vigorously, and then turned around to take the package and notification. Wang Zhong clearly saw water stains around her eyes. It was obvious that she was wiping away tears just now. Wang Zhong hesitated, and suddenly remembered that he still had a scarf, which he had just stuffed into his pocket, so he quickly took it out. There is also this scarf. During the coldest time last winter, Yakov was afraid that it was given to me because it was frozen. Now it's returned to its original owner. Maria stretched out her hand, gently picked up one end of the scarf, and traced the uneven stitches with her fingertips. I knitted the scarf for him. He always said that this scarf pierced his neck and made it itchy. Do you feel itchy? Wang Zhong, no, I think this is a good scarf that can be used by children in the future. Maria continued to rub the surface of the scarf with her fingers, but had no intention of taking it back. After a long time, she took back her hand. No, since he gave the scarf to you, he hopes you can use it. There may be more in the future, countless severe winters, I think he must hope you can wear it. Wang Zhong, but, you seemed very reluctant to let go just now. Yes, I want to keep everything related to him, but I also hope that this scarf can follow you into Prosonia. Maria paused, as if lost in memories. Wang Zhong waited patiently, not wanting to interrupt her communication with her old friend in her memory. Finally, Maria spoke again. My husband has a process of accepting your slogan. At first, he seemed to regard this slogan as a kind of nonsense. Not only does he not use it himself, but he also shows contempt when others say it. Expression. The Inquisitor also targeted us for this and regarded us as surrender factions. When the enemy was closest to Yebeo the year before last, the Inquisitor simply moved in across from our house. There were several die-hard capitulationists living nearby at that time. When they were taken away, the judge looked at my husband meaningfully. Wang Zhong was a little surprised. Is there such a thing? Yakov told me that before I beat the enemy back from Yebeo, he and you both felt that victory was a task that was more difficult than climbing to the sky. Maria smiled. Yes. You didn't expect this, right? When you came back and paraded the streets with 100,000 Prosen prisoners, he went crazy and bought the pamphlet you printed and distributed. After reading it, he met people told him to meet Prosonia, which made the judge suspect that he was deliberately covering up, and instead came to investigate in detail. Ludmila, the judges also served the country. Maria, after they were convinced that my husband had become a staunch victory party, they cancelled the surveillance of our home. After my husband died, they quietly came over to deliver some necessities. She suddenly changed the topic and looked at Wang Zhong. So, General, please take this scarf and attack Prosonia. This is what he most expects to see. Wang Zhong nodded and wrapped the scarf around his neck solemnly. Ludmila stretched out her hand to help him and straightened the edge of the scarf. But to be honest, wearing a scarf is a little too hot in this weather. Wang Zhong, is there anything else I can do to help? No, the community church and the parish priest take good care of us, and we don't have any difficulties in life. As soon as he finished speaking, the baby who had just been placed on the chair by Maria woke up and immediately let out a powerful cry. Maria quickly turned around, put her husband's belongings on the shoe cabinet, picked up the baby and rocked it gently. Wang Zhong, shall I send a nanny over? General, do you know how many single mothers like me are there now? Before their husbands went to the front line, many people thought of leaving at least one child. If anything happens, they would have something to think about. You can think of it just by looking at the child's face. Husband. Are you going to give every mother like this a nanny? Wang Zhong was silent. It really can't be done. For Auntie now, women are also an important labor force. In factories and fields, there are a large number of women working just like men. Maria suddenly thought of something and looked up at Wang Zhong. Our child doesn't have a godfather yet. Can you please be his godfather? Wang Zhong smiled. Of course, I'm happy to. When will the christening ceremony be held? Nowadays, the ceremony has been simplified, it seems because many priests have gone to the front line. Maria said, you only need to sign the document. Wang Zhong, well, I'll sign it. He had never been so happy to sign a document. At this time, Ludmila gently pulled Wang Zhong's sleeve. It seems that a lot of people have gathered. Only then did Wang Zhong notice that it was very noisy outside. Maria, General, everyone needs your encouragement. Please go and say a few words to everyone. Wang Zhong, okay, you, take care of yourself. After that, he turned around and walked down the stairs. As soon as he turned the first corner, he saw that the second floor was already crowded with local residents. There were women, old people, and children, but no men in their prime. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Wang Zhong. No one spoke, they just stared at Wang Zhong in silence. But they said everything, and their eyes contained 1,000 words. Wang Zhong walked forward, and the crowd retreated to both sides like a tide, making way for him. He just walked through the crowd, and seemed to be guided and pushed forward by the crowd. When he finally came to the car, the crowd seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. They stood in a row a few meters away from the car, consciously not blocking the path of the car. Wang Zhong looked at them and felt that it would be bad not to say a word, so he said, folks, An ant interrupted him, go, General. Go and do your business. The crowd that had remained silent just now suddenly erupted, and everyone was talking. We can handle it. Leave the rear to us. Only you know how to defeat your enemies. Wang Zhong shut his mouth. He suddenly realized that regaining his homeland, rushing into Prosonia, and winning the final victory was his best response. So he raised his right hand and shouted, victory. Women and the elderly responded with overwhelming voices, victory. Only victory can respond to all sacrifices and all suffering. Wang Zhong got into the car and found that Ludmila had been waiting for him in the car. The car started and sped along. Rokosov Manor does not look much different from before. It's just that there are a lot of kids. Wang Zhongsheng was surprised. Ludmila said, Mikhail wrote to me and said that in order to take care of war orphans, he found some teachers who were too old to go to the front line and build an orphanage using the land of the manor. There are more than 3,000 war orphans here. Wang Zhong, how much? Ludmila, more than 3,000. This is just part of the tens of millions of war orphans. Wang Zhong looked outside again and watched the children pruning the branches of the fruit trees and turning the soil in the temporarily opened fields in preparation for the upcoming spring plowing. They are obviously at the age where they should be having fun, but these children are all like little adults. Strangely enough, the more sensible the children behaved, the more uncomfortable Wang Zhong felt. I really hope that one day, innocence can return to the faces of children. I hope that one day, angels can sleep peacefully. When he was on the front line, Wang Zhong was calculating how to eliminate the enemy with the pride of a commander. He actually enjoyed the sense of accomplishment when he eliminated a large number of enemies. Only when he returns to the rear will he remember once again that victory is not only an honor, but also a duty. Victory is not to demonstrate one's literary and military skills, but to one day return to one's motherland in peace. Wang Zhong was immersed in his thoughts. He didn't wake up suddenly until the car stopped. Ludmila, here we are, my dear. Wang Zhong nodded, opened the door and got out of the car, and then quickly turned to the other side of the car to pick up Ludmila and get out of the car, but she opened the door and got out by herself. Ludmila smiled and said, I also want to abandon some useless old things and embrace the new era. This was in response to Wang Zhong's speech at the station. Ludmila did not want to be the king's queen. Wang Zhong hugged his considerate wife and then turned around. Then he was surprised to find that there was only one person in front of the main building of Rokosov Manor to greet him, the owner. The person was a bit short, wearing a maid outfit, and had a straight face, as if Wang Zhong owed her a lot of money. Wang Zhong rubbed his eyes to make sure he saw it correctly, and then exclaimed, Nelly. Nelly nodded slightly, well, welcome back. Wang Zhong took 3 steps at a time and jumped up the steps. He picked up Nelly and spun her around 3 times. Nelly, hat. My hat. Her boat-shaped hat had been thrown away and floated far away in the wind, before being gently caught by Ludmila. Nelly, I'm still a sick person. Wang Zhong then put down Nelly and looked at her cheek carefully. There is an obvious scar on Nelly's right eye, but the scar is much smaller than Wang Zhong expected. Originally Wang Zhong thought she was going to become a big sister like Balalaika in Black Lagoon. The color of the pupil of the injured right eye was obviously different. It must have been a glass prosthetic eye, and Nelly turned into a 2-color pupil. Still, quite cute. Wang Zhong, not bad, She looks much cuter than before. Nelly, I'm not cute. Yes, yes. At the same time Wang Zhong responded, Ludmila came over and put the boat-shaped hat back on Nelly's head. Nelly straightened her clothes and saluted Wang Zhong, Comrade General, please allow me to return to your war. Wang Zhong nodded, approved. Chapter 605 Rokasov Type I Heavy Tank. A few days later, Wang Zhong felt that the past days had returned. Every morning when he opened his eyes, he could see Nelly standing next to him with a stern face. This familiar feeling was really touching. For the rest of March, Wang Zhong's main energy was to deal with the affairs of the equipment committee. He put forward several new requirements, one of which was to imitate the magnetic suction grenade warhead of Proson, but not to imitate their magnetic suction head. According to the confession of the captured Proson combat engineer, they did not use the shaped charge jet warhead on the shells, mainly because the cannons are now rifled cannons, and the shells will rotate after being fired. After hitting the target, due to the rotation of the projectile, the posture will change unpredictably, affecting the combat effectiveness of the warhead. It is said that the Proson people used a cannon to fire this warhead, and the penetration data was different every time during the test, and the fluctuation was huge. The solution is also very simple, use rockets to propel the ammunition and use tail fins to stabilize it. Wang Zhong had just made this request, and soon the Ordnance Bureau reported that there was ready-made equipment in the army. The United States had imported 1,000 bazookas, which perfectly met Wang Zhong's requirements. Before Wang Zhong traveled through time, he was a fan of World War II, but after all, he was not a professional researcher of war history. He always thought that the bazooka was a copy of Sandazi's Iron Fist, but he didn't expect that the United States had made it so early. So Wang Zhong decisively inspected the bazookas imported by the United States, and then put forward new requirements, no complicated launching mechanism, and then make a disposable version, and then the power of the warhead should be increased. The United States power is too sissy. It's okay to fight against the number 3 and number 4 now, but it's not enough to fight against the tiger and leopard in the future. I just don't know if this world can still encounter the tiger and leopard. Wang Zhong's order was quickly responded to. There was a genius in the Ordnance Bureau who modified the Katyusha rocket and made something that seemed to meet his requirements. When this thing was tested, it directly caused the launcher to suffer second-degree burns. Except for this defect, it perfectly met Wang Zhong's requirements. Wang Zhong caught the designer and scolded him, asking him to develop a version that would not turn the shooter into a familiar person. The designer acted quickly and made the changes in less than 2 days. He reduced some of the rocket's propellant, and at the same time made a water pipe as the launch tube, and then welded a flame shield on the water pipe. When Wang Zhong saw this launcher, he was speechless, because this thing was full of the Russians' design aesthetics. The shooter was indeed not burnt during the final test launch, but the water pipe was a little hot. A day later, the improved version was designed, and the designer wrapped a circle of wood around the part of the water pipe that needed to be placed on the shoulder. Wang Zhong had no choice but to personally find the designer and scold him severely, saying, "Why do you still have to install so much propellant? This thing can now fly 1,000 meters. Is it necessary? It can fly 200 meters to meet our requirements. Don't you understand that the projectile will become lighter after reducing the propellant?" The designer touched his head. Is 200 meters enough? Wang Zhong, now we are fighting against tanks, and the soldiers have to advance to more than 10 meters in front of the tank to throw incendiary bombs. Weapons that can be used at 200 meters are a huge improvement, right? The designer thought about it and nodded, okay. I will change the design now. A few days later, the new product was delivered again. Wang Zhong looked at the wooden barrel in front of him hesitantly, all made of wood. Designer, yes, after all, it is disposable, and this thing is also simple to produce, just planing the ready-made wood. The rocket gas will burn the wood when it is launched, but, it is disposable. Wang Zhong picked up this thing and found that it was quite light as a rocket launcher. He checked the 2 ends again and found that one end was sealed with craft paper, and the other side was simply not opened. What does this mean? Designer, we think that it is a waste for the gunpowder gas to be sprayed directly from the back, and it will also burn the people standing behind, limiting the use environment of this thing. So the back is directly sealed, so that the gunpowder gas can only be sprayed out from the gap around the rocket. We also designed the shape of the projectile. The warhead of the projectile is a circle larger than the rest of the rocket, so that the gunpowder gas will be compressed in the warhead part, forming enough thrust, and directly acting on the head. This can increase the range of the rocket and ensure the stability of the rocket's flight. We have precisely adjusted the propellant charge of the new rocket. This rocket can't fly 200 meters with only the charge, but with the propulsion of gunpowder gas, the range can barely meet your requirements, General. Wang Zhong frowned and asked, "What is the design of your rocket?" The designer immediately opened the manual placed next to the finished product and showed the schematic diagram of the rocket. The shape of the rocket is basically an iron fist. The designer also explained excitedly, "We found that the overall stability of the rocket with this shape is better. Although the reduction of the propellant charge makes its speed slower, the trajectory can still maintain stability. It is a very stable arc, so as long as it is equipped with the simple sight we designed, it can guarantee that every shot will hit the target. The designer showed Wang Zhong the sight. Wang Zhong, why is this sight designed like this? Designer, the shooter only needs to aim the sight at the enemy tank's turret and see which horizontal bar on the sight is the same width as the tank's turret, and he will definitely hit it. Wang Zhong gestured, just aim this horizontal bar at the enemy tank and see which one is exactly the same width, and then just shoot it. Yes, I used the principle that objects are larger when they are closer and smaller when they are farther away. In addition to the turret, the hull can also be used. The one next to it is for the hull. They all use the same length of horizontal bars. Wang Zhong, you also simplified the distance measurement step. You are very thoughtful. Designer, this way, our mobilization division can also use this weapon in large quantities. Wang Zhong, then what will happen if we don't have this wooden barrel? Designer, the range will be reduced to 100 meters. Wang Zhong slapped the wooden barrel hard, remove this wooden barrel immediately and change it to a version that can be fired directly by hand. And then match it with your sight. Designer, then the range is only 100 meters, is that okay? Yes. Wang Zhong patted the designer on the shoulder. And what's your name? Valentin Konstantinovic Filanov. Wang Zhong, you did a great job. I will sign an order immediately to form a design team with you as the core to improve our individual anti-tank weapons. Filanov, really? Really? But before that, let's solve the mass production of this thing. I hope that my troops will be equipped with at least 100,000 of these things before June this year. At least 1,000 will be sent to the troops in May to train tactical backbones. Filanov, understood. Leave it to me. In addition to anti-tank rockets, Wang Zhong's biggest concern in the past few months is the small tank he drove once, the mass production of heavy tanks. The heavy tanks sent to the front line performed better than the broken urban assault guns. Maybe Keijing's team has been familiar with it after so many practices. So Wang Zhong returned to Yebao and immediately ordered the start of mass production, and started mass production with the highest priority. After all, in his expectation, the summer battle of 1916 was mainly an armored confrontation on the plains. The more vortices and new heavy tanks the troops had, the less losses the tankers would suffer. So in early April, the new heavy breakthrough tank held a grand final assessment ceremony at the Ordnance Bureau test site. On the morning of April 5, Wang Zhong arrived at the test site early in the morning, but was told that the ceremony could not start and he had to wait for the important guests. At 9 o'clock, Olga and Belinsky arrived one after another. Olga wore a blue riding skirt and came to the new tank with great interest. Hey, it looks like a turtle. Wang Zhong, this is the best bulletproof shape. Olga, the back of this turret is round, is it really reliable? Wang Zhong, of course, according to my requirements, this back has an equivalent thickness of more than 110 mm in all directions, which can resist all current anti-tank guns of Proson at close range, including the PAK-40 that could easily penetrate the front armor of our T-34 before. Olga, since you said this defense is reliable, it should be quite reliable. So what is the name of this tank? Wang Zhong, I plan to call it Atoma. The latest Russian tank T-14 on Earth is called Atoma, and Wang Zhong plans to borrow this name. Olga, what is the meaning of this name? Wang Zhong was embarrassed. He couldn't explain that it came from the future, right? Olga, I think this tank should be called Alexei Rokosov 1. After all, it was you who proposed the design, and it was designed by your trusted designer Keijing. Wait a minute, how did Keijing become my trusted designer? Is it possible that I already have power as rumored? No. If you do this, I will be wrong if you want to give me a new coat in the future. Wang Zhong was about to reject Olga's proposal, but Belinsky said, Your Majesty, this suggestion is very good. The soldiers will be encouraged by driving a tank named after Rokosov. No, what about my opinion? Olga, since His Majesty the Patriarch has said so, let's make it so. Or do you want to refute our opinions, brother? Wang Zhong looked at Olga, then at the Patriarch, and smiled awkwardly. How can I am just a small general, of course I respect your opinions. Olga, okay. Designer Keijing, you have to work hard too, and try to make the Rokosov 2 heavy tank as soon as possible. Keijing, of course, I will continue to improve the design based on the feedback from the front line. In addition, my apprentice designed a 30-ton medium tank based on the Rokosov I, and is now manufacturing a prototype. Wang Zhong, you are using this name, you are very active. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Keijing, the prototype of the 30-ton, egg-shaped turret tank you proposed is being manufactured. Because the new machine tools of the United States have arrived. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 606, Some Issues Regarding New Medium Tanks. Just as Wang Zhong was about to continue asking, Olga said, "Isn't there already such an excellent Rokosov I heavy tank? Wouldn't it be great if we just concentrate on building this? My Majesty, due to its own tonnage, heavy tanks have a higher failure rate of running mechanisms and require more support." Wang Zhong explained patiently, "Our heavy tanks are generally used in groups of 21 vehicles, which are used individually. We only reinforce the frontline troops when necessary because there are too many support forces needed. The support of the ant army is very poor and cannot support a larger heavy tank force." "Olga, what you mean is that we can't support such a heavy tank, so we need to build a lighter one." Wang Zhong, "Yes, tanks that are lighter, more reliable and more productive are our main force. Not every Proson division is equipped with sufficient anti-tank firepower. Medium tanks can't deal with them." "Enough. Just like in the past 6 months, the enemy is equipped with PAK-40 anti-tank guns that can easily deal with the frontal armor of T-34, as well as long-barreled Panzer IV tanks. But our T-34 still made breakthroughs in many places, especially the attacks carried out by the 51st Tank Army War. Although the 51st Tank Corps suffered all losses, they wiped out a large number of enemy artillery units and supply depots, delaying the enemy's attack." "Olga, got it. Then let's finish the ceremony of the Rokosov Type 1 tank, and let's go see that new medium tank." Wang Zhong, "Okay, do you want to go too?" "Olga, of course, as the Tsar, I am concerned about what happened to the next generation tank that will replace the T-34. "That's true." Wang Zhong could only acquiesce. After all, logically speaking, he, a general, was not qualified to order the Tsar. When Wang Zhong rushed into the research institute with a large group of people, Kei Jing's apprentice was busy in front of the drawing board and said without raising his head, "Teacher, you came back later than expected. What happened?" As he spoke, he raised his head, and then froze, his eyes moving back and forth between His Majesty the Tsar, His Majesty the Patriarch, and Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, don't be nervous." These words seemed to stimulate the young designer, causing him to stand up suddenly and scramble to salute Olga. "Olga, don't be so formal. I disturbed your work." "No, no." The designer shook his head like a rattle, "These are all my responsibilities." "Olga, your loyalty to Ant's mother is amazing. So, tell me about what you are designing." "General Rokosov has high hopes." Wang Zhong frowned, instinctively feeling that Olga's words could not be carefully considered. So he simply ignored this sentence. Patriarch Belinsky seemed to have chosen to ignore it. The designer didn't realize there was anything wrong with the Tsar's words, and happily began to introduce, "Look. The basic idea is to simplify the design of the teacher's heavy tank. Kejing reminded, my design has been named the Rokosov Type 1 Heavy Breakthrough Tank." "Ah." The young designer glanced at Wang Zhong, "Oh, that's right. I simplified it based on the Rokosov Type 1 Heavy Tank to improve productivity." He took a step back, pulled the drawing table with the design drawings over, pointed to the drawings above and continued to explain, "First of all, the teacher designed a wedge-shaped armor area on the front of the car body. In fact, there is no such need. Although this wedge-shaped area is improved frontal defense, but the degree of improvement is limited. I think there is a diminishing marginal effect on defense capabilities. When the defense is high to a certain level, the weight and other costs required to increase it are too high. So my design is like this. I turn the front directly into a plane with a large inclination, put the driver's position back, and the corresponding turret also moves back a little. As for the highly inclined protective zones designed by the teacher on both sides of the tank body, I studied it and thought it was actually not as good as compressing the height of the tank body. If most of the cross-sectional area on the side of the vehicle body is blocked by the road wheels, it actually improves the protection in disguise. Because although the road wheels are not specialized armored steel, their thickness and strength are quite high in order to bear the weight of the tank. In order to reduce the height, I redesigned the power compartment, adjusted the position of the turret, and changed the design of the ammunition rack. As a result, the overall vehicle height is 40 centimeters lower than the teacher's design, which just eliminates the stepped armor on the side of the vehicle body in the design." Wang Zhong looked at the thing on the drawing. He was very familiar with the shape. If nothing else, the 5 pairs of large road wheels were enough to remind Wang Zhong of a series of hot memes among military fans. "I really designed the T-54. At this time Olga said, "I seem to understand what you said. In short, you used a trick to cancel some of your teacher's designs." "Yes, eliminating these will of course reduce the tank's protection, but the reduction is not as high as everyone imagines. But the weight saved can reduce the tank's failure rate and improve its reliability." "Olga, then the frontal defense of the tank is the same as that of the Rokosov I, right?" "No, how is that possible? The weight is almost 15 tons less." "Your Majesty, the frontal defense is definitely not as good as the Rokosov Type 1, but it is much stronger than the T-34. Wang Zhong interrupted, our medium tanks do not need to gain a defensive advantage in the confrontation with the heavy tanks of the Prosons. There is no need for that. It only needs to be able to effectively face the best PAK-40 anti-tank guns in the hands of the Proson infantry. Young designer, it is a bit difficult to completely exempt it from service. After all, the performance of this enemy anti-tank gun is very good. If it is within 500 meters, it is still possible to be penetrated. If the enemy is aiming at the weak point of the defense, the possibility of penetration is even greater. But the other anti-tank guns of the Prosons, such as the PAK-38, basically don't think about penetrating the front of our new medium tank. Wang Zhong, that's good, very good. Anti-tank guns like PAK-40 are excellent, but there are not so many of them. After all, in Plausson's organization system, PAK-40 is already a heavy anti-tank gun. In Plausson's infantry division, the more common anti-tank gun is PAK-38, which is classified as a light anti-tank gun. Even in some infantry divisions of the 8th and 9th waves, there are few PAK-38s. In general, as a medium tank that is to be widely used on the entire front of the battle, it does not need to be too demanding on protection. What is more important is the compromise between protection, mobility, and firepower, as well as the improvement of productivity. It is the task of the Breakthrough Tank Regiment equipped with Rokossov I heavy tanks to attack the area with strong fortifications of the enemy's heavy anti-tank firepower. Wang Zhong is very satisfied with the overall design, very good, make a prototype as soon as possible. But considering the testing and improvement of the prototype, it should be too late to participate in this year's summer campaign, right? Chief Engineer Keijing answered on behalf of his apprentice, it's probably too late to invest on a large scale. If it's invested on a small scale, it doesn't make sense. After all, this is a medium tank with comprehensive performance as the main feature. Only large-scale investment can trigger a quantitative change. Wang Zhong, advance as soon as possible, and strive to invest in brigade-level units for battlefield testing during the winter offensive, and then invest on a large scale next summer. Yes. Keijing nodded repeatedly. After a day's work, Wang Zhong finally returned to Rokossov Manor. When the car passed through the garden, he saw a group of children playing games under the leadership of several disabled soldiers, so he raised his right hand decisively. Stop, I want to go down and take a look. Without waiting for the car to stop, Wang Zhong opened the door. Before he stood firmly on the ground, the children cheered, it's Rokossov. The general is back. Wang Zhong, hello, so what are you playing? We are not playing, Captain Reznov is taking us for military training. Wang Zhong looked at the captain and found that the captain, whose left sleeve was completely empty, had a gold star medal on his chest. After making eye contact, the captain immediately saluted with one arm, General. I am teaching the children how to conduct infantry attack and defense. This is the fortification I commanded them to dig. Please give me some advice. Wang Zhong, I don't know as much about digging fortifications as you veterans. This is true. Reznov, see, the general is very humble, children. You should learn from the general. Wang Zhong could only smile and change the subject. Reznov, I don't really want the children to learn these. When they grow up, the war will be over. I hope they can live happily like ordinary people. Reznov, this war is over, but the next one will come. These children hope that they can defend the country like you. As soon as the voice fell, a child shouted, no one knows the horror of war better than us. So let us fight the war in the future. Let others enjoy happiness. Wang Zhong looked at these young faces and read the perseverance that did not belong to this age. He sighed, okay, you convinced me. However, I have a request, each of you must learn a musical instrument. The children looked at each other. Why? The child who just said let others enjoy happiness asked loudly. Wang Zhong, maybe the war will always come back, but war will come and go, only music will last forever. You should know that with the help of my adjutant Vesely, I have created many popular songs. You should be able to sing it too. Immediately, a child sang, I still have the last grenade. Wang Zhong, that's right. In our country, music and art have always been good. This is our tradition. As the loyal descendants of the motherland, you should naturally know a little music, just like me. So, Comrade Reznov, tell Butler Mikhail that if we want to offer war-related courses, we must also offer music courses. Reznov saluted Wang Zhong with pride and admiration, yes. Comrade General. Chapter 607. Wang Zhong played with the children for a while before reluctantly returning to the door of the manor's main building. Nelly was already waiting there. Nelly saw Wang Zhong and looked at him first, then locked her eyes on his feet. Wang Zhong looked down and found that there were a lot of mud spots on his trouser legs when he was playing with the children just now, so he explained, just now I played with those war orphans, and it was, this weather, right? The muddy season is almost over. As the temperature rises, the wetness of the soil has decreased significantly, but it has not yet dropped to the point where it will not dirty the trouser legs. Nelly, why are you making excuses like a child? I didn't blame you. Wang Zhong held back for a few seconds and forced a change of subject. How do your eyes feel? Do they still itch? Maybe the weather was too humid a few days ago. Nelly kept saying that her fake eyes were itchy, so it was reasonable for Wang Zhong to care about her. Nelly, it's not itchy anymore. Please change your clothes quickly so I can wash my pants. Okay. Wang Zhong nodded. Where is Lu Xia? In the nursery. After Ludmila came back, she stayed in the nursery every day. Even though the little lion in the Rocasso family was about to be weaned, she still insisted on breastfeeding. It was as if she wanted to make up for the milk she had missed before. Wang Zhong, I'll go and see. Wait a minute. Nelly grabbed Wang Zhong's belt and said word by word, change your clothes first. Don't wear pants covered with mud into the nursery. Wang Zhong sighed, okay, change your clothes right away. Suddenly, he felt a little emotional. When Nelly was not around, no one would control his daily life. So he said to Nelly, it's great, this familiar feeling. I miss you every day when you left. Nelly was stunned, but this dull expression only lasted for a moment, and then turned into a fierce face like the big sister of Balalaika. Go change your clothes, then take a shower, and you are not allowed to enter the nursery until you finish. Wang Zhong, yes. April 25th, Yebao, Anti-Supreme Command. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the meeting room, he saw General Gorky and General Ivan Stepanovich chatting in a corner. So he also leaned over and asked, is there any new news? The two generals were smoking, and when they saw Wang Zhong, who didn't smoke, coming over, they tacitly put out their cigarettes together and threw them into the trash can next to them. General Gorky, the latest aerial reconnaissance basically confirms your prediction of the summer campaign. The enemy is going to attack you, and they don't hide their intentions at all. Ivan Stepanovich added, because it is too obvious, the command is wondering if they are conducting a deception operation. General Gorky, after all, the enemy has been deceived by you so many times, and it is very likely that they have learned something. Wang Zhong, but they have no other places to attack except the southern line. The central and northern lines are even more difficult to fight. Especially on the northern line, they have besieged St. Andrew's Castle for 3 years, but they still can't take it down, and they have been pushed back a lot. General Gorky, the swamp helped a lot. Gorky spent some time organizing defensive operations on the St. Andrew's Castle front in the first year of the war. Obviously, he has a good understanding of the jungle and swamp terrain in the north. General Ivan Stepanovich, as for the central part, we can give it a try, but the front line has been stable for so long. The enemy has solid permanent fortifications, and we have them too. In addition, there are a series of cities in the central part. It is hard to imagine that the enemy will continue to fight against the Abavakan urban agglomeration after suffering so much loss last year. Wang Zhong, so only the steppes of Hazaria are left. The enemy may also think that such a conspiracy to deceive the enemy is meaningless, so they blatantly assembled troops. So how many people did they assemble? General Gorky, the intelligence bureau of the command, interpreted the photos and believed that the enemy has added 300,000 troops to your front, concentrated on the vast plains on both wings of Orel. Wang Zhong, is this preparing to give me a left hook? I wonder if the enemy's Marine Corps has any signs of landing from the sea. No, maybe the enemy doesn't know that the United States carrier-based aviation team has returned home. General Gorky shrugged. Wang Zhong smiled, that's because the guys from the United States left their planes behind. The front Air Force would let these United States carrier-based aircraft go out for a walk from time to time, so the Plauson people thought they were still there. The United States said that the pilots would go back to exchange for F-4U and SB-2C, so they left the F-6F and SBD aircraft of the VF and VB squadrons. Then, although the TBF was a new torpedo aircraft, the United States, which was rich and powerful, didn't care about these dozens of aircraft, so they also left them. So now the anti-pilots are flying these planes around the sea every day, scaring the Plauson ships to not dare to go out, and all of them are shrinking within the combat radius of the Air Force. Of course, even if Plauson knew that the United States carrier-based aircraft pilots had returned home, organizing landing operations is a complicated matter, and it is definitely not something that can be completed in a few months. During the Battle of Barras last year, the anti-army faced the weak Barras army and prepared for so long. General Gorky, it seems that you just need to do your best to block this left hook. It's easier than you think. Wang Zhong, indeed. My troops have been repairing fortifications since March. Before I returned to Yebao, they had used thousands of tons of concrete. Now they will use more. General Gorky laughed loudly. The Prosen people probably didn't expect to encounter concrete fortifications on the grassland. Wang Zhong, we also used steel bars, because many of our troops are originally engaged in engineering. At this time, General Turgenev and a group of senior officers from the headquarters opened the door and came in. When Wang Zhong and others heard the movement, they looked towards the door together, then turned around and walked towards their positions. Others chatting around the room returned to their seats. General Turgenev did not sit directly on the main seat, but asked the orderly to bring another chair and sit on the right side of the main seat. Then the Chief of General Staff, who had been recuperating at home because he was feeling unwell, also appeared. He added a temporary chair and sat across from Turgenev. Soon, the voice of the palace protocol officer came from outside the door. Tsar Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna has arrived. All the generals stood up together. The door opened, and Olga walked in with dignified steps. She walked to the main seat and sat down. Everyone, please take a seat. Wang Zhong then sat down. Olga, General Turgenev, please introduce the current situation to everyone. Turgenev stood up. Everyone, the war has entered its third year. In the first 2 years, we achieved brilliant victories. Last year we wiped out a total of 1.7 million Prosen troops, and captured 700,000 prisoners alone. Most of which are attributed to General Rokosov. Wang Zhong leaned forward slightly and nodded to everyone present. Turgenev continued, but it must also be noted that in the past year, 1.7 million of our soldiers were killed, 1.6 million were missing, and 1 million were injured and could no longer return to the army. The so-called inability to return to the army due to injury means that due to injury and disability, it is impossible to fight again. When Olga heard this data, her expression became extremely sad, but Turgenev kept a straight face, as if he was reading a series of simple numbers. This data has been greatly improved compared to last year. We have effectively saved because of this. The pressure on recruiting troops has been reduced drastically, and we can also give new recruits a longer training time. In addition, based on General Rokosov's suggestion after returning from his visit to the United States, we established a veteran rotation mechanism to transfer veterans who have been on the front line for 4 months to serve as instructors in recruit training camps in various places. He could only return to the front line after teaching for half a year. The effectiveness of this current mechanism still needs to be examined. Some troops on the front line have complained that the removal of combat backbones will affect combat effectiveness. We have also established a frontline rotation system. We hope that each unit will be on duty at the front line for 4 months before returning to the rear to rest. Wang Zhong was very happy to hear this number, because An's casualties were indeed much less than those on Earth. During the counterattack last year, he felt it. An's troops grew faster than Mazi, and the combat effectiveness of the troops with the title of guards was very reliable. Maybe the patriotic war in this world can end early. Turgenev took a sip of water, turned the pages of the document in his hand, and continued reading. Our current total military strength has reached 13 million, of which 2 million are deployed in the Far East to prevent the Fuzhou Empire from sudden attacks. The remaining 11 million are basically deployed on the Eastern Front, of which 5.7 million are on the front line and 4.3 million are resting and training. As he finished speaking, a map of the Eastern Front unfolded behind Turgenev under the power of a motor. He put down the document, picked up a map stick that looked like a knight's lance, and started drawing on the map. There are 5 fronts on the front from north to south, namely the St. Andrews Front, Balik's Front, Western Front, Shepetovka Front, and Rokosov's First Hezelia Front. Each of our front armies is stronger than the enemy forces we face, and after 2 years of fighting, our soldiers' quality has gradually equaled that of the enemy. Currently, we only have armored units, and there is still a relatively large gap in the quality of our soldiers between the two sides. This is because the enemy's armored forces rarely suffer devastating blows. Their tanks have a large space inside, and even if they are destroyed, half of their members can often survive. But our tank forces always suffer huge losses. Experienced tank crews often die together with their tanks. Turgenev stopped and looked at Wang Zhong. Only General Rokosov's tank unit has a higher survival rate of tank crews, but even Rokosov's unit was completely wiped out by the 51st Tank Army last year. Example. The good news is that with the efforts of General Rokosov, chairman of the Equipment Committee, our deficiencies in military equipment are about to be resolved. Now we have completely stopped production of the defective T-342 man turret type. Starting in February this year, the troops will receive the new tanks are all T-34W models with 3-man turrets. And the brand new tanks will be put into use soon. I can predict that in 916, the situation between the enemy and ourselves will be fundamentally reversed, and our army will completely shift from the strategic defense stage to the strategic offensive stage. After the words fell, Olga took the lead in applauding, and the entire conference hall burst into applause. Because Olga was looking at Wang Zhong while applauding, everyone turned to look at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong thought about it for a while, and then he simply stood up and saluted everyone. Then the applause became even more enthusiastic, as if it was going to knock down the ceiling. Chapter 608. Chapter 608 Victory of the Prosen Empire is in sight, update 42/84. At the same time, the heart of the Prosen Empire, the Eagle's Nest. 3 months after the general mobilization, our total troop strength has reached 9.3 million. The troop strength on the Eastern Front has exceeded that at the beginning of the war, and has exceeded 6 million, of which 4.1 million are deployed on the front line. The Celtic Marshal held a map stick and drew on the map while explaining. We are constructing a fortified area in the middle of the front. Once completed, the strength of 18 integrated divisions can be released for use in other directions. In addition, in order to solve the supply problem on the front line, the highway network we started to build in 914 has been gradually completed this year, which has significantly improved our transportation capacity in the muddy season. It can be predicted that when the summer campaign is launched, our supply things will be better than ever. The Emperor nodded. Very good. How many troops have we assembled? Marshal Celtic, in the planned main attack direction, we have assembled a heavy force group of 12 first-wave infantry divisions, 8 armored divisions, and 6 armored grenadier divisions. The density of troops exceeds any of our previous attacks. It's not enough. The Emperor shook his head. We have to strive to break through the front, with 150 tanks per kilometer. We have to overwhelm the enemy from the beginning, so that they can't react. We also need to equip the troops with at least 4 heavy-duty tanks tank battalion, 200 state-of-the-art heavy tanks. Celtic Marshal, if this is to be achieved, the attack needs to be postponed until July. It doesn't matter. If it is postponed to July, our new medium tanks will also be put into combat. We have 3 new medium tank battalions and 300 of the latest Panther tanks. The Ant people will be shocked by our power. The Celtic Marshal glanced at the others. General Moltke, Director of the Armored Forces, it is true that the performance of the new tanks is very good, but, well, the test site reports that the failure rate of the new tanks is a little high, especially after the installation of new armor plates. The overall vehicle there were some issues with the balance, there were quite a few reports of, some broken front wheels. Emperor, these problems are all acceptable. If the front guide wheel is broken on the battlefield, the tank can be parked in place and used as a turret to support other people's operations. After all, it is not an elephant tank destroyer without a turret. Previously, Proson called armored combat vehicles without turrets assault guns. Now they learned from Ant's call and named the cutting-edge elephant type a tank destroyer, pronounced Panzer Accord. By the way, General Moltke was the staunchest supporter of this name change, because when they were called assault guns before, these vehicles were always assigned to the infantry division as a support force for the infantry division. Now that it is called a tank destroyer, it should naturally be given to an armored division, because the function of an armored division is to destroy the opponent's armored division, which is tank destroyer. It was this name that allowed General Moltke to snatch almost all the elephants into the hands of the armored divisions, but not the infantry at all. General Shipling was filled with hatred. The Emperor stood up and walked around the conference table while saying, in the past 2 years, our offensive was quite successful at the beginning. Even Rokosov had to use some cunning tricks to get away from us. Escape from the iron clamps of the siege. We even almost caught him in the first year, in Aariki. He abandoned a large number of troops before escaping in embarrassment. The Imperial Propaganda Minister has been busy slandering Rokosov in recent months, so Rokosov's combat operation in Aariki was described as a complete failure. The final result was that Rokosov only he escaped with his wife and concubine. The so-called miracle of Aariki is just a lie from Ant's propaganda department. In order to cooperate with the propaganda of the Prime Minister, the Imperial Household Ministry sent military police troops, completely turning Aariki into ruins and killing all the witnesses of the battle. The Emperor naturally knew this, but he obviously partially believed the propaganda minister's statement. Now, the Emperor continued pacing, we will once again repeat that victory in the wilderness of Hazalaya. Rokosov will definitely escape like last time. After the Emperor finished speaking, Dr. Porsche from the Imperial Academy of Military Sciences stood up. This time, we will also use the new Gloria remote-controlled weapons. These remote-controlled minesweepers will efficiently clear Ant's minefields, and in the enemy's positions explode. We will also invest in the latest smoker rocket launchers. Last year, the Anters used large-caliber heavy rocket launchers to cause panic in our army. Now we are also investing in rocket launchers of the same level. We mounted a total of 6 launch frames on both sides of the SDKF Z251 half-track vehicle to launch 480mm smoker rockets. When they fire in salvo, they will make a sound like the death scream of a Stuka. It can be called Land Stuka. The Empire's technology will crush the bravery of the Ant people. Well, of course. In fact, we also have a new type of bomb under development. The raw material factory in the north has been completed, and it will continuously provide us with the necessary raw materials. When we accumulate enough weapons-grade raw materials, we can complete this weapon. As long as one is detonated, the entire Ant will surrender. The war will be completely over. The Emperor stopped, looked around the conference room, and then, like when he first gave a speech many years ago, he clenched his right fist and looked up at the ceiling, as if he was explaining his destiny. The victory of the Proson Empire is in sight. I will prove that the light of technology will replace the grace of God. The generals present looked at each other in bewilderment. There have been rumors of new bombs for a long time, but the generals did not understand science or chain reactions, and they just thought they were ordinary bombs. In fact, the nuclear bombs of World War II were indeed just the ultimate enhanced version of ordinary bombs, and even the United States, which was strong, only built a few. Considering the scale of World War II, deterrence was indeed greater than practical significance. But the generals still stood up and applauded desperately. Amid the applause, several Imperial Household Ministry spies opened the door with solemn expressions and whispered a few words in the Emperor's ear. Emperor, what? It was bombed. The Imperial Household Ministry spy looked at the generals present, nodded and whispered, yes, the heavy water plant was attacked by Commanda, and the key facilities were completely destroyed. The Emperor took a few steps back, and his good friend Giles supported him in time. Then Giles turned to the Emperor's chief guard and said, go call the Emperor's sister, now only she can comfort His Majesty. Yes. The chief guard quickly left the room. Emperor, Giles, don't worry about me, I have experienced this kind of thing many times. It still can't defeat me. Dr. Porsche, you immediately let Dr. Heisenberg fly to the heavy water plant to see how long it will take to recover. Dr. Porsche looked embarrassed, we haven't been able to contact Dr. Heisenberg since yesterday. Chapter 609 Wings of Freedom, Update 4384. Chapter 609 Wings of Freedom, Update 4384. In the territory of Plausen, the open space by the river near the Gill Canal. Dr. Heisenberg stared at the promised aircraft of the Royal Air Force for a few seconds, then turned to Sean, the United Kingdom spy behind him, and said, are you kidding me? This aircraft is made of wood. Sean, oh, before the war started, many airplanes were made of wood. All metal airplanes were a new and unreliable thing. We broke the swordfish of the Bismarck's steering gear, but the body was still covered in cloth. Heisenberg, cloth? Real or fake? Really, this does not prevent the swordfish torpedo plane from destroying Bismarck's steering gear and making the first contribution to the encirclement and annihilation of Bismarck. Moreover, wooden aircraft also have advantages. First of all, it will not reflect radar waves, at least not so much, so it can deep into the hinterland of the Empire without anyone noticing. Secondly, it flies very fast. Currently, the Prussian Empire has no fighter jets that can catch up with it. Sean laughed. Heisenberg sighed, if I didn't go back now and die, I would never get on your plane, absolutely. Sean patted the doctor's back gently, when you ride it to the United Kingdom, you will know that we did not mean to be negligent in sending it to pick you up. In fact, we sent it because we trusted it. In addition, now the Imperial Household Ministry is attracted to the border of a neutral country by the bait I set, but they will soon react and realize that you did not take that route. Maybe they have woken up now, and you still want to. Are you going to continue whining about wooden airplanes? Dr. Heisenberg stepped forward, complaining as he walked, I have to know that I have to fly across the North Sea in a wooden plane and face possible interceptions. If I say anything, I have to take the route of a neutral country. I won't listen to you. Rhetoric. Sean, don't worry, people from the 8th Air Force Fighter Group will come to pick up the plane with test auxiliary fuel tanks. Don't worry. Dr. Heisenberg shook his head. At this time, he had walked to the front of the plane, and the Royal Air Force pilot stretched out his hand to pull him. But the doctor did not immediately hold the hand of the Royal Air Force pilot. Instead, he stared closely at the plane that came to pick him up. What is the name of this plane? I mean the model. Mosquito. The Royal Air Force pilot answered truthfully. Humph, Mosquito. I escaped from the Prussian Empire in a Mosquito. After that, the doctor got into the cramped cabin of the Mosquito bomber. Spy Sean came to the side of the plane and said to the doctor, you must be careful not to touch other things. Your seat is in the magazine now. If you touch the wrong thing, it may be thrown out. What? The pilot hurriedly said, no such thing, doctor, this is Sir Sean's sense of humor. Heisenberg scolded, how dare you use your sense of humor on a placer? We will only take you seriously. Sean laughed loudly, this self-deprecating sentence is very humorous. By the way, doctor, just in case I want to ask again, if I leave you, Proson will definitely not be able to study that thing. Dr. Heisenberg stared at Sean, blinked, and smiled mysteriously, yes, they can't study it. I burned all the drawings and papers before leaving, but I know that they secretly backed up behind my back. Sean's expression became serious, then I'll steal this backup. Do you know where it is? No need, the doctor waved his hand, I deliberately burned the papers and drawings just because I knew it, so that they would believe that these are correct. But in fact, I made a mistake in my calculations. Sean, what? I made a mistake in my calculation. I used the wrong formula, so the conclusion I came to was wrong. The required weapon-grade raw materials were a few digits off. As long as the Prussian Empire manufactures weapons according to this, it will never be able to trigger the chain reaction because it has not reached the critical point. Sean was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Aren't you very humorous? Dr. Heisenberg, it's not my fault. I thought of this method because I was inspired by General Rocasso from Ant's side. He was particularly good at playing this trick and fooled the Emperor and generals. At that time, I just thought I could do it again. Sean, yes, the guardian of Ant, the star of victory, the legend on the battlefield. In order to make your plan more realistic, I will steal this copy again, but I must deliberately force them to retreat. After speaking, Sean took a step back and gestured to the lurking personnel nearby. So a simple windsock sewn with cloth was released into the air, and the personnel at the end of the runway were in place, giving a signal that it was ready to take off. Sean waved his hand, have a nice trip. The twin engines of the Mosquito bomber roared, dragging the wooden aircraft slowly forward. Heisenberg stared at Sean for a few seconds, then looked back and asked the pilot loudly, is there really cover halfway? Yes, the Mustang fighter with the auxiliary fuel tank will cover us, don't worry. As soon as the voice fell, the plane began to taxi, pulled up 100 meters from the end of the runway, and rushed into the night sky. At the same time, air defense sirens and anti-aircraft gunfire were heard from the direction of the nearby city, and huge searchlight beams tore through the night, which could be seen from such a distance. Heisenberg, that's the hamburger over there. Yes, in order to cover us, the Royal Air Force deliberately raided the well-defended Hamburg, so that all the nearby air superiority fighters were attracted and no one noticed us at low altitude. Heisenberg nodded. There was a crosswind at this time, and the wooden plane shook violently, and swayed from side to side like a drunk. Oh my god! Heisenberg said in a voice full of fear, can I still get to the United States? Oh my god! Pilot, do scientists from Prozan also shout God? Doesn't it mean that the light of science and technology replaces the favor of God? Heisenberg, only the secularists really believe that everything can be explained by science. Prozan is more like complaining about the fact that God has not favored him. Pilot, that's right. Heisenberg was silent for a few seconds and said, actually, I have considered going to Ant, and their agents extended an olive branch to me. But I am a Prozan, think about what my compatriots have done in Ant. I don't dare to go. Who knows if the Ant people will take revenge on us one day in the future. Even if they take revenge, no one can blame them. So I'd better go to the United States. I have correspondence with Dr. Oppenheimer. Pilot, in a week at most, you will set foot on the soil of the United States. We have prepared a blanket, right next to your seat. Cover it and have a good sleep. Heisenberg nodded. He found the blanket, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. I don't know whether the letter can be successfully delivered to Yekaterinburg. Prozonia, Ant Underground Contact Station. The spy code-named Bishop opened Dr. Heisenberg's letter. Dear General Rokassov, Zhan Xinjia. He recited softly. I believe that with your level of knowledge, you can definitely understand the value of the weapon mentioned in the information attached to this letter. This is a weapon that can change the situation of the war. Of course, it is very difficult to produce, and it may not be until this war. In the end, we couldn't even make a few ammunition that could be used in actual combat. But in the future, it will change the situation in the world, and may even prevent hot wars between major powers from ever happening. Of course, it may also lead to the destruction of the world. I implore you to urge Ant, no matter how difficult it is, to start research on this weapon. Because if only one country holds this weapon, it will definitely become greedy and tyrannical, and use this terrible power to oppress other countries. This is something that I, and all scientists, don't want to see. I'm short of time, so I can't explain it in detail for you, but I think you'll be able to understand it with your intelligence. Yours sincerely, Dr. Heisenberg. The bishop put away the letter, opened the brown paper bag that came with the letter, and looked at the large number of documents and photos inside. He could barely understand the document, but he roughly knew that the thing in the photo was a centrifuge. The bishop made a quick decision, put the photos away, put on his windbreaker, and hurriedly left the traffic stop. Before leaving, he placed a flower pot on the windowsill and opened the window. This is a signal to activate the emergency communication channel, which means that the highest level intelligence needs to be sent to Yebeo as quickly as possible. That night, Ant's intelligence network in Prozonia was fully activated. Countless latent nodes were activated. The contents of the vellum in Heisenberg's autograph were copied into many copies and sent through different channels. Leave Castle. Back to Heisenberg. The doctor finally fell asleep and was suddenly awakened by a violent jolt. As soon as he opened his eyes, the plane circled to the right, making him press against the wall of the bomb bay. What's wrong? The doctor asked loudly. Only then did he realize that it was already dawn and the plane was flying over the sea. The enemy's new fighter jet. The pilot replied loudly, it's at our 6 o'clock position, I can't get rid of it. The doctor turned around and saw the Iron Cross on the slender fighter jet. Pilot, Pro-san actually developed such a fast fighter. Didn't you say there was an escort? Dr. Heisenberg grabbed the handle on the wall of the warehouse and shouted. There is a little problem with the convergence. The fighter jet must have yawed. The pilot replied. What now? As soon as he finished speaking, Heisenberg seemed to see something flashing in the direction of the sun. The next moment, the source of the flash rushed to the side of the mosquito bomber. That is a beautiful fighter jet made entirely of silver. P-51 Mustang fighter. The Mustang swooped down from a high altitude and unleashed a dense firepower net, directly covering the slender Prosan fighter jet that was chasing the mosquito bomber. The Prosan fighter jet's engine burst into flames, dragging thick smoke as it fell to the ground. Call mosquito bombers, are you the courier? Yes we are. The package is intact, the mosquito pilot responded. Good to see you. Dr. Heisenberg listened to the radio communications of the pilots and breathed a long sigh of relief. He is finally free. Just got back from emergency purchase. I woke up in the afternoon and found that it was a typhoon, so all takeouts were stopped, so I had to go out to eat and buy things. As a result, the supermarkets were closed, and few restaurants were open. I finally found a place to eat and buy things. It was already 9 o'clock. It was raining heavily and I was soaked. I just came back now. I'll take a shower before I start writing. Chapter 610 Old Friends Toast. The front of Oriole, the position of the Salia front. Lieutenant General Eugene got out of the Willis jeep and strode towards the bunker under construction. The colonel who had been waiting at the entrance of the bunker came forward. Lieutenant General, the bunker is all ready. Lieutenant General Eugene raised his right hand to stop the colonel. I can see for myself. Although I am a miner, my main job is to dig holes, but I also know a little bit about concrete. After all, concrete needs to be used from time to time to reinforce things below the well so that it will not expand to both sides. Mine. As he spoke, he walked past the colonel and patted the colonel on the shoulder. The lieutenant general walked to the bunker, observed it carefully for a few seconds, and waved. The mound of soil on the front is higher, and there is a thick enough soil layer in front of the concrete, and the defense will be greatly improved. Yes, Lieutenant General. After the colonel said that, he immediately turned around and gestured to his entourage. I heard the Lieutenant General's order, move. Lieutenant General Eugene circled the bunker and nodded, very good. The construction techniques are very skilled. The person in charge has done relevant work before the war broke out. Report Lieutenant General, I was the construction captain before the war broke out. The colonel replied. Eugene, oh? Then how did you become a colonel? Crash course. After completing it, I became a major. As a result, in General Gorky's offensive last year, all the officers with higher ranks than me were killed, so I became a colonel. Eugene patted the colonel on the shoulder again. I'm worse than you. I didn't even go to the crash course. I just went to night school during the break to cram in a lot of basic knowledge. Now I'm a lieutenant general. Colonel, you are different. You have experienced so many fierce battles. You followed that Rokosov all the way from Araki. Lieutenant General Eugene, don't say these words in an envious tone. I didn't know what I would face at the time. I just joined the army out of passion and obtained the rank of lieutenant colonel by virtue of my position in the mine. But I was still proud of myself. I wore a military uniform and showed it to my wife when I went home, proudly showing off my lieutenant colonel's epaulets. Eugene stopped and looked into the distance, not so much looking at the distance, but more like looking at himself in the distant past. Eugene, none of us were prepared for this brutal war, and everyone felt that we would soon drive the Plozans out of their homes and rush onto their lands. Everyone thought it would be an easy war, even the parish priests. Now, of my good friends who joined the army together, I am the only one who is still alive. My wife successfully retreated to the rear, but many neighbors were unable to retreat in time and stayed in enemy-occupied areas. I don't know what is happening to them now. Colonel, we will fight back this year, everyone says so. Eugene, I hope so. In fact, my hometown is very close. Walking 100 kilometers in this direction is the coal mine where I served as the mine director. I also served as the mine director in the iron mine next door. 2 mines I know them all, and going to the mine is like walking in your own garden. The lieutenant general pointed in the direction where the enemy was entrenched. Colonel, then maybe you can go home before this battle is over. Eugene smiled, I hope so. Then he changed the topic and pointed to the communication trench next to the bunker and said, the communication trench is not deep enough. We need to dig 15 more centimeters. Colonel, we dug according to the latest fortification construction manual. Eugene said firmly, dig an extra 15 centimeters. You will thank me after the fight. The colonel nodded, okay, we'll start right away. When the colonel gave the order, Lieutenant General Eugene walked to the highest point next to the trench, put his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The gold star medal on his chest was shining against the rising sun. Headquarters of the 1st Hazalaya Front. Report. Pavlov turned to look at the person who made the sound. Oh, you guys are here. I haven't matched your names with your faces yet. After all, the new data card does not have photos. Please introduce yourselves. Yes. The leading Major General replied loudly, I'll start first. I am the 2nd Division Commander of the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards, Nikolai Petrovich Kamenin. Well, he looks much more reliable than Yegorov. I was once his Chief of Staff, you know. Pavlov said, later, I became the Chief of Staff at the General's headquarters because my performance was not bad. He has been promoted with the General, but Yegorov is still on the front line. Popov, actually, he was injured and went to the back to recuperate for half a year, otherwise he might not have been promoted slower than you. Pavlov, that's right. As long as I can survive this damn war, I will be promoted very quickly. I would rather not be promoted so quickly. Being promoted quickly means high casualties among senior officers, which is actually not a good thing. Pavlov pointed to the 2nd Major General and said, what about you? Yes, I am Vasily Alexandrovich Levanevsky, the new commander of the 8th Guards Mechanized Infantry Division. After the 225th Division completed its defense mission in Abavahan, it received the title of Guards when it withdrew and was reorganized into the 8th Guards Mechanized Infantry Division. Pavlov, where did Venus come from? I got it from blocking Plosin in Dyalovankov. I destroyed 6 Plosin tanks by myself. Major General Levanevsky said with his head held high and in a very proud tone. Very good. Popov clapped his hands, we need anti-tank experts. Levanevsky looked at Popov, Bishop Dovorich, my subordinates asked me to ask you why our division does not have a title? You see, they are all mechanized infantry divisions, all Rokoso my husband's direct unit, the Imperial Guards IJI, is called Red Flag, we should have one too, right? Popov, the former commander of your division, Major General Eugene, was very good at soil work. How about your nickname is Marmot? Levana looked troubled. Pavlov, don't think it's an insult to be good at building fortifications. This skill is very important. Lieutenant General Eugene has gone to command the 63rd Infantry Group. He is currently busy building fortifications. When the enemy begins to attack, his troops will bear the brunt. I believe he will make the Procenians suffer severely. If he knew you were frowning because of your title, he would come over and knock your head in. I think the groundhog is pretty good. But Popov changed his mind, we should also take care of the emotions of the soldiers. Let's do this. Comrade Vasily Alexandrovich, you go back and hold a soldiers' meeting to discuss what name you want and vote for one that everyone accepts. Ask your military bishop to submit it. Yes. At this time, the 3rd Major General said, then should our division also have a handsome name? Pavlov, although we already know who you are by elimination, please introduce yourself. Yes. Commander of the 1st Melania Division of the Melania People's Army Guards, Jaime Vishalowitsky. Pavlov, I'm sorry about your EX. In the brutal battle of Abavahan, the commander of Melania's 1st Division failed to survive. Vishalowitsky, he, along with countless compatriots, rested in a foreign land. Since Melania's fall, countless compatriots have slept in a foreign country, but as long as the motherland can be restored, they will not regret it. General. Pavlov nodded. Popov, Melania's troops have proven themselves. Rokosov said personally that Melania's troops have become one of the most reliable troops. Thank you very much. Jaime Vishalowitsky held her head high and her face was full of pride. Pavlov, we all know the 3 of you. Where is Yegorov? He, the commander of the army group, sent you 3 here, where did he go? I'm coming right now. A bell-like voice came from the door, and Yegorov walked in with square steps, carrying a basket of steamed buns in his hand. I have been waiting for you since the last time the teacher invited me to have a meal with my head. I was thinking about Chef Cyrus' skills. So I went to the kitchen first, but the cook followed the master to Yebeo. Only the cook's apprentice was busy in the kitchen. As he spoke, Yegorov stuffed another bun into his mouth. Fortunately, the craftsmanship is pretty good and it's quite delicious. Humph. Pavlov stood up, walked to Yegorov, and stretched out his hand. Long time no see. Long time no see. Yegorov held Pavlov's hand. Don't be complacent, I will become a general immediately, and I will become a general after this battle. You are a staff officer, and it is difficult for a staff officer to be promoted to a general. I don't likewise, when the war is over, I might still be able to become a marshal. Popov also came over, you are starting to think about getting promoted, which means you have been freed from the grief and anger of losing your wife. Yegorov's expression froze, but he immediately relaxed. You can't always live in the past, and I killed so many Prussian Japs, which can be regarded as revenge for the 2 of them. The rest is to break into the Prussian Japs. We've gone to Rixonia. Don't rush into this matter. The teacher has already said that if you take your time, you will eventually get in. I listened to the teacher. Popov came up and patted Egorov on the shoulder. Okay, that's good. But you have to be nice to the doctor. Don't worry. Yegorov's expression softened visibly. When the war is over, I will have a lot of time to be good to her. Pavlov seemed to empathize. When the war is over, I have to treat them well. Fortunately for me, I have been on the staff. Those of you who have been on the front line will probably have to spend time adapting to a peaceful life. Popov, you'll have plenty of time to adapt then, don't worry. Come on, it's rare for us to get together when we're not at war. Orderly. Bring us the wine. Soon the orderly came over with wine and complained about Popov. Is it really okay for the military bishop to take the lead in drinking? The soldiers will follow suit. Popov, do you think they won't drink if I don't drink? The biggest headache for the military priests below is secretly drinking. Never mind it, come on, cheers. Yegorov raised his glass high. You don't even want to say a toast? I'm here to defeat the Prosen-Japs as soon as possible. Cheers. Cheers to victory. Pavlov added. Chapter 611, Revenge for the Heroic Brother. May 15th, St. Ekaterina Castle, the capital of Ant. Wang Zhong inspected the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment, which had just been replenished with Rokaso of 1 heavy tanks. When the car drove to the middle, he suddenly saw words on the turret of a tank and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Stop!" The commander of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment, who accompanied the inspection, immediately turned green. "General, this is a thorn in our army. He has been writing slogans on the tanks. We have painted them off many times. We even took a step back and said that we would not paint slogans today and would do it after the inspection. He still painted them on secretly. Wang Zhong, don't talk first, let me see what's written." He jumped out of the car and walked to the tank with the slogan. The tank crew climbed out of the tank under the leadership of the commander and stood in a row in front of the tank. Wang Zhong glanced at them and wanted to go around them to see the slogan, but the driver took a step to the side and blocked Wang Zhong's way. "General, we know we are wrong, we will paint over the slogan now." Wang Zhong patted the driver on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I don't blame you, I just want to see what the slogan says. Maybe I will encourage you to do this." The driver was stunned. "Encourage?" Wang Zhong looked at the driver's figure again and asked, "You don't look like a soldier with this figure. When did you join the army?" "Last June, my brother has been serving in the army. I am the best tractor driver in the village, so the parish priest tried to recruit me later and let me take a few apprentices who can drive tractors first. So I joined the army last June after the spring plowing was completely finished, and went to the Belov Quick Tank School. Tractor drivers usually repair tractors. They are high-tech talents in Ant, so they are generally not supplemented to be soldiers. They either become repair soldiers or learn to drive tanks." "Wang Zhong, your brother has been serving in the army? Which unit?" The tank commander's expression sank slightly. "He has died, so I named this tank Revenge. The military chaplain said that we are not fighting for personal revenge, but mainly to liberate the occupied land and other ethnic groups oppressed by Prosen." "Wang Zhong, the chaplain is right, but too dogmatic." When he said this, the military chaplain of the 1st Guards Heavy Tank Regiment was behind him, pinching his coat in embarrassment. Wang Zhong continued, "And there is no problem with revenge, isn't this contradictory? I also want to avenge my good brother and father, is this wrong?" The military chaplain of the 1st Guards Regiment was even more embarrassed, looking like he was looking for a crack in the ground to crawl into. "What is your brother's name, and which unit is he in? I'll ask if there are any relics for you." Wang Zhong continued. "The tank commander, in the 51st Tank Army, the battle report said he was missing." Wang Zhong was stunned. "The 51st Tank Army? The 51st Tank Army that attacked the enemy deep through the landing site last year?" The commander was Korodov. "Yes, General. In the winter campaign last year, they fought under you until the last moment. My brother had won a gold star before that, and after this battle, he was posthumously awarded a medal." Wang Zhong recalled and said, "Your brother's name is Alexei Podolskov, right?" The tank commander was stunned. "Wang Zhong, all the heroes who were awarded medals posthumously, I personally read and signed the death notice. The heroes of the 51st Tank Army, because of the special nature of their battles, were dictated by local guerrillas at the last moment. I was particularly impressed." Wang Zhong patted the shoulder of the other Podolskov. Then he walked around the stunned tank commander, walked towards the tank, and found the line of red font on the side of the turret, "Revenge." "Wang Zhong, not specific enough. It's better to change it to Revenge for the Heroic Brother. Bring the paint and brush, change it now." The paint and brush were quickly brought, and the Revenge on the turret was painted over, and Revenge for the Heroic Brother was rewritten. The other crews next to them watched the new slogans on the tanks, their faces full of envy. Wang Zhong stared at the new slogan for a few seconds, nodded with satisfaction, and patted Podolsky's shoulder hard. Don't let your brother be ashamed. Moreover, I will give you another task, which is more difficult than not letting your brother be ashamed. That is to live to the moment of victory in the war. Podoliskov, this is difficult. Compared with the enemy, our biggest advantage is that we are not afraid of sacrifice. Wang Zhong, yes, we used to be able to stop the enemy, mainly relying on this. That's why I said this task is difficult. You have to not let your brother be ashamed, and you have to survive. This is the highest difficulty. Do you have the confidence to challenge it? Podoliskov's expression gradually changed from surprise to firmness. Yes, General. I want to challenge it. Wang Zhong gave him a thumbs up, then looked at the others. You too. We must ruthlessly destroy the enemy and save ourselves. Before, there was no way. T-34, KV, these tanks faced the enemy's new generation of anti-tank weapons, such as PAK-40 anti-tank guns and long-barreled Type 4. They were indeed a bit powerless. They could only make heroic sacrifices to make up for the enemy's advantages in tactics and weapons. Now I have built the Rokossov I heavy tank and handed it to you. I forbid you to die in vain before destroying enough enemies. It's time for the Prasen people to bleed and sacrifice. Ura! The whole parade ground resounded with a deafening sound of Ura, one wave after another. When Wang Zhong returned home from the parade ground, he found a royal car parked at the door. He hurriedly asked the old housekeeper who came to greet him, "Where is your majesty?" "Old butler Mikhail, drinking tea with my wife in the tea room." "Wang Zhong, I know, I want to change clothes as soon as possible. It's ready and can be changed soon." A moment later, Wang Zhong, who had changed out of his combat uniform, appeared in the tea room. Ludmila and Olga were already inside, and the two actually played chess. "Wang Zhong, are you actually playing chess?" "Occasionally we have this kind of intellectual fun," Olga said. "How about the new tank?" "It's great. After the review, it will be loaded onto the truck and sent to Bolsk." "Olga, now our troops are concentrated near Bolsk. What if the enemy doesn't attack here?" "Wang Zhong, the enemy has concentrated a considerable amount of troops. Aerial reconnaissance shows that they should have accumulated a lot of artillery shells. It is basically certain that this is their main attack direction." Before the beginning of the Kurdish war in Earth's history, both sides basically revealed their cards. Aerial reconnaissance on both sides confirmed that the other side had assembled heavy troops, so it was a head-to-head confrontation without any deception. Now we are basically replicating the situation on Earth. However, the difficulty of hiding a large number of troops in the anti-grassland is also an important reason for both sides to play their cards clearly. When the tanks are parked on the grassland, even if they are camouflaged with camouflage nets, clues can still be seen. This is also the reason why Wang Zhong's deception operation in Yeysk last year was so successful. Because the tank troops assembled on the grassland were found to be normal, the enemy did not think much about it. Of course, the most critical thing is that, except for Wang Zhong's front army, there is no salient that is particularly easy to be surrounded by a pincer offensive. "Olga, I don't quite understand. They have already taken advantage of you, so why do they still attack you?" "Because I haven't blocked their offensive in the summer." Wang Zhong spread his hands. "The Prasen people are very rigid. Last year and the year before last, they penetrated my defense in the summer. At least in their eyes, it was an attack. I've worn it, so naturally I want to try it again this year." "Olga, when you say this, I feel so pitiful for the Prasen people." Just as Wang Zhong was about to respond, the old housekeeper appeared. "General Gorky is here." "Wang Zhong, let him come in, come here." "I'm already here." General Gorky entered the room, glanced at Olga, and hurriedly saluted, "Your Majesty. I didn't know you were here." "Olga, lying, Mikhail will tell you. I have often played at Rokossov's house since I was a child, and I am very familiar with Grandpa Mikhail." General Gorky was a little embarrassed. "This. Mikhail, I did not inform General Gorky. I thought you invited him here." "Olga, hey, that's it. So what are you Rokossov faction planning to plot? Let me hear it too." "Wang Zhong, you are right. I think General Gorky should have come to inform me of his preparations for the attack." "Yes. Actually, I'm here to report to the headquarters, and I'm here just by the way." Nelly appeared, carrying a plate of ice-cold Coke. She walked to General Gorky and stopped. "Oh, thank you." When General Gorky picked up the Coke, he stared at Nelly's right eye for a few seconds, then raised his head and asked Wang Zhong, "Are you injured?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, last year she represented me and stayed on the beach for more than a month. Her right eye was directly infected and she can no longer take it." General Gorky, "How pitiful, she is such a beautiful girl." Wang Zhong, "She is also very beautiful now, isn't she?" "Oh, yes, indeed." Gorky took a sip of Coke and immediately looked at the cup in shock. "So ice? I thought it was just like other cold drinks, just a little bit colder. Nelly, the United States sent an ice machine, which seems to be used on aircraft carriers. It can also produce ice cream. Now the children eat ice cream every day. Gorky whistled and drank the iced Coke with satisfaction. After putting down the cup, he asked, I heard that on your front, the pilots have mastered a brand new method of making ice cream. Wang Zhong, yes, the US pilots taught me to put milk and honey in the auxiliary fuel tank, fly to a high altitude and spin a few times, and then I will get a bucket of ice cream. These guys from the US have only one way to make ice cream. It's as colorful as our people's methods of drinking. Gorky laughed loudly, I think we should promote it so that the troops can eat ice cream without increasing the logistical burden. This is a good thing. He drank another glass of Coke, then wiped his mouth with satisfaction, and then got down to business. Alexei Konstantinovich, I am preparing to launch an attack on June 20th, which will just interrupt the enemy's counterattack. What do you think of the rhythm? Wang Zhong, yes, but will Urban be able to supplement your front army at that time? Don't worry, I already have an urban battalion. I plan to use this battalion on the front of Shostka to put sufficient pressure on the enemy and attract their attention. But in fact, the second echelon will invest to other breakthroughs. Chapter 612 Outpost Battle. Wang Zhong, use Urban to attack Shostka to create the illusion of a breakthrough here. Is the real intention to enter from a weak point? Yes, I have enough cavalry this time. Although the terrain in the middle is more wooded and the cavalry is not as smooth as in Kozaria and Nanant, it can still effectively destroy the enemy's rear supplies and connections. General Gorky gestured out of thin air. Wang Zhong, but what about the enemy's reserves in Obesk? According to aerial reconnaissance, there may be 1 or 2 armored divisions there. General Gorky, they can only counterattack in 1 or 2 directions, while we break through in all directions. He only has so many firefighting teams. We are going to cover the mountains and plains like wildfire. Moreover, Shostka's attack was not entirely a feint. After Urban achieved results, he could completely switch to the main breakthrough direction. Even if all attacks are ineffective, they can still attract their troops and reduce your pressure. Gorky spread his hands, just like the winter battle. Wang Zhong, if you hadn't attracted a large number of enemy troops in the winter battle, it would have been difficult for us to hold on. I protested to Belinsky and said that you must be included in the battle report, but he did not agree. General Gorky, I took the initiative to request that my name be hidden from the battle report, because at best it attracted the enemy's attention, at worst it meant that there was no attack. I will continue to optimize my plan and let my commanders and soldiers also get more familiar with the plan. General Gorky pressed his hands on the table and stared at the table without a map. His eyes seemed to be staring at the mountains and rivers on the map. He said categorically, next time, the enemy will not be able to stop him even if he increases his troops. Only by doing this can I allow my name to be included in the battle report. Wang Zhong stared at General Gorky, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he did share a lot of pressure during the winter campaign. At this time Olga said, Belinsky told me that I understand General Gorky's desire to catch up with you and respect his decision, so I also approved his request. Wang Zhong stared at General Gorky, who was much older than him, and said, when I was a student, you were already a general, and you are my senior. With such respect from you, I can only do my best to show what is worthy of this. What a respectful victory. See you Prosonia. Wang Zhong stretched out his hand. General Gorky held his hand without hesitation, see you in Prosonia. Then, I will attack first in June. I will catch up later. Wang Zhong responded, try to recover Hazaliah within this year. General Gorky, only restore Hazaliah. Wang Zhong, you should know the surrounding situation better than me in the northern and central urban agglomerations, right? General Gorky served as the commander of the Western Front for a long time before the war began. At that time, the defense area of the Western Front was the place currently occupied by the enemy's Central Army Group. Gorky smiled, indeed, the city clusters that are easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the fortifications I built them. At that time, we lost these places so quickly. Facts have proved that an army without preparation and morale it's useless even if there are fortifications. The truly impenetrable line of defense lies in the heart of every soldier. Wang Zhong, yes. To conquer these fortified areas, it is estimated that a large number of casualties will be required. So I think that after we reach the border of Hazaliah this year, the direction of attack next year will be General Gorky, start from Hazaliah, go straight to the Baltic Sea, encircle and annihilate. Wang Zhong, the enemy will also think that we will fight like this, and it probably won't go well. Then it all depends on your deception. You fool them every time. Forget about it, let's finish this year well first. After General Gorky turned around to walk out, Ludmila said, General, won't you stay for dinner? My husband has a cook named Saris. General Gorky, I am about to fly back to the headquarters, and I will not appreciate the skills of Chef Saris. Wang Zhong, don't be afraid. It's a rumor that you won't be able to come back after eating. I'm not worried about this, I really have to catch a plane. After speaking, General Gorky took a few steps outside, then remembered that the Tsar was still sitting, and turned back to salute the Tsar. Your Majesty, I have resigned. Well, go ahead. General Gorky then left the room. Olga looked at the door, then at Wang Zhong, and said, how can you continue the conversation by pointing at a table without a map? Wang Zhong, of course, we look at the map every day and have memorized the terrain and key cities. It's like my hometown. Aksukov is the starting point of Wang Zhong's feelings for the world, so it's not wrong to talk about his hometown. Wang Zhong looked at his wife. Ludmila did not speak, but responded to him with gentle and firm eyes. Olga looked back and forth between the two of them, sighed softly, and then cheered up, we will go back. We will definitely go back. Wang Zhong, yet. 1st Company, 301st Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, Prasen. Company Commander Schmidt led a platoon-level special reconnaissance detachment, equipped with 2 Cougar armored vehicles, 2 Panzer II tanks, and a radio car galloping on the grassland. This is their 3rd reconnaissance mission, and their main goal is to determine the location of the Antar's defense line. But in the prairie of Salia, the location of the defense line was uncertain, and they didn't even know where to prepare the artillery fire. Captain Schmidt ordered the Cougar to stop, then stood up on the turret and held up the telescope to observe the grassland ahead. Nothing, at least I didn't see anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the commander of the 2nd vehicle came from the headset, but aircraft reconnaissance shows that the ants have carried out projects here, and there are photos. Schmidt, the photos may be a deliberate illusion. The ants can completely work at night and hide well during the day. Other areas are like this. The reconnaissance team must use their lives to explore their defense line. Currently, aerial reconnaissance can only confirm the existence of some large-scale projects during their construction. For example, heavy permanent support points built with reinforced concrete are basically unable to avoid aerial reconnaissance during the construction process. But when the project is completed, these support points will disappear quickly and be completely submerged by the vast grassland. Prosan's staff can only roughly mark the location of these support points and roughly draw the structure of these support points based on previous reconnaissance photos. Apart from these, other things like trenches that can be dug out overnight are basically ineffective for aerial reconnaissance. They cannot be seen at all, so scouts can only come to explore the situation. And this kind of exploration is basically equivalent to risking one's life to explore the way. Schmidt observed for another minute, sighed, and ordered, send out the death squad and sneak over. Yes. With a few commands, the 2 death squad members lay down in the grass and crawled forward. Schmidt nervously watched the 2 people with a telescope, but the 2 soon sank into the wildly growing grass in late spring and early summer, and their positions could only be vaguely seen through the shaking of the grass. Soon, even the shaking of the grass could not be seen clearly, because the wind blew, and waves of green appeared on the grassland. Captain Schmidt had an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a landmine was detonated, and the mud fountain that suddenly appeared on the grassland rushed the helmets and weapons into the sky several meters high. Then there was a flash and smoke in the distance. Schmidt immediately realized what it was and shouted, direct fire. He jumped directly from the top of the Puma reconnaissance vehicle to the side. Almost at the same time, the armor-piercing shell hit the Puma, creating a series of sparks. About 10 meters behind the Puma, a cloud of mud rose up, which was obviously caused by the armor-piercing shell hitting the ground and bouncing again. The fuse of the armor-piercing shell used by the ants was set incorrectly, and the Puma was penetrated but not activated. Schmidt fell and saw stars, but he still tried to get up and ordered, release the smoke. Record the position of the anti-tank gun. Also, take a photo if you can. However, more anti-tank guns came. The number 2 Puma had been penetrated by several shells. Although all the shells did not activate the fuse, the number 2 car still caught fire. The 2 number 2 tanks were not so lucky. The first armor-piercing shell that penetrated exploded. Schmidt, radio. Quickly report the position of the enemy's defense line in the rear. Release the smoke. The surviving scout threw the smoke bomb on his body, and the radio man shouted, we have determined the position of the enemy's defense line. At the coordinates. Schmidt limped onto the motorcycle, quick, quick, quick. Retreat. The enemy's mobile force will soon come to wipe us out. The surviving Prosan soldiers jumped onto the vehicles that could still be used. Because there were many survivors, several motorcycles were crowded with people, as if they were going to see the 3rd brother for further study. As the convoy fled, Schmidt turned his head and looked back, and he saw the smoke and dust raised by the enemy's mobile force. The enemy is chasing us. Judging from the speed of this mobile vehicle, it may be a Willis Jeep. The Prosan people are already accustomed to the Willis Jeeps that the Ant people are equipped with in large quantities. In fact, the Prosan people themselves also like to use Willis Jeeps. If it weren't for the fact that driving this thing around on the battlefield would easily be beaten by their own people, the Proson people would probably have eliminated their Mercedes bucket cars long ago. After running for a while, the pursuers approached. It turned out that it was not a Willis Jeep, but a six-wheeled mobile armored vehicle. There was not only a heavy machine gun on the turret, but also a cannon of unknown caliber. Schmidt swore that there was no trace of this armored vehicle in the identification atlas issued by the headquarters. In fact, it was an M8 Greyhound armored vehicle, armed with a 37mm main gun and a 12.7mm M2 heavy machine gun. The enemy opened fire, and the tracer bullets fired by the heavy machine gun chased the Prosen people on the grassland. Schmidt lay down in the truck bed and urged loudly, "Go, go. Go back to our position and we can get rid of the enemy." Before he finished speaking, the enemy opened fire. The shell hit the front of the motorcycle, making a small crater. At this high speed, it was enough to turn the car and the people over. Schmidt felt himself in the air, and then his consciousness was completely interrupted. Chapter 613 Rokasov returns to the front. As soon as Wang Zhong's plane entered the combat area of the front air force, he saw Amelia escorting a squadron of fighters. Amelia flew to the distance of almost hitting the special plane, shaking her wings outside the porthole. Wang Zhong suddenly felt something, turned his head and said to Ludmila, "Last October, when I just came back from Balas, I was almost shot down by the Proson people, in the end I was shot down by our anti-aircraft artillery. Amelia is probably worried that this will happen again." Ludmila, "Well, I have to thank them for their enthusiasm." Wang Zhong stared at Ludmila for a few seconds before nodding, "Of course." After dozens of minutes, the plane began to descend, and the fighter squadron led by Amelia was on alert in the air. But this time there was no Proson fighter to mess up, and the plane landed smoothly. The moment the cabin door opened, Wang Zhong felt a little warm, and the vanguard of summer had quietly arrived. Wang Zhong walked out of the cabin and down the gangway in the warm breeze of the grassland, and joined the senior officers of the front who had been waiting for a long time. "Pavlov, I have summarized the report on the current enemy activities, which is much more detailed than the one submitted to the headquarters. You can read it on the way back to the headquarters." "Wang Zhong, you just threw the work to me after getting off the plane. Anyway, you should have rested enough in Yebao." Pavlov shrugged. Wang Zhong took the folder and asked casually, "Have all the new equipment been distributed to the troops?" "Pavlov, for rocket launchers, we have formed a backbone training team in each unit to learn how to use them first, and then train the troops to use them after the training is completed. However, the training team said that the new weapon is very simple to use and some steps can be omitted. Wang Zhong, when designing, we emphasized that the troops can get started quickly, and it should not be more complicated to use than grenades. The training team said that it is simpler to use than grenades, and some people also responded that they hope to replace the warhead with ordinary grenades and use them as grenades. First solve the problem of individual anti-armor, and then consider other things." Wang Zhong said as he got on the jeep, "What about the new tanks?" Pavlov originally wanted to answer standing next to the jeep, but Ludmila invited him to get in the car, and he and Nelly got in the car behind. So as the car started, Pavlov replied, "The heavy tank battalions equipped with Rokasov 1 heavy tanks have been assigned to the 2 wings. When the defense phase is over, they will launch a pincer attack on the enemy." "Wang Zhong, how is the concealment work going?" "Before the tanks arrived, we dug a special tank bunker. It is a standard tank bunker built according to the textbook you wrote. It is a 2-layer bunker. The tanks can be completely hidden in the bunker and covered with camouflage nets." Pavlov paused and looked embarrassed. "The number of heavy tanks is small, so they can be hidden like this. It would be too much work to hide all the huge number of T-34Ws. At present, we only use camouflage nets to cover them so that the enemy cannot see the real number." "Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter. We are not afraid of the enemy seeing it. They have been fooled by us so many times, and they are probably suspicious. The ghost has reached a pathological level." Vasily in the co-pilot seat turned around. "How about I do some more work for the Proson people? I feel that after the war is over, I can write a book, The Art of Strategic Deception. I don't know about other countries, but the Proson people will definitely buy a lot of them to study." Will there still be Prosons after the war?" "Wang Zhong, of course there will be, but they are secular Prosons without emperors and junker nobles." "Pavlov, in short, our war preparations are proceeding step by step, and the enemy is also proceeding step by step. The only question now is when the enemy will attack. From our reconnaissance results, the enemy has completed the assembly of troops and can attack now. June 22nd is exactly the 2nd anniversary of their brazen invasion of us. My staff and I are inclined to think that they will attack at this time. Wang Zhong, it depends on the arrival of the enemy's new weapons. The enemy certainly does not want to use the number 4 long tube to deal with our Vortex and Rokasov 1 heavy tanks. Pavlov, the prisoners we captured mentioned a tank called King Tiger, officially numbered as tank number 6, and another tank called Panther, numbered as Tank No. 5. Wang Zhong, 1 heavy tank and 1 medium tank, how many have been found on the front line now? Nothing has been found yet, I just asked the prisoners about the model. Wang Zhong nodded, it is uncertain when the enemy will attack, but General Gorky's counterattack has been confirmed to be launched on June 20th, which will definitely disrupt the enemy's deployment and may even delay the enemy's attack. We'll know the details when I personally go up to the sky for reconnaissance. Pavlov, I knew you would definitely go up to the sky again. But strangely, the number of enemy Air Force fighters seems to have decreased according to our observations. Wang Zhong, a large number of fighter squadrons should be transferred back to their homeland to participate in air defense operations. This is good news. Pavlov nodded, yes, transportation hubs without air cover are very vulnerable to raids by bombers such as PE-2. We have destroyed many trains transporting armored units. Compared to the past 2 years, the situation on the front line is better than ever. Compared to the past 2 years, the situation on the front line is worse than ever. Marshal Celtic said with a serious expression, the impact of the transfer of Air Force fighters back to the country is gradually showing. The anti-air force began to attack our logistics nodes recklessly. Although the anti-aircraft artillery units fought desperately, they could only disperse the enemy aircraft and the actual damage was limited. The anti-aircraft artillery played the role of forcing the enemy aircraft to give up precision attacks most of the time. It takes luck to really shoot down the enemy aircraft. Marshal Celtic, also, the Elephant tank destroyer encountered major problems during transportation. Because it was too heavy, it directly crushed the flatbed truck. The armor and part of the road wheels had to be removed and placed on another flatbed truck for transportation. The King Tiger heavy tank also has the same problem. These overweight equipment have greatly delayed the speed of our equipment delivery to the front line. After the new Leopard tanks arrived at the front, they also had problems with the local climate. The 2 Leopard battalions that have been moved to the front have only half of their tanks ready for combat, and the others are being repaired. The 3rd Leopard battalion is stuck on the road. Marshal Selt put down the documents in his hand and looked at the new army commander-in-chief, Marshal Rundstedt. Marshal Rundstedt pushed the monocle in his eye socket, Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, it is not realistic to launch an attack on June 22nd. It is better to launch an attack on July 10th according to the previous plan. We have the latest land Stuka, which will definitely destroy the enemy's defense line. Emperor, I wanted to attack in July before. Who suggested that I advance it? It was said that it would be beyond Rokosov's expectations. Someone else suggested that I attack before Rokosov returned from Yebeo. Why didn't anyone consider the relevant issues of troop assembly at that time? Marshal Selt, the staff officers who made these suggestions meant that we should not wait for new equipment and attack directly. As long as we launch the attack early, Rokosov will be able to attack early. Kosov would not have time to use the new equipment on a large scale. Emperor, but it's already mid-June, let's consider how to take advantage of the new equipment. How is Rokosov's defense line? Marshal Rundstedt, our close reconnaissance has limited effect. The frontline troops reported that the enemy is a master of camouflage. The barbed wire and mines are all hidden in the fields and are difficult to find. Emperor, then you can't light a fire? I don't believe Rokosov's troops will put out the fire under our artillery fire. Burn the grassland and the things hidden underneath will be exposed. Your Majesty, it's still relatively humid now and it's impossible to light a fire. If you really want to burn the grassland, you have to wait until July. Marshal Rundstedt said. Giles stood up and suggested, Your Majesty, since we have waited until now, it is not too late to attack after we are fully prepared. It just so happens that the Ant army has remained quiet and there has been no large-scale military action. At this time, Grand Duke Meyer wiped his sweat and said, however, our aerial reconnaissance shows that Ant's western front is preparing to launch an offensive, and the 2 fronts in the north and south of the western front are obviously also preparing to support it. This is likely to be a large-scale flood-like attack like the offensive in October last year. The Emperor waved his hand and said, Don't worry, the permanent defense line we built in the Central Army Group defense zone has been completed. 50% of the work is done, and it is as indestructible as the West Wall. Marshal Rundstedt, the Carolingians also claimed that the Maginot Line was indestructible. But the Carolingians eventually surrendered. No matter how strong the direction is, there will always be weaknesses. For us who lack reserve forces, General Gorky's offensive tactics are even more dangerous than Rokosov's pincer attack. The Emperor frowned, then what do you want me to do? Split part of the already assembled fist to the central part? No, it can't be like this. Draw out trained new divisions from the country and supplement them to the Central Army Group. Firing in the fortifications, even new soldiers can do it. Our goal is still to eat up Rokosov and force Ant to stop and negotiate with us. If we can capture Rokosov alive, it would be even better. The generals in the operations room looked at each other with stern faces. At this time, Giles said, Attack, of course we have to attack. No war is won by continuous defense. But after taking down Rokosov, I'm afraid Ant will not stop fighting, right? Emperor, so what do you say? How to end this war? Gil pursed his lips. The whole meeting hall fell silent. The army generals exchanged glances with each other, while Grand Duke Meyer wiped his sweat desperately. Recently, due to the repeated failures of the air defense operations in Plossen, the Grand Duke has fallen to the edge of losing favor. However, neither the army generals nor the air force generals could come up with a solution at this time. Chapter 614 General Gorky attacks. June 20th, Western Front Headquarters. General Gorky looked at the time and nodded to the Chief of Staff. Let's get started. The Chief of Staff picked up the phone. Fire. General Gorky stood in front of the map and looked at the densely packed troops on it. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army made sure that all the orders had been issued and came to the map. Now we can only wait. To be honest, I think this period is the most painful. General Gorky, yes. After all, we are not like Rokosov, who is sure that we can win before we counterattack. Rokosov particularly admired an ancient military book by Cyrus, so I went to find one and read that military book. As mentioned in the preface, the more calculations you make before the battle begins, the more likely you are to win. Rokosov is the one who calculates all the traps before the attack starts, so he will do nothing if he doesn't attack. Once the attack starts, it will be unstoppable. Chief of Staff, that sounds reasonable. General Rokosov expected us to win from the beginning. Is that also because of this? General Gorky, it's possible. After all, his pamphlet can't find any logical loopholes. I don't even know how to refute it. I saw the refutation of the Surrender Party pamphlet collected by the tribunal from His Majesty Belinsky. Highlighting a nonsense makes Rokosov's theory more credible. Chief of Staff, when I was in Yebeo, I even heard this rumor, that Rokosov and the Crown Prince, the former Crown Prince had already calculated all this, and that the Crown Prince sacrificed himself to create something for Rokosov. Chance. General Gorky waved his hand. These tavern jokes cannot be taken seriously. Don't say them again. The Chief of Staff shut up. General Gorky turned the topic back to the battlefield situation. Now we attack. Let's see how our old opponent responds. Prasen Empire, Army Group Center Headquarters. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group held the receiver and reassured General Mendel on the other side of the phone. Don't be nervous. We have seen such a full-line bombardment last year. It should be the same flood as last year. We were able to stop it last year. It's definitely no problem this year. Mendel, how can there be no problem? Last year, all my troops were veterans, and the number of new recruits accounted for only a dozen%. This year, the number of new recruits in my troops exceeded 35%. All the veterans who were supposed to return from injury have been transferred by you to form new troops. Chief of Staff of the Army Group, after all, mobilization has begun in the country, and a large number of new troops have been formed. These troops cannot be all new recruits, because their combat effectiveness will be too unreliable, and they will become as rubbish as Ant's mobilization division. In general there must be some veterans as the backbone of the battle. Mendel, what about these newly formed divisions? Just give me a few to fill the front lines. I can't tell you where these newly formed divisions are. Anyway, they will participate in the upcoming offensive campaign. Then it doesn't matter if I am breached? If I am breached, how many troops are the army group prepared to use to block the attack? Mendel asked loudly. Don't be impatient, you now have our carefully built fortifications. Mendel, building shit. The fortification is only 50% complete. Do you think it's pretty good when you see 50%? Let me tell you, this 50% means half the fortifications in part of the area are completely completed, but the other half has not been built at all. What should I do if the enemy breaks through from an unbuilt place? I want reinforcements. I want reinforcements. If there are no reinforcements, the Enters will really realize their wish. See you at Prosonia. After saying that, the call was disconnected. The Army Group Chief of Staff stared at the receiver for a few seconds and shook his head. At this time, the entire Army Group headquarters was filled with ringing phone calls one after another. Just looking at this posture, you can tell how many troops the Ants have invested in the attack. The Army Group Chief of Staff sighed and muttered, it just so happens that Marshal von Pog is reporting on his duties at the Eagle's Nest at this time. After thinking briefly, he picked up the phone. Pick up the Eagle's Nest. Leave it alone, I'll take the responsibility. Heart of Plausen, Eagle's Nest. Marshal von Borg was holding a map stick and drawing on the sand table. We made some targeted adjustments to the flood attack adopted by Ant last year. The first was to increase the density of support points. The Ant people discovered that R just bypassed the strong support point without attacking it. It seems that this tactic is effective, but in fact. Before the Marshal finished speaking, the Emperor's confidential secretary hurried into the conference room, nodded slightly to the Marshal, went straight to the Emperor, and whispered a few words in his ear. The Emperor looked at von Borg. Marshal, Anti's western front, together with the anti-front on the left and right wings, just launched an attack on your troops. Marshal von Pog didn't look surprised. As I just said, we have long understood that the enemy is preparing for a large-scale attack based on aerial reconnaissance and the confessions of prisoners captured on the front line. We have plans for this. My staff officer, the leader, should be able to handle it calmly. Emperor, but he called the eagle's nest. After speaking, the Emperor picked up the receiver of the phone in front of him and said, "Take it," and then handed the receiver to Marshal von Borg. The Marshal doubtfully walked over and picked up the receiver, just in time to hear the voice of the Chief of Staff. "Marshal, the enemy has just launched a full-line attack. A literal full-line attack. The entire front is being bombarded." Marshal Pog, same as last time, the enemy's attack like this can only make a breakthrough where our troops are weak, and it will definitely not be a critical node. After determining the breakthrough point, just mobilize the armored forces to counterattack. Chief of Staff, however, General Mendel of the 9th Army said that the general mobilization expansion had transferred too many combat backbones, there were too many new recruits in the army, and half of the areas had not yet had time to build permanent concrete fortifications. He was worried about being completely broken through. Marshal von Pog, how could it be completely broken through? Last year, when there were the most enemies, there were only 4 breakthrough points. In the end, we sealed them all and killed a large number of enemy forces. Just respond according to the combat plan. This time our reserve team is twice that of last year, and can handle more than twice the breach. Okay, I will continue to report to His Majesty. After speaking, the Marshal hung up the phone directly. But the Emperor said, "You'd better go back to the front line. In addition, Marshal Celtic, do we have any troops that can be dispatched to Marshal Pog immediately?" Marshal Celtic, yes, we have just completed the formation of the 15th wave of infantry divisions and can give Marshal Pog 6 new infantry divisions. Marshal Pog frowned. 15th wave? The infantry divisions of the 8th wave were already using the Carolingian artillery captured in the Carolingian battle. Did the infantry divisions of the 15th wave all use machine guns? Sand machine gun? Do you know how rubbish that machine gun is? Commander-in-Chief of the Army Runsteyer said, "It's not that bad. The machine guns are still MG34 and MG42. At most, they have a bit of Maxim, and they won't use junk like Shyasha. The 15th wave is it just has a little less cannon. That's all." Marshal von Berg, how many? I mean, how few? Marshal Celtic, some divisions only have 1 artillery battalion, and they are all 105 caliber howitzers. Marshal von Pog frowned, yes? Based on my understanding of the headquarters, Marshal Celtic, what you said is definitely not the worst division, so how many artillery pieces does the division with the fewest artillery have? Marshal Celtic, 4 150 mm heavy howitzers. But these are temporary. The expansion of production has been initially completed. The production of artillery is increasing every month. Soon we will be equipped with standards for all 15 waves of infantry divisions. The number of artillery pieces is 4 full artillery battalions. Marshal von Pog shook his head, forget it, can you add some armored divisions to me? My armored division had at least 2 armored battalions the year before last. Last year, some divisions only had 1 armored battalion left. This year, all divisions there is only 1 armored battalion. Where did you put the transferred battalion? A new armored division has been formed. Marshal Celtic replied. Von Borg, what about the division? What about the armored division? Now you can only give me 15 waves of infantry divisions to handle the errands. What if I am breached? That's enough. The Emperor slammed the table, attracting all the attention. You guys, you know how to grab troops from me all day long and ask for reinforcements. Why don't you look at General Irwin? Don't ask for reinforcements, just take a he started to achieve so many beautiful results for his troops. In fact, Irwin asked for reinforcements, but the Emperor did not dare to say so without mentioning others. After the initial anger passed, the Emperor sighed and said to Marshal Pog, the headquarters will go all out to support you and ensure that you block the enemy's attack. But you must also understand that we are about to launch a large-scale attack. This great offensive can end this war. Your defensive operations cannot affect the progress of this great offensive. Marshal von Pog nodded repeatedly, don't worry, Your Majesty. General Gorky has already been defeated by me and General Mendel. We can defeat him again. The Emperor nodded, hurry back and sit on the front line, and be sure to block it. At 0100 hours on June 21st, Marshal von Pog finally rushed back to the headquarters of Army Group Center. As soon as the Chief of Staff saw him coming in, he hurried forward to greet him, Marshal. The enemy has made breakthroughs in multiple areas. Currently, we have verified 7 breakthroughs. And there is news that the enemy's cavalry is passing through these 7 breakthroughs. Points poured into areas under our control. Cavalry. Marshal von Pog scolded, since Rokosov used cavalry to gain an advantage, the ants have discovered the benefits of this ancient arm. But our defense area does not have so much grassland, and the cavalry can really use it. The chief of staff wiped his sweat. The cavalry can swim across some small rivers that armored troops cannot cross, and the common people in the occupied areas support them, allowing them to come and go without a trace. Von Pog thought for a while, then shoot the common people who support them until no one dares to support them. And where are our armored reserves? Start moving now and strive to launch a counterattack tomorrow morning. Chapter 615 Yellow Flowers on the Battlefield. Suburbs of Shostka, Plozin-controlled area, 0510 hours on June 21st. Lieutenant Hansen used a telescope to observe the area controlled by the ants. Yesterday, the ants launched a whole day's attack, forcing 2nd Lieutenant Hansen's battalion back to its current position, and then they suffered heavy casualties in front of the solid reinforced concrete fortress. The ants dispatched new assault guns and tried to destroy the fortress with a cannon that was said to be 100 mm long, but the fortress did not move at all. Later, the Anters mobilized giant cannons and fired at the fortress from a distance of 500 meters, but failed again. Within Lieutenant Hansen's field of vision were the remains of 3 ant cannons. The ant artillerymen were very brave. They approached the fortress with these unarmored weapons. They paid heavy casualties, but they only blew up the surface of the outer wall of the fortress, exposing the steel bars. The ants should continue to attack today, but they will definitely continue to suffer in front of the strong fortress, Lieutenant Hansen believes so. At this time, his orderly passed through the long tunnel and entered the bunker under his command. Master, it's time to have breakfast. 2nd Lieutenant Hansen turned back and glanced at the plate carried by the orderly. Didn't I tell you that everyone's share should be prepared? I can't have the food to myself in the battle position. Orderly, I tried my best, but the kitchen said that the egg storage room was occupied by ant people yesterday and there were not enough eggs, so I only fried 1 egg for you. The others are 1 for each person. Machine Gunner Hawk smiled and said, we are satisfied with the ham sandwich. You see, there are lettuce leaves in this sandwich. Orderly, I also put cheese in it. Just no fried eggs. And cheese. Come on, Bavarian, it's yours. Hawk took a sandwich and ate it himself, and helped the deputy shooter get one with the other hand. Everyone has forgotten the real name of the Bavarian, mainly because he speaks with a strong Bavarian accent. Even in the company, everyone will think of him when they say that Bavarian. He took the sandwich and ate it while looking out the shooting window. At this moment, the roar of artillery shells was heard outside, and before everyone could react, the sound of explosions came and the ground began to tremble. Although everyone was hiding in a safe bunker, the intensity of the shelling still made everyone shrink back. The orderly even squatted down and leaned against the wall. Machine Gunner Hawk laughed and said, it's dangerous for you to lean against the wall. The vibrations of the shells will be transmitted to you along the wall and shatter your internal organs. The safest posture during shelling is like this. I'll show you one time. The machine gunner lay on the ground and assumed a standard anti-cannon posture. Although this is laborious, it can protect you to the maximum extent. Of course, if the artillery shell explodes within 10 meters around you, any posture will be useless. Just lie down in the trench. It's no use either. If a cannonball explodes within 20 meters of you, even if you don't die, you will suffer a concussion and have to be carried off. The orderly frowned, are you bluffing me? According to what you said, the enemy can clear out the fortress just by firing cannons, right? Once a cannon hits the outside, everyone inside will be stunned. 2nd Lieutenant Hansen spoke, what do you think happened to those casualties in the main castle yesterday? The enemy's 210 heavy artillery hit the main castle directly, actually it was 203, but Proson did not have a 203 caliber, only a 210, so the 2nd lieutenant said so. Although there was no it penetrated, but still injured a lot of people inside. Machine gunner, I heard that it killed several people. It's really scary. It can kill people through such thick reinforced concrete. 2nd Lieutenant Hansen continued, the reason why the ants started to advance after firing the artillery yesterday was because they knew that the main fortress that was under fire would not be able to make an effective counterattack for a while. In fact, it was very dangerous yesterday. If it weren't for the bunkers on both sides, it would still be possible. Someone is awake and it's time for us to retreat again. At this time, the feeling of the earth shaking suddenly stopped. Lieutenant Hansen looked at his watch, why did it stop so soon? It's only half an hour. Hawk, perhaps the enemy ran out of artillery shells yesterday? I saw that domestic newspapers have been publicizing that Ant does not have enough artillery shells now. 2nd Lieutenant Hansen, how is that possible? We are being bombed in this country, and we have enough artillery shells to send to the front line. Ant has a safe rear area, and there is support from the United States, so the artillery shells must be enough. Perhaps they were all given to that Rokosov, said the orderly. He seems to be very good at using artillery. Just as Lieutenant Hansen was about to reply, the Bavarians shouted, there is movement. The enemy is coming up, After he shouted, others also noticed the roar of the engine and the noise of the gearbox. The gearbox noise of the ant tank is completely different from that of Proson. It is said that the design of the ant gearbox is very simple. Lieutenant Hansen lay down next to the firing port and raised his binoculars. He saw dust rising in the distance, and armored vehicles were maneuvering behind the buildings that were already riddled with holes. However, Second Lieutenant Hansen's bunker did not have anti-tank firepower, so he did not need to worry about these armored units. His job was only to intercept and destroy the enemy's infantry. Get ready, check the machine guns. The second lieutenant ordered. Hawk stuffed the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth and checked the machine gun with his deputy. There are 3 machine guns in the bunker, but one is a spare. Its main task is to maintain the continuity of firepower while the other 2 are changing their barrels. Lieutenant Hansen's telescope tracked the smoke behind the building. Suddenly, the smoke and dust stopped, and correspondingly, the roar of the machinery also temporarily subsided. Then the sound of the gearbox changed obviously, and it felt like the armored vehicle was turning. Then, the mottled brick wall in Lieutenant Hansen's telescope collapsed, and a square-headed armored vehicle crossed the brick wall in a lot of dust, crushed the bodies of the soldiers behind the brick wall, and drove towards the fortress. The anti-tank guns of other bunkers immediately opened fire, and the PAK-40 shells hit the thing head-on, but were directly bounced off. What's more terrifying is that there is no opening on the front of the armored vehicle, not even a gun barrel, just a whole piece of armor plate. Lieutenant Hansen heard the sound of the anti-tank gun and looked at the direction of the tracer bullet flying. It should be aimed at the observation port above the enemy's main armor. However, Lieutenant Hansen, relying on his understanding of armored vehicles, felt that the observation port was probably a periscope, and even if the reflector was broken, it should be able to play a certain role. Sure enough, the armored vehicle continued to drive towards the fortress. The anti-infantry followed the left and right of the armored vehicle, skillfully alternating to cover the advance. At the sight of this advancement rhythm, you can tell that these are all veterans. Not to mention they have the cloaks of the guards. Hawk cursed, damn, it's the cloaked cockroaches. This is what the Proson soldiers call the ant guards, because these guys are as tenacious as cockroaches and can't be killed at all. Lieutenant Hansen, the enemy has passed the 400-meter mark, open fire. Hawk pulled the trigger, and the unique sound of the Proson machine gun tearing canvas immediately sounded, and the dense fire net swept across the ant formation. But only one person was hit and stopped, and the others all hid in the bunker in time. Then the cloaked cockroaches began to leap forward skillfully. Wherever the machine gun swept, the people on the other side would stand up and rush forward to enter the next bunker. Hawk cursed while firing, 2 years ago, they would only die like fools. Damn it, damn it. In Lieutenant Hansen's bunker, no one cared about the armored vehicle that was still slowly advancing. The lieutenant was also focused on the enemy infantry, constantly giving instructions, until Hawk shouted change the barrel. He looked at the armored vehicle. So he happened to see the anti-tank gun shooting at the tracks of the armored vehicle. However, there was a mine roller and a bulldozer in front of the thing, and 2 consecutive armor-piercing shells failed to hit the tracks hidden behind, but only knocked off the mine roller on one side. After all, the tracks are not easy to hit, there are too many debris and obstacles on the ground, and now there are a lot of these things. Finally, the moment the 3rd armor-piercing shell hit, the armored vehicle stopped. The lieutenant shouted, good. Hit the track. Then he saw a bright new star rising from behind the armored vehicle. Lieutenant Hansen's head was numb, and he suddenly remembered that the report said that the ants had a new weapon that fired large-caliber rockets. The Empire also made a thing called Landstuka based on the design of the ants. Could it be this? It is said that this thing can blow up all kinds of bunkers and leave a huge mushroom cloud. Lieutenant Hansen watched the new star until it disappeared from his sight. Hawk was still shooting non-stop, not paying attention to the rocket that was launched. After all, he was just a machine gunner, and he couldn't care about other things even if he wanted to. Lieutenant Hansen sighed. The shock wave of the explosion engulfed the small bunker and stunned everyone in an instant. Lieutenant Andre looked at the rising mushroom cloud and rushed out of the bunker in one step. The enemy must have been stunned. Charge quickly. Yura. The guard soldiers rushed out from behind the bunker and rushed to the fortress. Yesterday, the anti-troops were trying to determine the location of the enemy's well-fortified fortresses. After all, these fortresses are difficult to find when they are not firing. Today, the urban assault guns of the 1st Breakthrough Rocket Artillery Brigade of the Guards were put into battle, and under the guidance of the infantry troops, the enemy's fortresses were removed one by one. The 53rd Guards Infantry Regiment cooperated in the battle. The rising mushroom cloud was the horn of the attack. Lieutenant Andre led the troops and rushed to the completely silent fortress. Flamethrower. Spray at the firing port. Burn them to death. After Andre shouted, the flamethrower rushed up and pulled the trigger at the firing port. The bright rocket engulfed the firing port and sprayed out from another window of the fortress. Then, the sound of bullets exploding came from the fortress, crackling like firecrackers. Keep going! Andrei shouted, burn them all to death! Forward! For the motherland! Yura! The soldiers swallowed everything like a tide. When the surroundings gradually became quiet, in a corner that no one noticed, a yellow wildflower bloomed silently. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 616, Full of Holes. Plausen 9th Army Headquarters. General Mendel was holding the receiver, waiting for the communication department to complete the telephone repair, when he suddenly saw the staff officer in front of the map put a breakthrough mark at the Shostka position. He immediately slapped the receiver on the landline and asked loudly, how could Shostka be broken through? The staff officer hurriedly explained, this breakthrough mark means that the enemy has made certain progress and captured some key positions, but it does not mean that it has been broken through. Mendel, so the 48th Army is confident that it can regain the lost ground. The staff officer was embarrassed. Actually they are requesting reinforcements. The enemy has deployed the rumored 500mm rocket launcher, and the defensive support points that could still hold yesterday have been blown up one after another. The 48th Army used mines to blow up the tracks of 3 rocket launchers, and destroyed one of them with magnetic anti-tank grenades, temporarily stopping the enemy's advance. However, the 48th Army's counterattack was blocked by the ants. The ants quickly used the original fortifications to kill a large number of our troops. Mendel, draw an armored grenadier division from the 6th Armored Army to reinforce them. Yes. But on the way from the 6th Armored Army's base to Shostka, there were reports that the ant army was discovered. Mendel, in the future, all ambiguous reports like this will be regarded as a small cavalry unit of ant. Yes. After the staff officer agreed, he buried his head in work. Mendel put his hands behind his back and looked at the dense breakthrough marks on the defense zone map in front of him. No, it should be said that the key positions were lost but not completely lost, and there is a possibility of regaining the key positions. The real breakthrough place is probably not marked yet, because the defending troops were scattered and could not be reported in the first time. Mendel looked at the map, it's full of holes. We don't have enough troops to defend such a long front. We can only say that we have brought this upon ourselves. The army chief of staff was still busy and had no time to come over and chat with him, the commander, so his adjutant took over the conversation. We can't give up the occupied land and retreat, General. The country will not allow this, and some people will question the propaganda of the Minister of Propaganda. I know, of course I know. Mendel looked at the map, we can only do our part, defend if we can, and try to defend as long as possible. If we can't defend, we should start to retreat as soon as possible, and we can't be surrounded and annihilated like the 6th Army. The adjutant was shocked. Retreat? If you retreat without orders, you will be punished by military law. Calm down, no one said to retreat. We still have an armored army in our hands, an armored army is short of a division, so we are not helpless. Thanks to the 3rd Armored Army that reinforced us last year. Mendel said and fell into deep thought again on the map. At this time, the phone rang. Mendel muttered, is the phone fixed? And rushed to pick up the receiver. Hello? Supreme Command. Marshal von Borg's voice came from the other end of the phone. How is the situation on your side? Your army group is the key to our entire defense line. You can't make any mistakes. Mendel adjusted his expression and said in a voice mixed with anxiety and anger, we are about to be broken through. You should come to my headquarters and look at the dense breakthrough signs on the map. The staff in the room couldn't help but look up at the commander. Mendel's adjutant looked as if he was used to it and urged the staff to continue working. Marshal von Borg, the same goes for other troops. The good news is that I brought back newly formed infantry divisions from the headquarters. I decided to allocate 3 to you. Mendel, 3? Even if you send me 6 divisions, they may not be enough. But 3 divisions are good, which can greatly relieve our pressure. Send them here quickly. After successfully asking for reinforcements, the corners of Mendel's mouth rose slightly, but he did not dare to show it, for fear that Marshal von Borg would change his mind. However, the marshal on the other side was silent for a few seconds before saying, Mendel, I thought about it and it would be better to tell you the truth. The infantry divisions I brought back were the 15th and 16th waves of infantry divisions formed after the general mobilization began. Their artillery used captured Carolingian artillery. Some divisions did not even have enough machine guns, and even had to use captured Chao-Chat light machine guns. Mendel's expression froze. What? The reinforcements given to you are the 15th wave of infantry divisions, and the equipment is very poor. Marshal von Borg said again. Mendel held his forehead and said, hasn't the general mobilization started? How come we can't even equip light weapons? Where is the industrial capacity that we are proud of? It was blown up by the Allied bombing. Marshal von Borg said. He was actually joking here. In fact, as a long-established industrial power, Prussian resumed production very quickly. The Allied bombing did have a certain impact on Prussia's production capacity, but it was not as fatal as the Allies themselves estimated. Now the supply is insufficient. The military has expanded too much at once, far exceeding the increased industrial capacity after all. While arming new troops, the frontline troops also need to replenish equipment. Mendel, send the troops here, I'll see where they can be used. These divisions should have enough combat backbones, right? Of course, von Bork immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, most of the wounded soldiers withdrawn from your troops have joined these newly formed troops. Mendel whispered, if these combat backbones were returned to us, maybe there wouldn't be so many breakthrough marks on the map. What did you say? Marshal von Bork asked. Mendel, I'll tell you what the general said. Von Bork, good luck, General Mendel. Also, His Majesty is busy, so don't bother calling him. Yes. Mendel said reluctantly, and the other party hung up the phone. Mendel put down the receiver, shook his head and cursed, I lost here. I'm afraid that Ant's cavalry will follow the telephone line to find your headquarters. Now the entire Central Army group is leaderless. The adjutant asked with concern, how is it? Mendel, it's terrible. They sent us several divisions to supplement it. Isn't this good? The adjutant was overjoyed. Mendel, but these divisions are the 15th wave of troops, and they are already short of equipment. Some troops don't have enough machine guns and can only use the Carolingian Chow Chat machine gun. The adjutant immediately frowned, Chow Chat machine gun? That useless light machine gun? As a machine gun, it has to control the firing rate to avoid malfunction. Mendel, yes. That thing often malfunctions when used by veterans, and it may break down before the first round is fired by new recruits. Let us wish the troops using it good luck. Adjutant, damn it, how did the Empire become like this? Mendel didn't say anything, but stared at the map. After a long while, he said, I can't sit and wait for death. I can't just pull the armored troops in my hands up to fill the line. No. The tank combat readiness rate of the 3rd Armored Army is very high. We must use this fresh force to mop up those anti-troops that broke through the defense line. As he said this, Mendel picked up the map stick and poked the tip on the map, order the 3rd Armored Army to move to this position and deploy on this line. The tip of the map stick drew a horizontal line on the map. Then attack here, attack along the road all the way, defeat all the anti-troops you encounter, move here and turn around, sweep everything along another road. After such an inverted V-shaped offensive, most of the anti-troops that broke through to our rear can be completely wiped out. Mendel looked at the adjutant after he finished speaking. The adjutant, the entire combat operation can be completed in 3 days, I mean, if the attack goes smoothly. Mendel, the enemy only put in that new rocket launcher on the 2nd day of the attack, and there has been no report of witnessing the rumored new heavy tanks so far, indicating that the new weapons are mainly on Rokosov's side, and they should not encounter too much resistance. That's it, even if the counterattack fails, it's better than sitting and waiting to die. The anti-people are now like a group of ants, trying to bite our elephant to death by biting more, and we can't let them do what they want. On the same day, the headquarters of the First Front of Hazaria, far away from the central battlefield. Wang Zhong, General Gorky's attack will not really crush the enemy, right? Pavlov, don't worry, the offensive has only been going on for 2 days, and if it really collapses, it won't collapse so quickly. At least today, our enemy reconnaissance operations are still continuing, and it doesn't look like the offensive plan has changed. Vesely, if Gorky's attack is successful, can we not defend and counterattack, and directly use a pincer attack to eat up the enemy's heavy troops near Oral? Wang Zhong, you can give it a try. We haven't annihilated the enemy in large numbers when the enemy is in full condition. Of course, I personally don't care much about fairness. I think annihilating the enemy is annihilating the enemy, whether it is an enemy in full condition or an exhausted enemy, it is annihilating the enemy. Popov, who wants to fight them fairly? They didn't pay attention to fairness when they attacked us. Wang Zhong, of course, in order not to miss the opportunity to attack, I'll see if I can personally scout for 2 days, so that I can determine whether the enemy has transferred its troops. If we find that the enemy in Oral has decreased, we will attack immediately. The troops originally deployed in front of Oral to prepare for defense were also all deployed in the attack. Pavlov, okay, I will improve a new plan based on the original counterattack plan, a plan for an all-out attack. Popov, I originally wanted to continue the defensive counterattack, but now it has become an active attack, which is more inspiring than a defensive counterattack. Wang Zhong, yes. Of course, the premise is that General Gorky has made progress. If the enemy blocks the attack and the number of enemies in front of us has not decreased, then we will continue to implement the original plan. There is another possibility. Pavlov said, the enemy has put the originally prepared reserve troops on General Gorky's side, and at the same time has not given up the attack on our side. This situation is the best for us. Wang Zhong frowned, no way. Wouldn't the enemy be caught in 2 sides? The reserve troops have all been smashed to the center, which means that Gorky's attack is very effective. At this time, we should decisively stop the offensive, switch to defense here, and concentrate our forces to deal with the breakthrough in the center. He stopped and thought carefully, and shook his head. No, it can't be like this, unless the enemy has lost his eyes and lost his judgment, otherwise it will not be like this. Chapter 617 Emperor Proson and Number 039, S Choice. June 24th, Eagle's Nest, 9 am. Emperor Plosson looked at Marshal Celtic who had just finished his report, and then at Army Commander-in-Chief Runsteyer. So your opinion is to postpone the attack on the southern front and go all out to deal with the attack in the center? Crisis. Yes. Marshal Runsteyer nodded. The Emperor pursed his lips and thought for a long time, then asked, so is this really a crisis? 10 hours ago, you said that General Mendel's counterattack was effective. Yes, and so far, his counterattack is still very successful and has wiped out most of the ant troops that broke through the 9th Army's defense line. But the problem is... The question is... The Emperor asked. Marshal Celtic, other group armies have failed to carry out effective counterattacks, and the current defense line is in a state of fragmentation. In fact, Marshal Pog judged that except for the 9th Army, all group armies have reached a relatively dangerous point. They need fresh troops to fight back so they can get some breathing time. Emperor, so what you are saying is to transfer troops from Army Group South to supplement Army Group Center so that they can block the attack and delay the attack on the southern front. Marshal Celtic, due to transportation problems, half of the new weapons scheduled to be deployed on the southern front have not yet arrived. By July 10th, when the attack is scheduled to be launched, some of this equipment may still not be in place. It is better to wait more time until we block the offensive in the center, and then mobilize our troops to attack. At that time, all the new weapons that were difficult to transport have been transported to the front line. We only need to transport ordinary troops. After Marshal Kelt finished speaking, Marshal Lundsteyer added, there is another advantage to delaying the attack. Our newly formed armored division can also be put into combat. By then our strength will be stronger. Originally, the Commander-in-Chief said that the formation of new troops should be something that the Chief of Staff should report to, but now he doesn't care so much. Emperor, then how can you guarantee that Rokosov will not attack? Marshal Lundsteyer, isn't this just right? We are also launching a defensive counterattack. The elephant tank destroyer that was painstakingly transported to the front line has low maneuverability and is obviously more suitable for defense. There is also the mass-produced Big Max anti-attack vehicle. Tank guns, they are also more suitable for preset position defensive operations. Let Rokosov also taste the bitter pill of overcoming difficulties. The Emperor asked, what about the 500mm rocket launcher that Rokosov invested in? Your Majesty, we are organizing mobile defense in the wilderness, and Rokosov's new weapon is obviously used for urban attack. It will not play much role on the plains. The Emperor thought for a while, then turned to look at Giles. What do you think? Giles replied very firmly, I don't think we should launch an attack when we need to mobilize troops. Marshal Celtic and Marshal Runstel were relieved after hearing Giles's opinion of supporting their side. The Emperor was still hesitant. Our attack window is only 3 months, and the mud will come in October. By then, all armored units will be stuck in the mud and unable to move. Giles, the same goes for the enemy. Rokosov is working hard. He must have big plans this year. He will attack. This time it is our turn to defend and counterattack. The Emperor thought for a few seconds and finally nodded, you are right, this time we will defend and counterattack. Marshal Celtic, modify the plan and transfer troops from Army Group South to supplement Army Group Center to stabilize the front. Also, a commendation telegram to Mendel who successfully carried out the counterattack and stabilized the front line, drafted in my name. Celtic Marshal, I will execute it immediately. After saying that, he turned and left the conference room. Everyone else in the conference room was left looking at the Emperor, clearly feeling the sadness escaping from the Emperor. Emperor, over the years, Prosun has been attacking and winning. Attack and victory seem to be tied together. Now I have ordered to terminate the attack. Although I know the necessity behind it, I still feel like giving up. A chance to win. Giles, the last defensive counterattack is a counterattack, which is also an attack. We will win. Rokosov has been defensively counterattacking. He defeated us time and time again and enjoyed the fruits of victory. The Emperor nodded, I know this choice is right and logical at this time. Giles, thank you, without you, I may not be able to make a decision calmly. This Rokosov has already made I suffered from insomnia for countless days and nights. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has promised countless times that the plan to assassinate him has been completed, but until now, only Barris's one has almost succeeded. All other plans have failed without exception. The head of the Imperial Household Ministry was also present and said awkwardly, most of our actions have been frustrated by the secular church's tribunal. Bishop Lovkit under Belinsky is very powerful and extremely cruel. All suspected persons will be killed together with their families, even the children will not be spared. General Mao Qi teased, the Imperial Household Ministry actually started to say that others are cruel. The Imperial Household Ministry has always been known for its tyranny internally. In the Prasen Empire, when a child cries at night, just say the Imperial Household Ministry is here and the child will immediately be too scared to speak. That's why General Mao Qi teased them like this. However, the head of the Imperial Household Ministry just smiled at General Maltka. General Maltka was the director of armored forces and the Emperor's favorite, but he still got goosebumps from the smile. Emperor, enough, don't sabotage each other at this time, think about how to win the war for the Empire. I have a way, said the head of the Imperial Household Ministry. According to reliable intelligence, the Allies will hold a summit meeting before the end of this year. Rokosov, who will end this year's operations, may also attend. We can consider taking them all down at that time. General Maltka, you can't handle a single court. This kind of joint meeting must have counterintelligence experts from various countries. Can you still handle it? How do you know if you don't try? The head smiled again. Emperor, these things will be discussed when the enemy really holds a meeting. Today's discussion is almost over, and we can adjourn. Giles, you stay, my sister will treat you to afternoon tea. Giles was overjoyed, is she in good health? Don't you know best whether she is in good health? The Emperor asked back. The other generals pretended not to hear and quickly left the meeting room. On June 27, 1330, 3,000 meters above the southern army group of Plassen, Wang Zhong opened his little notebook, where he wrote down the enemy numbers he saw during the last aerial reconnaissance in code. The reason for using code to record is that if this notebook is opened by others, they will see that the commander of the front army knows the enemy numbers like the back of his hand, and who knows what trouble will arise. After a careful comparison, he confirmed one thing: 3 divisions of the Plassen army originally deployed around Oral had been withdrawn. Plassen's divisions are all large-scale divisions, so at least 70,000 people have been transferred. In other words, the enemy is indeed transferring troops to the Central Army Group. At this time, Amelia said, I feel that the enemy's activities are decreasing. Combined with what I saw when I just flew over the front line, why do I feel that the enemy seems to be stationed in place? Wang Zhong, yes, I took pictures when I flew over the front line. The enemy is obviously building fortifications. Although the attacking party will also build some fortifications at the starting point of the attack to hide the troops and confuse the defending party, but I always feel that the scale of the enemy's fortifications is not like this. Amelia, so the enemy is going to postpone the attack? Let's deal with the Central Army Group first. Yes, that's it. Amelia, could it be a deception by the Prasen people? Wang Zhong, ha 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 ha. It's hard to say, but if it is really a deception, and the enemy really continues to attack us under this situation, then I will laugh out loud. Okay, I've seen enough, let's go back. Okay. Amelia swung the joystick, the plane cut into the right circle, turned around and flew towards the anti-control area. 2 hours later. Kosalia First Front Command. Wang Zhong, given the current situation, I think we can launch an attack in advance. This will prevent the enemy from withdrawing too many troops from our front and reduce the pressure on General Gorky. At the same time, the enemy's fortifications have not been built yet, which can reduce our casualties. Popov slammed his fist on the table, very good, I didn't expect that this day would come so soon to take the initiative to attack the enemy who has not suffered a major setback. Pavlov looked very worried, the enemy is strong, and we don't have such a big advantage in manpower. If we attack, is it really appropriate? Wang Zhong, try to attack first, and then consider changing tactics if you can't beat it. Soldiers are not fixed, so we must adapt to the situation. Pavlov thought about it and nodded, you decide, I will execute it, but you should inform the headquarters, right? It is not appropriate to attack rashly. Wang Zhong, okay, in the name of the 3 of us, send a telegram to the headquarters to request a change in the battle plan. Chapter 618 Disagreement with the Command. The Ant headquarters in Yeberg received the telegram at 3 o'clock in the morning and completed the decoding. At the Imperial meeting early the next morning, General Turgenev handed the telegram to Olga. After quickly reading the telegram, Olga said loudly, then attack. Is there any problem with this? General Turgenev, so far, we have attacked the Plosen army that was well prepared and in good condition, but the results have not been very good. You see, it has been a week since General Gorky launched the attack. Although some results have been achieved, the enemy has the strongest strength. The 9th Army remained motionless and even used counterattacks to clear out our troops that broke into the defense line. We paid heavy casualties here in the 9th Army. It is initially estimated that the exchange ratio may be as high as 3 to 1, and we are 3. In this case, it is not appropriate to let Rokosov attack, because if he is frustrated, it may allow the enemy to regain their confidence, and it may also cause us to lose confidence. To the troops now, Rokosov is like a totem. Of course we know that he has failed and been embarrassed, but the soldiers don't know. In other words, the soldiers hope that Rokosov will be invincible and invincible. If Rokosov is frustrated at this time, the soldiers will feel that they have been cheated. Even though they have such expectations for Rokosov without authorization. By the way, we completed the decoding in the early morning and immediately gave a copy to the church. The church's response came before the royal council today, and Archbishop Belinsky did not agree to the attack. Olga, don't you trust his judgment? This has nothing to do with whether we believe his judgment. Not attacking now is the best action. The enemy's Central Army Group is in danger and will definitely mobilize troops from the Southern Army Group for reinforcements. The enemy is temporarily unable to launch an attack in the direction of Oriel. When they block General Gorky's offensive, they will have to move their troops back to launch an attack. Then we will wait and see, relying on the offensive built for 2 more months to block the attack, and then launch a counterattack in the winter like last year. General Turgenev said plausibly, this will be foolproof. Olga stared at Turgenev for a few seconds and said, I want to call him and ask his opinion personally. Turgenev pursed his lips, and after a brief hesitation, he made a please gesture to the phone. Olga picked up the phone, call the Kozalia 1st Front Headquarters. While waiting for the operator to connect the line, she tapped her long fingers on the table and kept staring at Turgenev. Finally, the call was connected, and Pavlov's voice came from the other side, Front Army Headquarters. Olga, get Rokosov on the phone. Your Majesty? Please wait a moment. Then you could vaguely hear someone shouting on the other side, and soon the familiar voice came from the receiver, I'm Rokosov, Olga, what's going on? Have you received the telegram we sent? Olga, I got it. The opinions of Turgenev and Belinsky are not to attack, but to delay the time, wait for the enemy to attack, and prepare for defensive counterattack. Rokosov, General Gorky's active offensive has achieved results. The enemy has begun to draw troops from Army Group South, which shows that they do not have enough reserve forces. The enemy is mobilizing, and their troops will become more and more numerous. In 3 months, 1 million newly formed troops may be put on the front line. No, Olga, we cannot take this risk, we must attack now, this will make the enemy focus on one thing and miss the other. Olga glanced at Turgenev and copied his words exactly, General Gorky's attack shows that the enemy still has quite good combat effectiveness, especially the counterattack of the 9th Army, which caused us heavy casualties. The exchange ratio could be as high as 3-1. Rokosov, the enemy's fully equipped armored forces still have considerable combat effectiveness. It is not surprising to have such results, but not every enemy group army can gather such troops to launch such a counterattack. Olga, then what should you do if you encounter such a counterattack? Our armored strength is stronger than that of the Gorky front, Rokosov said, and we have a large number of new heavy tanks that can compete with the enemy. Maybe we can create some heroic KV crews in the first year of the war. Amazing results. Olga, what other reasons do you have for insisting on attacking now? Tell me once and for all. After saying that, she pressed the button on the table, and a rustling sound came from the speaker on the table. In this way, Rokosov's answer could be heard by the entire conference room, although General Turgenev was the only one in the conference room at this time. Rokosov thought for a while and replied, first of all, the enemy's engineering troops are building fortifications mainly to hide the starting troops. They know very well that I like to prepare for counter-artillery fire, so they built these bunkers for this. At best, these can only be used as bunkers to avoid artillery fire, and cannot be used as defensive fortifications. According to our aerial reconnaissance, the enemy has begun to dig real defensive bunkers. After digging them, our attack will definitely cause heavy casualties. Secondly, we detected that the enemy's new tanks had just arrived at the front line, and many of them were repaired in the maintenance factory as soon as they arrived at the front line. Waiting until they repair it before attacking may also increase our casualties. In the end, the enemy certainly didn't expect that we would take the initiative to attack. Such an attack would be sudden. The grasslands in July are very suitable for horse racing. The 3 Guards cavalry groups in our hands can't wait to run on the land of our hometown. Olga, I understand. I will convey these opinions to General Turgenev. Please wait a moment. After speaking, His Majesty the Tsar covered the sending end of the receiver with his hand and looked up at Turgenev. He said, so, are you convinced? Turgenev, I still stick to my judgment. Now I just need to be stable. There is no need to take too risky actions. Olga, but you are not on the front line. When I was a child, you taught me that sometimes the generals on the front line have a much better grasp of the situation than the men who are far away from the front line. Turgenev, I didn't say that I knew more about the front line. I just made a logical analysis in front of you. You can also see that my logic is okay. Olga, yes, the logic is correct. Even I can see that this is a sound plan. But Turgenev, you have to admit that my brother is right, right? Turgenev nodded, yes, what he said makes sense. Then it's over. If you are afraid of taking responsibility, I will sign the order and approve them to modify the battle plan. Turgenev sighed, Your Majesty, this is really not a good idea. Olga, but I can't stop the soldiers from returning home. They have been away from home for more than 2 years. Turgenev, but His Majesty Belinsky may be dissatisfied. What should I do if he comes to question me? Olga, I'll give him a call. Before she finished speaking, she picked up the receiver and said, Answer the secular church. This time, she picked up the call right away. It was a voice that Olga didn't recognize answered the call. Church, who are you? Olga, I am Tsarina Olga Nikolaevna. I want Her Majesty Belinsky to answer the call. Then just wait a moment, it will be over soon. As soon as the church staff replied, the voice changed to Belinsky's. Belinsky, Your Majesty, it should be time for the Imperial Council now, right? What can I do? Olga, you know that my brother, I mean Rokosov, asked to change the battle plan, right? Turgenev said you didn't agree. Yes, there is no need to risk an attack on a fully manned Prozan army. Olga, although General Gorky has already attacked for the second time. It is precisely because General Gorky paid huge casualties in his 2 attacks, but did not have results commensurate with the casualties, that I suggest not to take the initiative to attack. Olga, don't you have confidence in Rokosov? If you can win the war with confidence, then the Plosan people should have won in 914. You and I are already prisoners. Belinsky replied unceremoniously. But Rokosov's reasons had already convinced Turgenev. Then tell me his reasons, maybe he can convince me. Olga immediately relayed what she had just heard word for word. Belinsky was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, I don't think these reasons are particularly sufficient, but I am just a secular pope and it is not easy to interfere with the command. I can only consider that after Rokosov's attack is frustrated, how to maintain the confidence of the anti-people. At this time, Olga was still turning on the speaker on the table, so Turgenev heard very clearly. The military commander frowned and muttered a few words. Olga, thank you for your understanding. She hung up the phone and said to Turgenev, Look, the problem has been solved, just trust Rokosov. Anyway, if you are really frustrated, the church's propaganda agency will take care of it. Turgenev, okay, I will issue an order and agree to their change of combat plan. I hope Rokosov's attack and General Gorky's attack will have different results. Wang Zhong, I think it may be that Gorky fought twice but did not achieve much results, which made the high command give up. Pavlov, it cannot be said that there were no results. Last year, he attracted a large number of enemy reserve troops. If the enemy had not put these troops into Army Group Center, he might have broken through. As a result, he laid the foundation for our victory. Wang Zhong, that's what it is. The Plosan people can block it because they are still rich in troops and the average quality of individual soldiers is high. Once the Plosan veterans die, they will not be able to stop them. General Gorky's battle there is no problem with the law. Popov, then what should we do now? His Majesty will call and explain that the High Command will reject our proposal. How about you take advantage of the leisure time on the front line and fly back to Yebeo for some activities? Wang Zhong, no, let's make a plan to attack immediately. We will wait and see what happens with the formal call back from Yebeo before we make any plans. Chapter 619, Hometown. Less than an hour after Wang Zhong finished speaking, the confidential secretary came in with a decoded message, urgent message from the headquarters. He took it directly from the confidential secretary and looked at it. There was a line on it, Agree, I wish the attack a smooth one, Turgenev. No wonder the telegram was sent so quickly. It turned out to be so short. Wang Zhong said and handed the telegram to Pavlov. Pavlov, in this way, we can legitimately convey the battle determination to each unit. Wang Zhong, what's the plan? It was a ready-made plan, and I have already revised it. Pavlov spread his hands. The plan I made was based on the premise that the enemy did not suffer heavy losses during the offensive operations. It was an estimate of the enemy's number. According to the previous information, it should be easier now that the enemy has been mobilized a lot. Vesely, the only thing I'm worried about now is whether the enemy's 11th Army in the coastal fortress will make any moves after we launch a pincer offensive and cut off the enemy's southern army group in the middle. At the beginning of this year, this army has never escaped unscathed. Wang Zhong, General Zipling, the commander of this group army, is very powerful. He even fled back from the outskirts of Abawahan with his troops. We left the strongest group army to deal with them. First Mobile Army. Pavlov, it is true that the old troops are more at ease, and Yegorov is also very reliable. That's it. So when will the attack be scheduled? Wang Zhong looked at the calendar on the wall. How about June 30th? It should be enough for you to convey your new battle plan and battle determination to each battalion, right? It's more than enough. Even if the field mice dig up all the phone lines, it will still be enough. Pavlov said confidently, I will directly send messengers on motorcycles to deliver the order. Headquarters of the 63rd Army of the 1st Kesalia Front. The commander of the group army, Lieutenant General Eugene, was studying with his staff how to continue to strengthen the group's defenses. The messenger in leather clothes rushed into the room. Report. Lieutenant General Eugene raised his head. Who is it? Leather-clad messenger, the communication group of the Front Army headquarters has been ordered to convey the new battle plan to you. After speaking, the orderly soldier opened the leather bag he carried and took out the brown paper envelope. The handle of this leather bag was handcuffed to the orderer's belt. New plan. Lieutenant General Eugene picked up the envelope, quickly opened it and took out the documents inside, looked at the summary and handed it to the Chief of Staff. It's not that Lieutenant General Eugene doesn't care about the details of the plan, it's that he learned all the knowledge in this area in a crash course. It's not as solid as the Chief of Staff's mastery, so he simply doesn't do every trick, and waits until the Chief of Staff understands it thoroughly before telling him that it will be more efficient. Hi. This is the experience he summed up in the past 2 years of war. Andrei, the Chief of Staff of the 63rd Army, turned over the battle plan and was speechless. Attack? It seems that our 3 front armies' attacks on the enemy's Central Army group are very effective. The Front Army headquarters must have grasped the enemy's plan to transfer a large number of troops to the Central Army group. Intelligence. The attack time is June 30th. Then the attack plan must be distributed to all units as soon as possible. I suggest convening a meeting of military chiefs immediately. After Andrei finished speaking, he noticed that Lieutenant General Eugene was looking outside through the window of the headquarters bunker, looking thoughtful. General. He asked. Lieutenant General Eugene, my hometown, the mine where I work, is dozens of kilometers in front of us. It is a small town born for the mines. Half of the people in the city work directly related to the mines, and the remaining half are engaged in for indirectly related jobs such as transportation. The one with the least connection to the mine is the canteen cook. In our small town, there are 20 public canteens. They were basically built together when the mines were established. They are managed by the church. There is a library corner in the canteen, and there are various secular works on the shelves, as well as secular newspapers. The staff officers in the headquarters looked at each other, but no one interrupted the commander's monologue. After all, the commander is a veteran who fought with that Rokosov all the way. Like Yegorov, he mentioned that Rokosov would call him division commander. Lieutenant General Eugene continued to recall, I often go to the number 10 canteen, not because it is closest to the mining area office building, but because the pickled cucumbers there are the best and have a flavor that is not found in other canteens. Finally, one of the staff couldn't help it anymore. Can there be good or bad pickles? Don't they all have the same taste? Lieutenant General Eugene shook his head. You think so because all you eat are pickles produced in batches by the factory. Personal pickled pickles are just different. It's like handmade sausages, although there are no factory-produced pickles. It's as filling as doctor's sausage, but it also has a unique flavor. After Lieutenant General Eugene finished speaking, he was silent for a long time before turning around and scanning everyone. Sorry, I suddenly realized that I was about to go home. I was a little sentimental. Send the battle plan immediately and start mobilizing. Has the front army strengthened the artillery fire for us? Andrei looked down at the plan in his hand. No, we are not in the main direction of attack. Our mission is to stick to the enemy on the front. Even the tanks only strengthened 1 brigade for us. Lieutenant General Eugene sighed. It seems that I won't be able to go home for a while, but it doesn't matter. I have been waiting for more than 2 years, and it will be okay to wait for a few more months. Andrei nodded and asked casually, how is the person in the cafeteria doing? Lieutenant General Eugene, all the young cooks and helpers have joined the army, and the old cook has been recruited to join the cooking team. Before I led the infantry regiment formed by the miners, I went to have a look. There was only one old lady in the huge canteen. In making gruel, she was the last employee. It seemed like. I forgot her name, she was right there, stirring the porridge in the pot with a broken spoon, looking at us. I asked her, Madam, where are your children? Let them take you to retreat together. She glanced at me and said, I don't know where they are, so I'm going to wait here for them to come back. No matter how cruel the Plozans are, they won't do anything to me, an old woman. Lieutenant General Eugene paused and was silent for a while before continuing. I realized almost immediately that the aunt's child was either in the Prasen prisoner of war camp, or somewhere face down and buried in the mud. Sooner or later, I and the boys I lead will do the same. But you carried it through. Andrei said, I have been partnered with you since the Aoriki blockade. I know how many difficulties and obstacles we have experienced. Lieutenant General Eugene, then you also know how many good young men are face down and buried in the dirt. Andrei nodded but did not answer. Lieutenant General Eugene, in Aoriki, we left in such a hurry and in an awkward manner that we had no time to bury our comrades. He paused and suddenly changed his tone. now it's the turn of the damn Prasen people who don't have time to bury their comrades. Suka is not included. Andre, yeah, it's finally our turn. First Mobile Army Headquarters. Yegorov was furious. Why is our task to defend? We should be the division commander's sharp sword. No, I have to go to the front army headquarters and ask the division commander what he means. The chief of staff of the group army and the army bishop stopped Yegorov. No. Our mission is also very important. General Shiplin of the Marina Fortress is the person who escaped from General Rokosov several times. Let us guard against him to show that we value him. Yegorov tried to break free several times, but failed. He could only sigh. I know this is an important task entrusted to us, but this is the first time we have not conducted defensive operations. Take the initiative to attack. I am also a Hazaliah. My wife and children died here. After saying that, he tried to break free with even greater strength, causing all the staff officers in the headquarters to gather around him, fearing that the beast would be let go. At this moment, a shout came from the door, "It's so ugly, Yegorov." Everyone fell silent and looked towards the door. Yegorov's current wife, Dr. Katya from the field hospital, was standing at the door. Yegorov seemed to have regained his self-control all of a sudden. Why are you here? I came to the logistics department to report the current stockpile of medical equipment, and then I heard someone yelling. Dr. Katya sighed, everyone here has lost relatives and friends in the war, and you are not the only one. Revenge must be avenged. Yegorov smiled awkwardly and said, you sound like a military bishop. Katya, now is the critical stage of planning the attack. Don't cause trouble for General Rokosov. Stay here and carry out the tasks assigned to you. I will hand over this task to you and the First Mobile Army. Explaining is an important task. Yes, yes. It must be important. Yegorov nodded repeatedly. Dr. Katya turned to look outside and turned the back of his head towards Yegorov. However, I don't hate the desire for revenge. After you finish your work tonight, tell me how you plan to take revenge. How are you going to take revenge? Of course, use cannons and... Oh. Yegorov suddenly realized, I understand. I will tell you tonight. I must tell you. Dr. Katya flipped her hair, there are still many things to do in the hospital, so I'm leaving first. Stop making trouble. Also, it's more important these days, don't drink. Yegorov shook his head repeatedly, no more, no more. Hee. Dr. Katya left. Everyone else in the room was embarrassed. The military bishop first let go of Yegorov's waist, it's so embarrassing. We actually need Dr. Katya's help to stop the commander from going crazy. Chief of Staff, this aspect of him is quite popular among the soldiers. Yegorov, that's a long way to go. As long as I'm not bad at fighting. Look, I didn't miss my tactics. I learned this from my division commander. What's the name of the enemy general? Show me his information. Chapter 620 Rokosov embarks on his journey home. On June 30th, near the military demarcation line between the 1st Hazaliah Front and Army Group Plassen South, 0100 hours. Prosan's night reconnaissance team quietly touched the boundary between the areas controlled by the two armies. This kind of night reconnaissance has become normalized recently. The purpose is the same as the daytime reconnaissance, to confirm the location and details of the Ant Army's defense line. However, the Ants also sent out their own night patrols. During the battle of wits and courage, the two sides often captured the other party's prisoners. Therefore, this kind of night reconnaissance also has the nickname prisoner exchange among the Prosan soldiers, but it's just that it is not about exchanging one's own people from the enemy's side, but exchanging one's own people for the enemy's side. Tonight's reconnaissance team was led by Lieutenant Hank. The lieutenant was a veteran in reconnaissance and had just received the second-class Iron Cross for capturing prisoners. For this Iron Cross, Lieutenant Hank lost 11 soldiers. It is not sure whether they died somewhere in the tall grass during the battle or were captured by the enemy. Now, Lieutenant Hank gradually regarded night reconnaissance as a kind of competition. In his fantasy, there must be a commander similar to himself on the opposite side, and he was looking forward to a new round of duel every day. There must be such a person. While I was thinking this, a grasshopper screamed from ahead. That was the secret code agreed upon with the vanguard. He had discovered the ant patrol. At this moment, Babish's shooting sounded. Lieutenant Hank, asshole. We are ambushed, get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around the lieutenant turned around and ran in a straight line towards their own position. The next moment, he stepped on a landmine and flew up. The lieutenant himself was pushed aside by the excess power of the ant mine, his head hit a stone in the grass, and he fainted. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a basin of ice water was poured on the lieutenant's face, and he woke up from the cold. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Judge Ant holding a bucket in front of him. After meeting their eyes, the judge immediately saluted the person next to him and reported something loudly. Lieutenant Hank felt that he might have been concussed by the damn ant mine, and his whole brain was in a state of shutdown. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a senior ant general. He should be a high-ranking general. There are many stars in the military rank, at least he is a general. Lieutenant Hank couldn't understand what the senior general said at all. He had obviously learned the rapid-fire ant language in order to interrogate injured enemies on the battlefield. Fortunately, the translator spoke up. General, I want to ask you when you got the Ankh. Lieutenant Hank, less than a week ago, because I captured 15 of you prisoners, a total of 15. After speaking, Lieutenant Hank laughed and looked provocatively at the star-studded senior general ant. The general said something else, and the translator sneered and translated. The general said that the few prisoners you captured are not as many as the number of General Prosen he killed. In addition, he also captured your Marshal Frederick. Dozens of generals included. Lieutenant Hank, ha 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 ha, how is it possible? The only one who can do this is your General Rokosov. Suddenly, the lieutenant was startled, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this be Rokosov in front of him? Because his whole mind was awake, many details that had been ignored by him became clear. The 5-star general in front of him was indeed the General Rokosov in the identification manual issued by the command. Lieutenant Hank subconsciously wanted to stand up, but the guard triggered an overreaction. Before he could react, he was pinned down on the table, and the flesh of his cheeks was embedded in the gaps on the table. General Rokosov said something before Lieutenant Hank was let go. He immediately stood up and said to Rokosov, "One of our goals is to capture you alive." Rokosov smiled and asked in ant language. Translation, the general asked you, when do you plan to come? Or, are you coming at all? Lieutenant Hank, of course we will come. We have encountered a small difficulty now. When the headquarters overcomes this small difficulty, we will come to capture you alive. Rokosov laughed. Translation, the general said you might not be able to solve that little problem and the attack would never come. Lieutenant Hank, of course we will attack. We have concentrated a lot of new equipment, and you will fall apart in the face of technological power. Just like 2 years ago. Rokosov suddenly stopped laughing, looked at Lieutenant Hank with a straight face, and his tone became serious. Translation, the general said that even if you have new equipment, you will only be defeated by the new equipment of the Ant Army. Prosan's technology is not as powerful as you brag about, and your scientific researchers are just ordinary people. The Aryan nation is a created collective illusion. Lieutenant Hank took a step forward, and the sturdy sergeant major next to him immediately stepped between him and the general. The lieutenant kept this posture and said loudly, "Our new medium tank weighs 46 tons. Our new heavy tank exceeds 70 tons. And it is also equipped with a main gun of astonishing caliber. There is no way you can match it." Tank. Rokosov smiled contemptuously. Translation, with such heavy equipment, I'm afraid it won't be able to drive very far without getting stuck in the black earth. We are ready to receive these luxury toys. In September, we will drive a new Prosan tank in Yebeo. All representatives of the Allied forces in Fort Ye are invited to visit the exhibition. Lieutenant Hank, hey, if you can do it, come and give it a try. If you have the ability, then attack our troops who are waiting for us. After hearing what the translator said, Rokosov turned to look at the clock on the wall. Wang Zhong, Vesely, tell him we are about to attack. Vesely immediately spoke in Prosan with great joy. Pavlov came over and said, "It seems that the Plozans didn't realize that we were about to attack. This person should just be on routine night patrol." Wang Zhong, indeed, the enemy probably has a habit of thinking and thinks that we will only defend and counterattack in the summer. But General Gorky has already taken the initiative to attack them twice. At this time, Vesely finished translating, and the Prosan man became even more excited and wanted to step forward, but was firmly resisted by Sergeant Major Grigory. The Prosan had no choice but to turn his anger into action and chattered a lot. Wang Zhong looked at Vesely. "Vesely," he said, then we must have lost our minds. We can only bring humiliation to ourselves by engaging in tank battles with the Prosan armored forces on the Great Plains. Wang Zhong, tell him to thank him for his, suggestion. Okay, take it down and hand it over to the judge." Hearing Wang Zhong's words, the judge next to him who had been gearing up for a long time showed a meaningful smile. The two inquisitors grabbed the captured lieutenant from one side to the other and dragged him away. Gregory watched the Prosenians leave before returning to the door and continuing to smoke. Pavlov, damn, he has a point. We really shouldn't engage in tank battles with the enemy. Wang Zhong, there is always a tank duel, just to test the performance of the Rokosov I heavy tank. In fact, Wang Zhong was really unsure about the tank battle with the Prosens. In real history, even at the Battle of the Oder River, Santoku's armored forces were still able to mount a pretty good counterattack and increase the exchange ratio. Wang Zhong seriously suspected that it was Santoku's counterattack on the Oder River that inspired Liu, so he wrote about West Germany's last Panther Tank Battalion's counterattack against the Steel Torrent in the published version of Full Channel Blocking Gemming. An exchange ratio of 1 to 1.5 was achieved. Pavlov, yeah, it's a pity that our new medium tank can't keep up. The production of the new medium tank has been slightly delayed. After all, the egg-shaped turret requires a new production process, but some of the new machine tools and equipment shipped from the United States are not in place, and some are still training workers. The Ordnance Bureau told Wang Zhong that 2 brigades, with a total of 82 vehicles, could be deployed during the winter offensive. Summer is just beginning now. At this time, Major General Andro, commander of the artillery of the front, came in and saluted Wang Zhong. General, the artillery of the front is fully prepared. Very good. Wang Zhong nodded. However, the artillery power of the Salya front has been greatly improved compared to the Abawahan front that launched the offensive last winter. The artillery of the front has been expanded to the size of the artillery corps. Wang Zhong deployed 2 heavy breakthrough artillery in both breakthrough directions. Division. For such a large-scale artillery unit, the ammunition consumption is extremely alarming, and a large number of maintenance units are needed to repair damaged artillery vehicles. For the convenience of support, Wang Zhong established a separate artillery headquarters in the front army and promoted an artillery unit. General. At this time, Popov suddenly said, today's military intelligence report said that the enemy seems to have deployed a heavy rocket launcher called a Land Stuka. Let us be careful when attacking. Wang Zhong frowned. Of course he knew about Land Stukas. He had used them in many World War II-themed strategy games. If the enemy really equips this thing in batches, it will be quite troublesome to directly cover our offensive troops. If the attack time is tomorrow, then Wang Zhong will personally take off to find the location of these Land Stukas, and then guide the Air Force bombers to blow them up. But now the arrow is on the string and it has to be fired. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, who immediately said, no matter what new equipment the enemy has, we cannot delay the attack. The good news is that even if the enemy's new equipment is very effective, it can only delay us locally. Indeed, in this pincer offensive, the 2 breaches chosen by Wang Zhong are both 20 kilometers wide, at least 20 kilometers wide. Once a breakthrough is made, a large number of troops will be invested to tear the breach open, and the width of the breach will not be there's a limit. This is not Prasen's petty pincer offensive, this is Ant's big pincer. Wang Zhong looked at the clock on the wall again and cursed, why does time go so slowly? Popov, don't act like you are a novice attacking the enemy for the first time. Vesely, the general is just anxious to get home. Everyone in the room laughed, and the air was filled with joy. At this time Nelly came in pushing the dining cart, would you like a midnight snack, everyone? The staff immediately shouted, yes. They knew the commander would never be angry at this point. Chapter 621, Thousands of cannons fired simultaneously. After finishing the midnight snack, Wang Zhongdi looked at the clock on the wall countless times, and then urged, it's time, let's start. Pavlov was about to pick up the phone receiver when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at the front artillery commander and made a gesture of invitation. The Major General Artillery Commander came to the phone, picked up the receiver, and took a deep breath. This is Artillery Commander Andrew, calling from the artillery headquarters. After a moment, he took the receiver and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, let's get started. There's no need to ask me for instructions. Andrew then said loudly, I am Artillery Commander Andrew, fire. Repeat, fire. Wang Zhong switched the perspective while giving the order. As expected, each artillery position was now under his direct command, so they shared the field of view. The roar of thousands of cannons awakened the birds that were still sleeping at night. But the birds were not overly frightened, and instead flew around the cannons in the air, rushing down from time to time to catch the insects that were frightened by the sound of the cannons. Wang Zhong looked down at the scene and suddenly remembered a scene from his favorite war movie The Great Battle when he was a child. He remembered that the caption for that scene was like this, not long ago, it was still so rare for the army to get a cannon. Thousands of cannons can now be concentrated, and the density of the artillery groups exceeds the regulations of the maneuvers. At that time, Wang Zhong often fantasized that one day he would be able to command so many artillery pieces. This can be regarded as the realization of a childhood dream. By the way, Wang Zhong often confused this scene of thousands of cannons firing with another scene in the same series. That set of shots mainly shot the flock of birds in the sky that had become accustomed to artillery fire. It shows the impact of the long war on people through a flock of birds, and also hints at the hope for peace. In Wang Zhong's mind, it is one of the best war movie scenes. If someone wants to make a war movie with himself as the protagonist in the future, he must let him include scenes like this. Wang Zhong thought so. He stared at the scene of thousands of guns firing for a while. When he got tired of watching it, he switched back to the perspective of the headquarters, and then met Pavlov's gaze. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Pavlov, I'm a little surprised that you didn't personally drive your number 422 heavy tank into the battle. Wang Zhong, if I go into battle personally to kill all kinds of fish, wouldn't it mean that my presence on the front line is a very cheap and commonplace thing? Vesely, I understand, the general is trying to preserve the value of his actions. In the future, when our people don't see the general going to the front line, they will say, this is definitely not a tough battle and we can handle it. In this way, the general will not have to go to the front line in person. On the front line. Wang Zhong shook his head repeatedly, no, Vesely, you guy, you don't understand. If I don't go to the front line in person to hold up this red flag, how will the world know that I am brave and invincible? Pavlov sighed, so you will continue to take risks in the future, right? If it's not dangerous, why don't you go? Don't be like this, you had to take risks before, but the current situation no longer requires you to go to the front line. Wang Zhong, I thought you were desensitized to me personally coming to the front line. Pavlov, I'm in trouble, and I know it's useless to stop me. But if you ask me to agree with your approach, that will never be possible. Front commanders should stay at the headquarters honestly. Wang Zhong, okay, I understand. You see, I'll just stay here for now. At the same time, the headquarters of Army Group south of Plassen. Marshal Maximilian von Graun entered the headquarters with a tired look on his face, so why did you wake me up? The enemy has begun to prepare artillery fire. The chief of staff of the army group said with a stern expression. Marshal Graun's expression suddenly lost all sleepiness, the artillery fire is ready? Where is it? The chief of staff pointed at the map, everywhere marked as being bombed. Marshal Graun took out his glasses, quickly put them on and looked at the map, oh my god, did Rokosov learn from General Gorky's style of play? Artillery attack across the board. Chief of staff, yes, and all frontline troops reported being under unusually heavy shelling. Marshal Graun waved his hand, don't worry about this. Our officers will try to exaggerate the attacks they receive. After all, this is what the professors at the military academy teach them, so as to attract the attention of higher-level command agencies. The latest enemy situation briefing. The chief of staff gave an order, and immediately a staff officer came over with a thick stack of documents. The document was handed over to the chief of staff before being handed over to Marshal Graun. The marshal quickly looked through it and said, if the enemy's deployment situation we have is true, Rokosov plans to break through in these two places. He put down the thick document, picked up the map stick and tapped the map twice. The location where he was photographed was just at both ends of Olyar. Gorin, he may want to use a pincer offensive to eat up the heavy troops of our army that are concentrated on Oriel and are preparing to break through his defense line. After a brief pause, Marshal Graun added, of course, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that he wants to move west and encircle the 11th Army of the coastal fortress. In terms of execution difficulty, it is easier to encircle the 11th Army. I just don't know what Rokosov will choose. At this time, the red phone on the marshal's desk rang. He hurried over and picked up the receiver. I am Marshal Gorin of the Southern Army Group. The Emperor's voice came from the receiver. Marshal Graun, I heard that Rokosov attacked you. The marshal glanced at the chief of staff, who whispered, it wasn't me, it should be a senior general of the Asgard Knights who reported to the Emperor. The marshal said fuck on his face, but he spoke very humbly, Your Majesty, you are right, Rokosov has indeed begun to attack. The Emperor was very excited, very good. Although you have transferred some troops to Army Group Center, the remaining forces are still very strong. Beat Rokosov hard. How dare he dare to do it when our troops are not tired, the equipment is not damaged, and the supplies are not attacked when you still have enough, let him know how powerful he is. Marshal Graun, okay, I will immediately deploy elite armored forces to counterattack. No. Use positions to consume them. Pure infantry units are useless in counterattacks, but they can come in handy in defensive battles. Use infantry and positions to consume Rokosov. Just like he consumed us. Marshal Graun looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at the chief of staff and decided to tell the truth. We only received the order to start digging trenches on June 26th. At present, the fortifications have only been completed a little bit. We rely on the fortifications to block Rokosov. Moreover, Rokosov's the artillery fire was very fierce, and I doubt how much of the fortifications we have built over the past few days will be left after the artillery fire. Aren't there still cities and villages? The Emperor asked, but Salia is not a desolate area like South Ant. The density of cities and villages is very high. Relying on city defense, there are also woods. Rokosov is here. Alakai conducted a wonderful defensive operation, and he didn't even dig fortifications for a few days at that time. Marshal Gorin, they have the help of local residents. Rokosov can organize hundreds of thousands of migrant workers to help them repair their fortifications, but we can't organize them. We recruit migrant workers, and they will burn incense if they don't cause damage. Your Majesty, let's put the armored troops into a decisive battle on the plains with Rokosov's troops. I have confidence in our armored men. The Emperor was silent for a long time before replying, if Rokosov breaks through the infantry defense line and there is really no way to resist it, I agree with you to invest the armored troops to confront the enemy. No matter what, Rokossov must suffer. The Air Force will also fully assist you. After saying that, the Emperor hung up the phone. Chief of Staff, what did your Majesty say? Marshal Gran smiled bitterly and said, speaking of using infantry to delay and consume Rokossov's troops, just like he consumed us. Chief of Staff, there is no big problem with this strategy. It should be like this. But we have only dug trenches for 4 days. The strongest bunkers on the front line are made of wood and bricks. With the firepower and armor of Rokossov's troops, strength, such fortifications are of little use, right? From a practical point of view, the best response is to invest armored and infantry units to cooperate with counterattacks. Marshal Gran, your Majesty said that if the infantry can't stop it and is quickly broken through, we are allowed to use armored forces to fight back. What a joke, if the infantry can stop it, then why should we bother? Chief of Staff, are there any other orders? No, by the way, His Majesty said that the Air Force will do its best to help us. The Marshal showed a helpless smile. Chapter 622 Advancement. Prasen's Army, 20th Army, 371st Infantry Division Headquarters. The division commander, Major General Taylor, raised his head, shook off the layer of mud on his body, and looked up at the sky. He was originally in the bunker at the division headquarters, but the temporary bunker built with wood obviously could not withstand ants' heavy firepower. It can only be said that the heavy artillery only overturned the roof and did not lift all the people inside. It was Major General Taylor's luck. You can tell by his name that Major General Taylor is not a purebred Procenian. His family has immigrated to the United States since his grandfather's generation. By his generation, the names have been completely United States, and only his surname remains Prosperity. Sen traditional style. For this reason, many people were very puzzled when he chose to return to Prasen to serve his motherland. His fellow Prosens were also very puzzled, and even for a long time, the very un-Prosian name Taylor became a joke among senior officers. But no one would laugh at him now. It wasn't that Taylor's fight was recognized, but that the guys who took the lead in mocking him were either killed or captured. So Commander Taylor was quite grateful to Rokossov, until Rokossov's shell fell on his head. Taylor looked for the phone first, but after digging in the soil for a long time, he still couldn't dig out the phone. Just then, the commander of the division's communications company rushed into the bunker and shouted, Division Commander. General. Ants armored forces have appeared. Taylor, then let's fire. There are so many PAK-40s in our division. There are also 88 guns from the anti-aircraft artillery regiment. It's impossible for all 488 guns to be destroyed by artillery fire. Let them fire. Communications company commander, the front line reported that artillery fire was fired, but the armor of the enemy's new tanks is too thick, and our army's direct firepower is completely ineffective. What? Taylor was shocked. How is this possible? Wait a minute, you said a new tank? Is it the new tank in the identification manual issued by the General Command? Communications company commander, the front line said it was that thing. They also reported that it was harder than the headquarters expected and it was completely unbreakable. Taylor, then hit the turret joint or the tracks. Isn't that how you dealt with the enemy's KV and T-34 in the first year? Communications company commander, come here and speak directly to the front line via radio. Okay, I'll be there right away. As soon as Taylor took a step, his right foot staggered, but fortunately the communications company commander caught him. Company commander, commander. There is blood on your butt. When Commander Taylor lowered his head, he saw a large area of red on his buttocks. The moment he saw the blood, the huge pain that had been suppressed by adrenaline hit his nerves. Taylor took a step back and leaned against the half-remaining wall of the bunker. Damn it, I thought the heavy artillery let me go. Damn it, medic. The communications company commander took out the hygiene kit he carried with him. Let me give you a preliminary bandage. Even if the medical soldier is alive, he will be too busy now. Taylor nodded repeatedly. Okay, the most important thing is to stop the pain. Damn it, it hurts me so much. It hurts so much to be shot in the butt. Isn't it just like being hit with a bigger needle? 5 minutes later, Commander Taylor, who had finished bandaging, entered the last remaining communication vehicle of the communication company, while other communication vehicles were burning next to it. The signal soldier immediately handed Taylor the headphones and microphone. As soon as Taylor put on the earphones, he heard a rapid and chaotic call, Division Headquarters. Division Headquarters. Our weapons have no effect on the enemy's new tanks. Please give instructions. Please give instructions. I stopped one. Damn it, it's still turning the turret, it just broke the track. The roller on the front of these things is so annoying. The enemy also blocks the tracks with grass, making it impossible to aim. Everyone. Taylor spoke, I am Division Commander Taylor. Even if the anti-tank gun cannot deal with the enemy's heavy tanks, you can still use machine guns to block the enemy's accompanying infantry, and then use close combat to destroy these tanks. Make good use of your magnetic attraction grenade. This remark immediately triggered a chorus of curses. Then an officer explained, "We are not scolding you, we are scolding the designer of the magnetic grenade." Taylor recognized this voice. It might be the commander of the 651st Infantry Regiment, the absolute main force of the 371st Division. "Taylor, Colonel Drinker, let your regiment hold its position. Just a small number of heavy tanks is nothing to fear." "Not afraid? They have destroyed most of our firepower points. Our regiment has 3 reinforced PAK-40s left. Okay, now there are 2. We need damn reinforcements." "Taylor, interrupt the infantry and then fight at close range. Even if the magnetic grenade is unreliable, there are still Molotov cocktails. The Anters used this thing to effectively delay our armored attack, so can we. Of course I know that Molotov cocktails are useful. But the Ants have a new impact formation. Their heavy tanks don't have body machine guns, so they will have a big-headed T-34 on the left and right behind the heavy tanks. There is no way to block the infantry. Use it, because the enemy tanks will cover each other. Prasen's armored forces also have diamond or grid formations, but they generally don't use them because this formation will limit the firepower of many tanks in the formation. Prasen's shock formation was designed to maximize the tank's firepower. Obviously the Ant people have no such pursuit. Taylor, don't you know how to use smoke bombs? Throw smoke bombs to block the sight of the tanks behind, and then destroy these heavy tanks in close combat. The enemy's heavy tanks have infantry behind them, and they use wave sand to provide covering firepower for the tanks. We really can't rely on them. Taylor, can't you blow the infantry down with machine guns or grenades?" "Us." The words of the leader of the 651st Regiment were suddenly interrupted. "Taylor, hello? Hello? Louder. What's wrong with you?" He shouted several times but there was no response. The 651st Regiment didn't respond, and the other regiments probably didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to speak. Taylor angrily handed the microphone to the communication soldier, "Keep calling. I want to know the situation at the scene." At this time, on the position of the 651st Regiment of the 371st Infantry Division in Prasen, the regiment commander, Colonel Drinker, got up and looked at the communications troops around him that had been blown apart, as well as the radio with several holes in the shell. He took off his earphones, threw them on the radio casing, picked up a 9.8K rifle at random, and rushed out of the finished regimental bunker. The trench outside the bunker was directly reduced by 20 to 25 centimeters due to Ant's firepower. Therefore, if Colonel Drinker stood in the trench without bending down, half of his upper body would be outside the trench. He just stood there, raised his rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger. A leaping Ant warrior fell down at the sound. Colonel Drinker skillfully pulled the bolt of the gun, put the bullet on it and aimed again. There was no Ant leaping forward at the moment he raised the gun, so he waited patiently. Finally, the Ant people showed up. Drinker opened fire, and the Ants were shot in response. The colonel grinned and continued to pull the bolt of the gun. The shell casing ejected from the barrel bounced off the trench wall and hit his uniform. He raised his gun again, and then found that the turret of the heavy tank that had just fired at the regiment bunker turned around again. The muzzle of the black hole was facing him. Drinker cursed and turned his gun to aim at the barrel. At this moment, the tank's coaxial machine gun fired, and the bullets fired a series of sparks around the colonel, and the crackling sound was endless. The colonel thought he had not been hit and tried to pull the trigger, but found that he could not pull the trigger. The hand holding the gun also lost strength, and the rifle hit the edge of the trench. Colonel Drinker lowered his head and saw a large area of red on his chest, and even the iron cross was stained with scarlet. He cursed and fell backward. The war had nothing to do with him anymore. At the same time, on the flank of the 561st Regiment's position was the position of the 400th Air Defense Battalion of Proson. The only 288 guns left were firing wildly. Each time the muzzle is fired, the storm will briefly engulf the position. Only 30% of the gunners survived the previous fire preparations, so although half of the cannons were lost, the shooting efficiency did not improve much. The gunner, Second Lieutenant Hooker, could no longer use his left hand, which was hanging in his sleeve, but he still performed his duties as the gunner and loudly urged the loaders to load. Quick! Reload quickly! The gunner aims at the enemy's tracks. The design of the Anters is very rigid in a sense. Even if they block the tracks with grass, it's useless. Just guess the location. The rest is done by firepower density. Make up. As he spoke, the cannon he commanded fired again. The pungent smell of gunpowder gas indicated that a lot of gunpowder in this gun was not fully burned. It stands to reason that the gun barrel should be cleaned, but now in the fierce battle, there is no need to worry about so much. Second Lieutenant Hook, reload. Don't care whether the enemy stops or not. Just keep shooting. Before he finished speaking, the observer shouted, "The target has stopped. I saw something abnormal in its track. It seems to have broken the track." Second Lieutenant Hook, okay. Move the target immediately. Don't worry about whether the enemy is destroyed or not. The business is to break as many enemy tracks as possible. The Antar's repair capabilities are not good, and these tanks with broken tracks will not be able to participate for a while. The battle below. Following Lieutenant Hooker's order, the gunner quickly turned the rotating disc of the steering wheel to aim the cannon at the next target. Suddenly, the observer ran wildly to the side. "Lieutenant Hook, why are you going?" The observation finger pointed at the distant target. Second Lieutenant Hook turned his head and saw the stopped tank aiming this way. Second Lieutenant, hidden. At the same time as he shouted, the enemy opened fire, and the smoke and dust created by the muzzle blast directly covered the entire tank. After all, it was a gun with a larger caliber than the 88 gun, so it was normal for the fire to be loud. The enemy tank crew was obviously very skilled in shooting. He actually hit the gun mantelet of the 88 gun at such a long distance and detonated the charge directly without setting a delay fuse. After the devastating explosion, the gun mount of the 88 gun was in dilapidated condition, and the barrel drooped directly, pointing to the ground. The gunner operating the cannon was blown to pieces. The loaders who were carrying the shells around also fell to the ground, and those who were still breathing were mostly moaning. Lieutenant Hook cursed and tried to sit up, but his arms that could no longer move were unable to use the strength. He could only shout in despair, "Medic!" Such shouts echoed throughout the Air Defense Battalion's position. Chapter 623 The Air Force is Great. Colonel Rudel of the Prasen Air Force is flying over the vast Hazalaya wilderness in the latest Stuka bomber. This new Stuka bomber gave up the ability to carry bombs and used the free takeoff weight to carry a 50mm gun. Its main attack weapon became this gun. As long as you use this gun to hit the weak top armor of the tank in the air, you can ensure the destruction of the tank. This is the solution proposed by the Air Force for Rokosov's new heavy tank, and it is one of the fastest solutions to be implemented on the front line. Rudel, as the number 1 ace of Prasen's ground attack aircraft unit, was immediately selected to equip his group with new aircraft. Unfortunately, the time for changing equipment was indeed too short, and the pilots have not yet fully mastered this new weapon. So far in this sortie, Rudel's team has reported only 8 hits. Now they are searching for the legendary enemy heavy tanks. Suddenly, a report from the wingman came over the radio, "Colonel. Look below. So many cavalry." Rudel put down his telescope and looked at the grassland under the wing. A large number of cavalry were crossing the grassland, like a herd of migrating buffalo. "Should we do some strafing?" a pilot asked. Rudel, "No, our target is the enemy's tank. In addition to the 50mm cannon, we only have 2 7mm machine guns. What effect can these strafing shots have? It will also waste precious kinetic energy, and we will encounter the enemy later. Jacques, we will become a target. Continue to search for enemy tanks." As soon as he finished speaking, someone loudly reported, "There is dust in the northwest. The scale and width of this dust don't look like a cavalry unit." Rudel immediately picked up the telescope and looked to the northwest. Sure enough, he saw a lot of dust, and the dust did not spread into a plain like when the cavalry troops were galloping. "Turn to meet the enemy." Rudel ordered and at the same time gently moved the control stick, and the aircraft turned to due north. "Captain, did you fly by the wrong plane?" Rudel, "Of course, we have to enter from behind the enemy and hit the enemy's engine grill, so as to ensure that the enemy is stopped." So the entire brigade turned to the north together, making a large circle around Yangchen, and then turned around to catch up. Then Rudel immediately discovered a problem. If he entered from behind the enemy team, the enemy's dust would block his view. He had no choice but to curse and order the entire team, "Give up the attack and enter again. This time we will go from the side." After all, Rudel was also the first to use an airborne 50mm cannon to hit a tank, so he had no experience. Just as the fleet circled again, preparing to enter again, the anti-aircraft machine gun on the tank opened fire. "Hold on!" Rudel shouted, "Don't panic, these machine guns generally can't hit us." As soon as he finished speaking, a machine gun bullet hit Rudel's wing and passed between the ailerons. Rudel felt it and felt that the control of the aircraft was not affected, so he left it alone. He put the aiming ring on an ant-heavy tank and pressed the trigger. When the 50mm cannon fired, the entire fuselage shook, making people worry that the aircraft would be directly shaken apart by the 50mm cannon. Rudel clearly saw white smoke coming from the armor of the enemy tank. He was hit. He fired 2 more shots to make sure that the enemy tank had stopped before giving up the attack and pulling up. The plane passed over the top of the tank. The rear seat machine gunner shouted excitedly, "We destroyed the enemy's heavy tank." The enemy drivers abandoned the vehicle. Rudel laughed loudly. The Prasen Air Force did its duty well. Podolskov climbed out of the tank and asked doubtfully, "How is it? What hit us?" The driver who got off the bus early replied, I don't know, I heard something hit us just now. Is there any damage? Yes, the name the general inscribed on us has been scratched out. Damn it. The driver cursed, the words younger brother who avenges his heroic brother have been scratched out. Succabule. Podolskov also scolded, forget it, let's go ahead and touch up the paint during the night. At 2310 hours on June 30th, the headquarters of the 1st Hezekiah Front. Wang Zhong looked at the large number of breakthrough marks on the map with satisfaction. Vesely said next to him, almost no one among the enemy's first-line defense forces can block our attack. Is this really the Prasen army that gave us such a headache before? Pavlov, it's not that the enemy didn't hold on, a considerable number of troops still held their positions. To be precise, the enemy held 70% of the positions that were not attacked by our new heavy tanks. Considering that we have invested so much artillery, there is no way to build strong enough fortifications on the grassland, and it does not take them long to repair the fortifications. I think the enemy has done a good job and should not despise them. Wang Zhong looked at the adjutant, did you hear that? Vesely rubbed his nose, okay, I think. Wang Zhong, strategically, of course we must despise the enemy, but tactically, the Prasen army, which still maintains a high level of tactical literacy and experience, deserves admiration. He turned around and said to Pavlov, for these Plosen troops who are still resisting, adopt the method of encirclement and continuous bombardment. Most of them are infantry troops and do not have a large amount of armor like the Panzer Grenadiers. The vehicle's offensive capability is not strong, so just use our mobilization troops and a few elite troops to surround it. Pavlov, I would suggest leaving some tank troops to cooperate with the infantry to surround them. The role of tanks is greatly magnified on the plains. As a ready-made fortress and support point, the effect is outstanding. Go ahead and make arrangements. Wang Zhong looked at the map again. With so many breakthroughs today, the Prosens can't sit still. Their armored counterattack should arrive tomorrow. Pavlov, I mixed heavy tanks with ordinary tank troops, as well as vortex tank destroyers. The infantry troops accompanying the attack are also equipped with quite a few new anti-tank rocket launchers. The enemy's invincible armored troops will definitely be defeated this time. Big pain. Prasen Empire, Eagle's Nest. What the hell did you do? Emperor Prasen held the receiver. For the first time, we know that our defense line is as fragile as tofu. It's just like the ant defense line in front of our troops last year. Marshal Gran on the other end of the phone explained, Your Majesty, actually 70% of the troops held their positions. Rokosov only made a breakthrough where he put in new heavy tanks. We are preparing to rely on several villages in the grassland to carry out the attack. Defensive operations. We are confident that we can block the enemy's attack in these villages. But... Emperor, but... Marshal Gran, the Rokosov, or Hand anti-people's current tactics make full use of the characteristics of the grassland. At this time, the supply lines on the grassland do not necessarily rely on the original roads. The engineering troops quickly repaired the temporary roads. It can also support the actions of the corps. Furthermore, because we have upgraded the road system, even if the enemy only controls a small part of the road, it can still meet the needs of many troops. These two factors make it impossible to stick to the fortress for defense and delay the enemy in the past. They can completely bypass the points we hold. This is how Rokosov fought when he surrounded the 6th Army last year. Emperor, you mean there is no way to use defensive operations to consume Rokosov, right? You just want to invest armored forces in counterattack, right? Yes, I. Suddenly, Marshal Gran's voice was interrupted, and there was only rustling static noise in the receiver. Hello? Hello? The Emperor slammed the table, stood up, and shouted into the receiver, Speak. Marshal Gran. Giles, maybe the phone line was cut off. Rokosov usually makes these small moves when attacking. Marshal Runsteyer immediately responded, Rokosov's attack will also invest a large amount of cavalry. According to our intelligence, the number of cavalry units in Ant's army has returned to about 1 million. Such a large-scale cavalry unit running on the grassland will mess up our logistics and communications. In this case, the demand for radios by frontline troops will greatly increase. Grand Duke Meyer seemed to have finally caught an opportunity to show off, and hurriedly said, Today, the Air Force dispatched 1,500 sorties and conducted a large-scale harassment of the enemy. According to the intelligence we have, at least 100,000 the cavalry has passed through the breach and penetrated deep into the heart of our army. Marshal Runsteyer immediately asked, Then did you stop these cavalry troops? Of course we attacked these cavalry, and the strafing achieved considerable results. Grand Duke Meyer said proudly, In addition, our new aircraft also destroyed the heavy tanks that Rokosov was proud of. All the army generals stared with disbelief written on their faces. But the Emperor had already stood up happily, Okay. I knew the Air Force was good. Who achieved the results? When the battle is over, I want to meet him in person. I was injured in the 2 games today, so I need to take some time off to recover. What is this? I am being slaughtered like a pig. I thought I had hope for Dota this year after I slaughtered Sprite. It just so happens that I still have 2 unused leave notes this month, so I will use 1 more and try to update during the day tomorrow, September 15th. Chapter 624 The Storm is Coming. At 0200 hours on the 2nd day after the attack began, the 3rd Guards Tank Corps of the 1st Hezekiah Front and the 24th Guards Tank Brigade were forward. Brigade Commander. The Brigade Chief of Staff banged on the turret cover of the Brigade Commander's car. Brigadier Commander. The turret cover opened, and the Brigade Commander yawned and stuck his head out. What's going on, Mikhail? Engine sound. The Brigade Commander was startled. He was no longer sleepy. He raised his head and heard the sound of an engine in the night sky. After listening briefly, he cursed, the half-tracks of Prasen's men may be the enemy's reconnaissance troops. Why didn't our troops open fire? Brigade Chief of Staff, maybe they didn't understand the situation either. Asshole, our half-tracks are all at the brigade headquarters. Let them fire. The brigade commander suddenly stopped. He remembered that he was in a tank. Since the United States assisted the radio production line last year, the brigade command tanks had been equipped with high-power radios. So he picked up the microphone, turned on the radio and started calling, "This is the brigade headquarters. There is definitely an engine sound now. It's the enemy, fire at will." The Ant-armored forces do not have half-track vehicles, because the production capacity of tracked vehicles is too precious. It is either used to produce tanks and self-propelled artillery, or to build tractors, and there is no time to produce half-track vehicles. The M3 half-track imported from the United States is a good thing that can only be used on a large scale by troops like the 1st Mobile Army. The 24th Tank Brigade only has 8 vehicles, all of which are under the name of the Brigade Headquarters Reconnaissance Battalion. They should not have tasks now. Then this engine sound can only be the Prosenyan's SDKFZ half-track. Just a few seconds after the brigade commander shouted, the sound of artillery and machine gunfire rang out. The night that originally shrouded the earth was illuminated one after another by the flash of cannon fire and the tracer bullets fired by machine guns. The battle lasted about 20 minutes. A report came over the radio from the battalion approaching the enemy. "Brigadier Commander, we have pushed back the enemy." "Brigadier, is there any loss?" "There are some injured crew members who did not spend the night on the tank. It is not a big problem. Since Rokaso reformed the armored force organization, the Ant Army's armored force will also bring some spare personnel. These personnel are generally veteran tank operators. When they do not need to be supplemented by other vehicle crews, they are mainly responsible for driving tractors and maintenance vehicles and acting as tank maintenance personnel. Once there are casualties in the combat vehicle crew, these veterans will step up." "Brigadier, it's too dark. Don't pursue us. Stay the night as planned and wait until daybreak to see what happens." "Yes, Brigadier." A few more hours passed. Wang Zhong only slept for less than 5 hours before he sat up suddenly. He was sitting and waking up when Ludmila patted his waist. "Don't be so nervous. If there is a real military emergency, Pavlov will definitely wake you up directly. The enemy should have responded today. How can I sleep peacefully?" Wang Zhong said as he stood up and got dressed. Nelly seemed to hear the sound in the room, and immediately opened the door and came in, holding a basin filled with hot water and a wet towel in her hand. "Wang Zhong, thank you. Is there any movement at the headquarters in the middle of the night?" "Nelly, no, Chief of Staff Pavlov also went to rest around 2 o'clock. There should be no incident last night." Ludmila also got up. "Look, I just said it's okay." Wang Zhong got dressed, took a hot towel and wiped his face, then ran out of the room and ran to the headquarters. Ludmila sighed. After he fell asleep last night, he started to give the command, "Alexander, turn the turret 15 degrees to the right." "Nelly, after I came down from the front line, I often dreamed about the situation on the front line, and dreamed about the enemy attacking at night." "Ludmila, I didn't dream about this. Maybe it's because I didn't fight face to face with the enemy. Isn't there Penier?" Nelly asked doubtfully. "Ludmila, in Upper Pernia, we were pinned down in a house by enemy tanks. The situation was quite dangerous, but no Plozin came into hand-to-hand combat range. I am a praying hand, and I am always protected." "Very good. I wanted to go to the front line before, but you stopped me." "Nelly, praying hands should not be on the front line, neither emotionally nor rationally. After another year of fighting, praying hands like Ludmila have now been reduced to 1% of what they were before the war. In the past, the Divine Arrow team with praying hands could be deployed to the division level, and often there were Divine Arrow companies. In such an organization, one company has many praying hands. But now the prayer hands are basically used individually, and are often deployed at key hubs at the front level to perform air defense tasks." Ludmila stared at Nelly's face and sighed softly. "Last winter, when you were fighting on the other side of the river, I often dreamed that you were constantly moving away from me. You all threw yourself into the furnace of war, but I standing outside the furnace. Nelly, you are here now, with us. Ludmila did not answer. Wang Zhong entered the headquarters and found that Pavlov was already drinking coffee there, so he asked, Nelly said you went to bed at 2 o'clock. Is that okay? Pavlov, there is coffee, no problem. When the war is over, we will all have plenty of time to rest and rest as much as we want. Wang Zhong hesitated to speak, and finally turned around and asked Vesely, where's the coffee? Nelly has already brewed it, here it is. Vesely came over with the coffee pot and cup and filled Wang Zhong's cup. Wang Zhong took a sip and his brows knitted together in pain. Vesely, looking at your expression, it must be very effective. As soon as he finished speaking, the communications soldier ran into the room, briefing on the situation this morning. Pavlov immediately took the report and quickly read it. Wang Zhong continued to drink coffee, each sip of which made his head sober. About 5 minutes later, Pavlov handed the report to his staff to update the map. He turned to Wang Zhong and said, last night, there was an enemy's light armored reconnaissance battalion and Guards 24 under the 3rd Guards Tank Corps Brigade encountered. After a brief exchange of fire, the enemy retreated. The 24th Tank Brigade did not understand the situation so they did not pursue it. At dawn around 4 o'clock, they counted the wreckage left by the enemy, identified the signs on the wreckage, and confirmed that the enemy was the 19th Armored Corps of the 3rd Armored Corps Division's Light Reconnaissance Force. Wang Zhong, it seems that the enemy is going to counterattack the 3rd Armored Army. Our intelligence originally showed that they are deployed here. As he spoke, he picked up the map stick and poked it on the map in front of him. Pavlov, based on the distance, the enemy began to mobilize since yesterday afternoon. Wang Zhong, it seems that in the afternoon we knew we couldn't stop our breakthrough, so we started mobilizing troops. Pavlov, according to the enemy's past mobilization speed, the counterattack will be launched from 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. If we launch a counterattack at 3 o'clock, there will be more than 6 hours until sunset. The enemy will have enough time to fight several tank battles. Wang Zhong, send out reconnaissance planes. No, not just reconnaissance planes. Dispatch all aircraft that mainly operate at low altitudes, Jacques, and the IL series, which currently have a small number of equipment, to confirm the location of the enemy's armored vehicle force, and provide our army's tank troops provide early warning. In this space-time IL series, after Wang Zhong's active intervention, the number of equipment has been greatly reduced, but some are still retained, mainly using rockets to attack the enemy's soft targets. In fact, this is also the most effective attack method of the IL series on Earth. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone and ordered. Wang Zhong watched the staff update the map. At this time, Amelia came in. As soon as she saw Wang Zhong, she said, when I was covering Pei 2's bombing of the enemy's logistics station, I saw armored troops marching on the grassland, located 20 kilometers east of Baoyang. Wang Zhong glanced at the map. In front of the 1st Guards Tank Army, the estimated time of contact with the 1st Army. 5 hours. Pavlov had already given the order. He put down the phone and immediately reported the mental calculation time. Considering that the enemy will have to spend time reorganizing the formation and replenishing fuel after arriving, the counterattack will start at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Amelia, when we returned, we saw a lot of smoke and dust at an altitude of 3,000 meters. The enemy will definitely launch a large-scale counterattack today. Wang Zhong, we have anticipated this. Popov said, the tank troops are gearing up. Ever since they switched to T-34W, they have been wanting to compete with Prasen. Now they have a chance. Wang Zhong, it's a pity that we used the T-34W to fight against the enemy's long gun number 4. Our new medium tanks rushed slowly but still couldn't catch up. Pavlov, I am worried now that the guerrilla comrades report that if the enemy's new tanks are put into battle on a large scale, it will cause us heavy casualties. Wang Zhong nodded. Although he knew that the Leopard on Earth was put into the battlefield for the first time basically due to mechanical failure and driving into his own mine array, and failed to drive to the front line, there was no guarantee that the Leopard in this time and space would definitely make the same mistake again. Although the T-34W has a big head, its gun is still a 76mm gun. Although it is issued with new armor-piercing bullets, it is still a bit difficult to deal with the Panther. Of course, Wang Zhong has also made a plan. If the Leopards really enter the battlefield on a large scale, he is prepared to use the Rokosov I heavy tank in his hand as a firefighting team, just like the Santoku on Earth uses the Tiger as a firefighting team. Team like that. As for the actual situation, we can only know by meeting the enemy at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the same time, the 51st Armored Battalion of the Amphora Armored Division of the Asgard Knights of the Prasen Army. This armored battalion was only strengthened for the Anpra Armored Division in early June and is equipped with 96 of the latest Plank 5 tanks. His Majesty the Emperor has high hopes for this battalion and the Panzer V tanks they are equipped with, so he personally appointed Lieutenant Colonel Otto, currently the top ace of the Prasen armored forces, to command this battalion. However, at this time Lieutenant Colonel Otto frowned. 60 vehicles sent for repair. Yes. The battalion maintenance team leader nodded. There are obviously some problems with the running mechanism of the new tank. We have completed the maintenance of 10 vehicles so far, and the faults are all in one place. Lieutenant Colonel Otto, when will the remaining 50 vehicles be repaired? The captain looked bitter. It's hard to say. The staggered road wheels of new tanks are very troublesome to dismantle. Even if we know where the fault is, it will take more than 5 hours to disassemble and install the road wheels. Counting other miscellaneous maintenance procedures, it will be repaired in 7 hours. One is considered fast, and we can repair 3 at the same time. Lieutenant Colonel Otto, you mean, you can repair up to 10 vehicles a day? That's the best case scenario. The captain shrugged. It's very troublesome to repair the new tank. I don't understand why the suspension system of the Panzer IV is not used directly. Lieutenant Colonel Otto sighed. Our designers have their own considerations. Repair them as soon as possible. Can the remaining 46 be put into combat? Yes, I mean, for now. As for how many can reach the enemy, it's hard to say. Chapter 625 Tank Battle. On the second day of the attack, at 1510 hours, the first heavy breakthrough tank regiment of the Ant Guards broke through. Commander Podolkov heard the sound of engines in the sky and grabbed an anti-aircraft machine gun, preparing to fight the air attack. At this time, a radio call in Ant language came from the earphone. This is the 25th Destroyer Regiment. This is the 25th Destroyer Regiment. Please answer the tank unit. Please answer the tank unit. Podolkov, this is the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment. I heard the sound of your engine. Please speak. In front of you are the Prasen tank troops that have already formed. I wish you good luck. Podolkov, do you see the composition of the enemy? There are quite a few Chongguan No 4s, but we haven't seen the new tanks that the Front Army Headquarters specifically asked us to pay attention to. I know, thank you. When Podolkov responded, 2 yak figures appeared in the sky, which should be the comrades of the 25th Destroyer Regiment. Podolkov picked up a rag and waved it toward the sky. 2 yaks, one on the left and one on the right, passed by Podolkov's tank in the air, and the pilot could vaguely be seen saluting the tank. As soon as the plane passed by, someone shouted on the radio, "Guard heavy tanks, here are coyotes, here are coyotes, there is a lot of smoke ahead." Immediately afterwards, the voice of the commander of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment appeared on the radio. "I know, coyotes, you guys stay out of the way and don't cause unnecessary casualties. Let us deal with the enemy's tanks. Our new heavy tanks are not afraid at all." Them. Podolkov shouted, "Avenge my heroic brother, Alexei Podolkov." Immediately the radio rang with shouts, "My sister Shia takes revenge. Avenge my father. Revenge for my best friend Semyon." Podolkov always felt that after he roared, the speeding tanks ran faster. A small plume of smoke soon appeared in front. Podolkov raised his binoculars and saw several Willis jeeps speeding across the grassland. He picked up the microphone and said, "This is the heroic brothers' revenge. I see coyotes." Coyote is the radio call sign of the Light Reconnaissance Battalion assigned to the 1st Guards Heavy Penetration Tank Regiment, who are responsible for driving Willis jeeps to clear the way in front of the tank regiment. While he was talking, Coyote's jeep passed by the Revenge, and the ensign driving the car shouted to Podolkov, "Show them how good they are. It depends on whether you can get the gold star this time. Podolkov, it doesn't matter whether we take the Venus or not. As long as we can kill the Prosens. Then you have to kill more." The scouts had already run away while they were talking. The regimental commander's order came over the radio, "Put down the infantry in each vehicle and don't let them get involved in the tank battle." Podolkov turned back to the infantryman sitting on the radiator grill and shouted, "Get down, guys, it's a tank-on-tank battle ahead." The infantry sergeant leading the team grinned, "Let's get closer before we get off the car. Have you forgotten what we have?" As he spoke, he patted the new weapon on his shoulder, the rocket launcher. Podolkov smiled and said, "Okay, we will make an emergency stop and fire the gun later. At that time, you can get out of the car and be careful not to be run over by your own people." "Okay." At this time, the private behind the sergeant pointed forward, "Look." Podolkov immediately turned around and saw the sky full of smoke and dust in front of him, as if there was a sandstorm blowing on the grassland. "Sergeant, hey, dear, this smoke reminds me of the spring sandstorms in my hometown." "Spring in my hometown?" "Yes, in spring in our hometown, there will be sandstorms. The yellow sand raised from the Gobi Desert in the west will cover the entire grassland. If you don't cover your face when you go out, your skin will become like an 80-year-old man in one day." Rough. Podolkov was speechless. "I must go and see it if I have the chance. I haven't been to our country in the east yet." As he spoke, he raised his telescope and observed the billowing smoke. Major Hans of the 66th Armored Battalion of Prasen was on the turret of his command tank, observing the billowing smoke in front. It looks like there aren't many enemies in the front, only about 20 vehicles. He radioed to the entire battalion of soldiers, destroy them. It should be said that the Prasen armored troops were indeed elite. Without any advance reconnaissance, they could directly determine the number of enemies based on the size of the smoke and dust. Unfortunately, they did not expect that the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment opposite them had all been equipped with Rokossov I heavy tanks. The front and sides of this thing are basically exempt from the 48 times caliber long-barreled 75mm gun of the Panzer IV. To penetrate the Rokossov Type 1, Major Hans's soldiers had to break into a distance of 400 meters from the heavy tank, which completely violated the engagement rules of the Prasen Armored Corps. Prasen armored soldiers habitually rely on their superb shooting skills to fire at long distances. Major Hans turned back and glanced at the billowing smoke raised by his armored battalion. He confidently raised his hand and slashed forward, armor, move forward. Crush them. Expand the formation. The regiment leader's order came through the radio. The enemy is more numerous than us. Fully expand the formation to ensure that we will not be flanked by a large number of enemy tanks. Podolkov, Commander, have you forgotten that the back of our new tanks is just as reliable? Asshole, what I'm worried about is that our turret speed can't keep up with the enemy. If long gun number 4 hits us at close range, we can still jam the turret seat or penetrate the weak points. Don't take it lightly, the enemy is an elite armored force. Very elite. The group leader responded seriously. Podolkov said nothing more, silently gave the command, and distanced himself from the escort car. At this time the gunner shouted, the enemy tank has entered the effective range. Before Podolkov could answer, the wingman opened fire, and the muzzle blast even hit Podolkov's face. Podolkov, Ivan, pilot, listen to my command. If I say yes, you will make an emergency stop for 7 seconds. Sergei, gunner, aim at the enemy you just measured the range. So the Revenge S turret slightly turned sideways about 5 degrees, and the helicopter also adjusted slightly. Aim completed. The gunner shouted. Emergency stop. The tank stopped immediately, and the body swayed back and forth. After all, in order to pursue productivity and reliability, the suspension system of the Rokossov I heavy tank was relatively simple and rough, and the stability was not particularly good. As soon as the shaking stopped, Sergei opened fire. The smoke and dust raised by the muzzle storm suddenly blocked Podolkov's vision, making him unable to see the target's condition for a while. The next moment, the tank started up and rushed forward, spraying dust from the fire, and Podolkov saw the Panzer IV burst into flames. Before he could be happy, an armor-piercing round hit the tank's turret, causing a string of sparks to fly past his ear. He was unhurt, and the infantry sergeant behind the turret shouted, Vesely. Podolkov turned around and saw a private carrying a rocket launcher falling to the left and falling outside the tank body. Tell you to get out of the car. We have armor protection, but you don't. Sergeant, the enemy is still more than 1 kilometer away, and it's useless for us to get out of the car now. Transport us a little further. Just as Podolkov was about to respond, the loader's voice came from the earphones, okay. Gunner Sergei urged, Commander. Indicate the target. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 626, Steel Collision. Podolkov could only ignore the infantry and chose the target closest to the muzzle, turn the turret 10 degrees to the right, Ivan is ready to make an emergency stop. As he said this, 2 more shells hit the tank. Podolkov shrank his neck, but did not hide in the tank. Instead, he grabbed the microphone and shouted, Emergency stop. Kill them. The tank stopped, probably because the time interval between this time and the last emergency stop was not long, and the tank did not increase its speed, so this emergency stop was much smoother. The gunner immediately seized the opportunity to fire, but his vision was once again blocked by dust. Podolkov, onward, onward. Out of the smoke. Before he finished speaking, a new shell hit the hull of the Vengeance, but this time the shell did not bounce away, but exploded directly. The explosion knocked Podolkov unconscious as he stretched out his upper body. The infantry squatting behind the turret had nothing to do because of the turret's obstruction. Podolkov slipped directly into the turret, and the infantry sergeant immediately leaned on the edge of the hatch and looked inside. Captain Dovorich. I'm fine. Podolkov rubbed his butt and sat upright. He's starting to hit us with high explosive bombs. Are you okay, guys? Driver Ivan, it's okay. The shell exploded above my head, and my head was buzzing. But it doesn't affect driving. Suckabule. Podolkov, what's wrong? It's okay, it's a bit of a nosebleed. Just stuff it with paper and it'll be over. As he spoke, the tank started up and rushed forward 2 steps. Another artillery shell hit the tank's armor with a doon sound. Podolkov looked out and was blinded by the billowing white smoke. The gunner shouted, the gun scope is full of white, we seem to have been hit by smoke bombs. I know. Get out of the smoke range. Quick. It's driving. It's already moving forward at full speed. Armor-piercing bullet, okay. The loader didn't care about what was going on outside, just loading. Podolkov stuck his head and stared ahead nervously, but the smoke seemed to be endless. The Revenge had been driving forward for dozens of seconds and had not yet broken out of the smoke range. The regiment commander shouted on the radio, "The enemy has released a lot of smoke and wants to engage us in close combat. I order all vehicle commanders to probe and not let the enemy take advantage of the enemy." Probing, probing. Podolkov muttered, frowning as he looked at the surrounding smoke. Even if you probe, you can't see anything. Suddenly, Podolkov heard the sound of the tank engine and gearbox, coming from the front. The Revenge should be the tank that rushes forward. If there is an engine sound in front, it is probably the enemy. Lieutenant German subconsciously touched the iron cross on his body. There is the sound of an engine ahead. According to the Doppler principle, it should be approaching us. German held the microphone, "Get ready to engage the enemy. Load the first smoke grenade and make sure to block the enemy's vision. We don't have time to make an emergency stop. We must hit the enemy while moving." "Yes." The gunner replied confidently. Panzer IV moved forward at full speed. Suddenly, a black shadow burst out of the smoke. "Fire!" Lieutenant German yelled. The smoke bomb exploded directly in front of the black shadow, and the white smoke suddenly obscured the outline of the black shadow. "German, quick! Flanking maneuver! Prepare to hit its sides and rear." "Already going at full speed." The driver replied. The roar of the enemy's engine and gearbox shook German's eardrums. It was obvious that smoke bombs could not stop the enemy's indestructible new tank. German mentally calculated the distance between the two. He knew that the two cars were about to cross. The enemy has appeared. As expected, the enemy's turret was still pointing forward and could not keep up with the maneuver of German's vehicle. But there were infantry sitting behind the enemy turret. The infantry was holding a strange-looking weapon that looked like a mace used by ancient knights. When the infantryman met Second Lieutenant German's eyes, he raised the mace in his hand. The next moment, white light shot out from the tail of the mace, dragging smoke towards Lieutenant German's car. There was no particularly violent explosion, and Lieutenant German even thought that the thing had misfired. But then screams burst out from Lieutenant German's earphones. "What's going on?" As soon as the second lieutenant asked, a heat wave hit him from behind. When he turned around, he saw that the radiator grill of his car turned into a torch, spraying out high tongues of flame. "The engine is on fire. Lieutenant German, abandon the vehicle. Everyone abandon the vehicle." While giving the order, he quickly climbed out of the turret and was about to jump to the side. At this time, Second Lieutenant German thought of something, Ant's tank had infantry behind it. He raised his head and saw the Ant infantry holding a Babisha submachine gun. Podolkov almost pierced his eardrum with the sound of Babisha's shooting ringing right next to his ears. "Don't shoot in my ear!" he shouted. "The enemy is about to run away. If we let the enemy drive new tanks, these experienced tank crews will cause huge damage to us." The infantry sergeant replied while shooting, "You are not afraid of them anymore after you drive new heavy tanks. There are comrades who drive T-34W. After hearing this, Podolkov fired up his anti-aircraft machine gun and pointed it at the enemy. The only Plosin tanker who escaped was lost in the smoke, while Podolkov continued to fire. At this time, the sound of an engine approached again. "Podolkov, another one is coming. Let's stop first. The engine noise will get smaller and the gearbox noise will disappear." The driver Ivan stopped immediately, and the sound of the Revenge suddenly became smaller. Podolkov held his breath, as if this would reduce the chance of people noticing. The infantry behind the turret also became nervous and dared not breathe. Suddenly, the enemy appeared. Captain Proson on the turret widened his eyes, obviously not expecting that there was an anti-tank lying here. The enemy's turret was also facing other directions, obviously alerting other sources of sound. Captain Proson roared, and the turret immediately began to turn, and the body of the vehicle also turned with it. Obviously, this was intended to use the body steering and turret steering to coordinate and aim the cannon at the Revenge at the fastest speed. "Podolkov, the enemy is right in front of us, fire." At the same time as he gave the order, the gunner opened fire. This time the enemy was too close, and the dust from the shooting was immediately blown away by the explosion of the enemy tank, and the turret of the No. 4 tank was stuck in the soil in front of the Revenge. The explosion also blew away the surrounding smoke, making the vision clear, and Podolkov saw another Proson tank. Before he could give an order, the target ran into the Rokossov I driven by friendly forces. The Proson driver climbed out of the tank, holding a magnetic anti-tank grenade in his hand, and was about to stick it on the Rokossov I. Podolkov turned the anti-aircraft machine gun and swept over, but because he didn't aim, the bullets were like water splashing, and he didn't hit the Proson man. He only saw him stick the grenade on the wedge armor in front of the Rokosavi body, pulled the string, and flew to the side. The magnetic grenade exploded. The hatch of the Rokosavi opened, and the tank driver climbed out cursing. It seemed that all the members except the driver were alive. It just so happened that the Prosons also abandoned their tanks and climbed out of the number 4. When the Proson commander picked up his MP40 to fire, he was grabbed by the Ant commander and rolled off the tank. The two sides immediately wrestled with each other. The Rokosavi tank had only 4 members, no mechanic, and the driver had not climbed out of the tank yet, so he was probably killed, while the Prosons had 5 members in the number 4 tank. In a 3-on-5 situation, the Ant tanker actually gained the advantage. The Ant commander knocked Proson out with 2 punches, and after getting up, he hit the gunner with an uppercut and sent him flying, breaking several teeth in his mouth. At this time, the Revenge finally arrived at the scene of the fight. Podolkov recognized the crew and shouted, "What happened to your driver?" The commander spat at the enemy's unconscious Proson tanker and looked up at Podolkov. "He died. We abandoned the vehicle when we saw him start to catch fire. He was on fire, and there was no sound from the inside. He must have died at the beginning." As soon as the voice fell, flames came out of the tank cockpit. "Podolkov, it looks like the fire can still be put out. Quick! Put out the fire before the tank is burned, repair it and change the driver, and it can still be used. Anti needs every tank." Podolkov is right, put out the fire quickly, guys. The 3 tankers who had just finished fighting ran towards the tank that had just started to catch fire. Just as Podolkov was about to command the tanks to continue moving forward, the voice of the regiment commander came from the radio, "The enemy has retreated. We defeated the enemy in the tank battle. We won." The radio was filled with cheers of victory. "Yura! Podolkov, we should pursue the enemy. We can't let the enemy escape easily. We have an advantage over the enemy, but the T-34W of ordinary troops has no advantage against people. We can't let the enemy harvest our Davarish." The regiment commander was silent for a second, and replied, "Podolkov is right, move forward. Although our heavy tanks are not as mobile as the enemy's Type 4 tanks, we must try our best to pursue them. Try to eat them up." The whole army moves forward. At the same time, not far from the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment to which Podolkov belonged, the 3rd Guards Tank Army, the 24th Guards Tank Brigade, the 3rd Battalion. Battalion Commander Semyon confirmed that the shells he fired hit the front of the enemy's Type 4 tank. However, the shells only produced sparks and did not penetrate the front armor of the Type 4 tank, which had been strengthened to 80 mm. He picked up the microphone. "Our 76 guns can't penetrate the enemy's front, rush up and fight. Hit the enemy's side. If it doesn't work, ram it." At this time, many Type 4 tanks on the battlefield stopped moving, but more T-34Ws were burning. Comparing the burning tanks alone, the exchange ratio between the two sides was about 3 to 1. The radio could hear the Proson tankmen shouting, "The cross is coming." Captain Semyon couldn't understand the Proson language, and he could only watch his soldiers die with a broken heart. The hand holding the microphone was white. In the end, he could only say word by word, "Davarich. See you at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Forward." His tank roared and rushed towards the Type 4 in front. The top of the Type 4 tank was covered with a Proson flag, which was obviously the enemy's command tank. Simayo's car had only rushed out less than 50 meters when the Proson people opened fire. The T-34W was hit and exploded into an orange-red flower. Chapter 627 At sunset on the 2nd day. On the 2nd day of the offensive, at the headquarters of the First Front of Kozalia, 2120 hours. Pavlov looked at the sunset outside the window. There is only a little time left for the sun to shine, and the enemy should stop counterattacking. Popov let out a long sigh. "Although I know that the enemy's armored forces are strong, is this too strong?" Wang Zhong's expression was not good. "On the bright side, our armored soldiers have slowed down the enemy's counterattack with their sacrifices. At this time, the preliminary results of each unit facing the enemy have been sent to the headquarters. Basically, except for the Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment equipped with Rokosavi heavy tanks, the exchange ratio between other units and the Prosons is about 3 to 1. The good news is that the exchange ratio between ordinary tank units equipped with T-34W and the enemy is not as bad as before, and there will never be such a bad thing that the enemy's long-barreled No. 4 platoon destroys a brigade of T-34S without losing anything. The bad news is that the exchange ratio between the veterans of the Guards Tank Brigade driving T-34W and the Proson armored soldiers is not much better. The reason for this is that in addition to the reasons of aiming accuracy, search speed, and other factors related to the quality of the troops, there is another very important reason, that is, the armored forces generally reported that the newly issued armor-piercing shells could not penetrate the enemy's late-model No. 4 frontal armor. Vesely, the new armor-piercing shells can stably penetrate the 80 mm frontal armor of the enemy tank during the rear test, and can even penetrate 100 mm armor at a closer distance. I think these testers should be shot, they must have cheated. Wang Zhong, it is not necessarily a cheat. It is possible that our armor steel is not as good as Prosan's armor steel. In fact, because a large number of professional and technical talents were lost during the industrial migration process, the quality of armor steel produced by Anti dropped sharply in the second year of the war. There were even reports on the front line that PAK-38 penetrated the T-34 gun shield from the front. This is exactly the same as the situation on Earth. Now that the war has entered the third year, the talents and craftsmanship in the rear should have recovered to a certain extent, but they certainly cannot compare with Prosan in terms of armor steel quality. Pavlov, look at it in a positive way. This time at least 3 tanks can be exchanged for 1 tank. If the results of heavy tanks are included, it can even be close to 2 to 1. If we keep exchanging like this, the day of 1 to 1 will come sooner or later. In fact, on Earth, the Russians were not able to achieve a 1 to 1 with the armored forces of the Germans until the end, and they were even beaten by the armored aces of the Germans. Because too many good armored soldiers of the Russians died on Earth, by the end of the war, the average driving time of the troops was not much longer than at the beginning of the war. Although the Russians also had a lot of legendary aces, the average level of the troops was too low. But this time and space is different. At least many aces who drive heavy tanks can be preserved now. When the anti-version of T-54 is mass-produced, some aces trained in heavy tanks can be transferred to the T-54 troops, and the old and the new can even produce some medium tank aces. While Wang Zhong was calculating, the signalman entered the room and said loudly, "The report of the 8th Guards Tank Army has been delivered. Pavlov, the only thing missing is theirs. Let me see how much they lost." The 8th Guards Tank Army inherited the mantle of the original 51st Tank Army, but it was only a nominal inheritance. In fact, there were too few survivors from the 51st Tank Army. This tank army was a brand new unit. Pavlov opened the envelope, read the report for a while, and immediately smiled. The 8th Guards Army did not encounter the enemy's armored counterattack. They successfully broke through the position of the enemy's 167th Infantry Division and are developing in depth. Kyrienko's cavalry army is also with them. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the battle loss table for today does not need to be expanded. He looked at the battle loss figures on the blackboard. That was the estimated battle loss reported by the armored units today. The real battle loss will not be known until the statisticians of each unit carefully count it after nightfall. On the first day of the enemy's counterattack, the estimated losses were as high as 500 vehicles, with at least 4 brigades losing more than half of their vehicles, and other brigades that encountered the Plassen troops also suffered serious losses. But the good news is that this time most of the brigades forced back the Plassen's counterattack and finally controlled the battlefield. This means that a considerable portion of the 500 losses can be repaired. Popov stood beside Wang Zhong, and together they looked at the numbers on the blackboard, sighing, "If we lose a few more days, our armored forces will be completely wiped out." Wang Zhong said confidently, "The enemy will be exhausted first. We will be exhausted if we continue like this." Marshal Gorin knocked on the table hard. "How could we lose 300 tanks on the first day of the counterattack? Chief of Staff, most of them are the results of the enemy's new heavy tanks, my Marshal." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the 3rd Armored Army said, "Marshal, although we suffered heavy losses, various units claimed to have destroyed more enemy tanks. The 19th Armored Division with newer equipment even reported that it destroyed 200 enemy tanks. The commander of the 2nd Armored Army of the Asgard Knights next to him was not to be outdone. Our Emperor Division lost 10 tanks and reported that it destroyed 220. The Marshal sighed, "Enough, we all know how much water there is in claiming to destroy this thing. Apart from anything else, since so many anti-tanks were destroyed, we should have controlled the battlefield. Why did we retreat in most places? Commander of the 3rd Armored Army, there are too many enemies, and their tactics and skills have obviously improved greatly compared to before. We can't drive them away like before." The commander of the 2nd Armored Army of Asgard also echoed, "Yes, and the enemy's new heavy tanks are too powerful. They repelled our troops and continued to pursue, threatening the logistics supply line of the armored army. That's why we retreated." The commander of the 3rd Armored Army took the conversation back. "The mobility of the enemy's new heavy tanks exceeded our expectations. We couldn't escape at all. Many armored battalions that were pursued suffered heavy losses. Our troops retreated to the range of the Elephant tank destroyer to stabilize their position and force the enemy back." Marshal Gorin, "Thank God, finally a new equipment has played a little role. Chief of Staff, it's a pity that the failure rate of these destroyers is too high, and they can't keep up with the mobility of the armored forces." Marshal Gorin, "What about our new weapons? What about those Type 5 and Type 6 tanks? Where are they? Isn't the Emperor Division equipped with a battalion of Type 5 tanks and a battalion of Type 6 tanks?" The Asgard Knights Emperor Armored Division belongs to the Knights' 2nd Armored Army, so the commander of the 2nd Armored Army replied, "The Type 6 tanks are performing well and are on their way to the battle area. It is expected that 30 Type 6 tanks will be put into battle tomorrow. As for the Type 5 tanks, this battalion has only 40 tanks that can move, and it drove into the minefield during the maneuver. Marshal Gorin was shocked, the enemy laid the minefield so quickly. No, it was laid by our infantry division. The commander looked embarrassed, the remaining Type 5 tanks all had their tracks blown off and could not move forward. Marshal Gorin cursed, damn it. Chapter 628 War of Attrition. July 2, 1916, the 1st Armored Battalion of the Pro-Sonanpra Armored Division. The battalion commander looked at his watch and sighed, let's not wait for the Leopard tanks, let's go by ourselves. After that, he jumped onto the battalion command tank, turned around and waved to the other auxiliary vehicles of the battalion, when we repel the anti-troops, we will send you a signal, and then we will catch up. Yes, battalion commander. The deputy battalion commander saluted, I wish you a happy hunting. The battalion commander nodded, looked forward again, put the headset half on his head, that is, only one ear, and picked up the radio receiver, attention, all battalions, I am the battalion commander, start the attack. The 1st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment of the Guards. The regiment commander looked at the tank commanders gathered in front of him and said loudly, last night, with the efforts of the regiment support battalion, the number of tanks we can fight has been restored to 10, and 2 broken track tanks are being repaired, and it is expected that they will catch up with us halfway. In yesterday's tank battle, only 2 tanks of the 1st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment of the Guards were damaged by the enemy tankers with magnetic anti-tank grenades. The remaining losses were all broken tracks, stuck turret rings, and mechanical failures. Among them, mechanical failures accounted for the largest number. After all, the 1st Guards Regiment advanced such a long distance yesterday, and even if it was just a normal cross-country march, many would break down. After all, the Rokossov I tank is a heavy tank, with an empty weight of more than 40 tons. With the addition of shells, fuel, and the sundries that each tank crew brought with them, the combat weight exceeded 50 tons. Such a heavy guy will break down when going off-road. Regimental Commander, although we only have 10 left, there is good news. The 60th Tank Brigade has joined us. They have 40 intact T-34WS and infantry units to cooperate with them. They will attack forward with us. Okay, return to your respective tanks and make final preparations. Disband. The tank commanders saluted together, then turned around and walked towards their tanks in 2s and 3s. As Podolskov was walking with his head down, Alex, the commander of the number 276 tank, patted him on the shoulder, hey, I heard that your crew had a good result yesterday? It's okay. 3 of them were shot down by infantrymen sitting on our vehicles with cannons. Podolskov laughed, I don't know who should be credited with this achievement. It should be painted on our gun barrels. It's really not us who shot them, and infantrymen don't have the habit of marking their achievements on their bodies. Alex, isn't it said that a sniper will carve an iron cross on the butt of his gun after killing an enemy? That's a sniper. The sniper's rifle will always be with them. After all, different guns have subtle differences in ballistics, and they are not used to using other guns. But the infantry's cannon is thrown away after shooting. Podolskov shook his head and said, a new medal should be added to commend those infantrymen who destroy tanks alone. It seems that Proson has this armband. Alex nodded, indeed, some dead Proson soldiers have this thing on their sleeves. I have seen it. Especially those Proson soldiers who rushed towards our tanks with funnels, most of them have it. I saw several of these before my last tank was destroyed. Most of the tank crews of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment are veterans transferred from other tank units. Most of them have lost comrades in previous battles, and the tank commanders have rich experience in sending their subordinates away. Podolskov casually asked, how many people are left in your last vehicle? 2, 1 for me and 1 for the loader. Are the 2 in the turret alive? Yes, and before abandoning the vehicle, we sent away the Type 4 that blew us up. As soon as we fired the gun, the engine caught fire, so we had to abandon the vehicle. Alex suddenly laughed, it's different now. The Prussian people can't do anything with our armor. Thank you General Rokossov for the weapons. Podolskov, it would be great if my brother could drive the Rokossov Type 1. His crew are all brave guys. They are better at tactics and skills than us. You can fight as well as your brother. While talking, Alex's tank arrived, so he stopped and nodded to Podolskov, drive your revenge to Proshenya. Let your brother also see the destruction of the enemy's capital. Podolskov nodded, as long as I'm still alive at that time, I will. Don't say discouraging words. Alex shouted. But Podolskov turned around and walked towards his tank not far away, their 2 tanks were parked together. Driver Ivan saw Podolskov coming and stood up, I have lubricated all the parts well. This guy is in good condition. He will definitely run another 100 kilometers today. Podolskov laughed, 100 kilometers? Do you know that if we run another 100 kilometers, we will meet up with the pliers on the other side? That's great. Ivan laughed, now we have surrounded hundreds of thousands of enemies again. Podolskov, okay, let's go. The enemy will definitely counterattack today, and we will attack the enemy together with the friendly T-34W. The gunner who was eating on the grass next to the tank ate the bread in 3 bites, his bulging cheeks squirmed, and he stood up. You finish eating first. Podolskov said, in case the bread crumbs fall out when you get on the car, causing the car to break down. Gunner, the machines made by Proson may stop because of a crumb, because their machines are delicate, but our machines are not so delicate, right? In fact, the gunner said this to the pilot, but it seemed like he was talking to the Revenge. The loader sitting on the roof of the tank turret laughed, the hero's machine will not strike. Just as Podolkov was about to answer, a signal flare was launched into the sky in the distance, which was particularly conspicuous against the early morning sky. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw the signal flare. Podolkov reacted the fastest, it's the reconnaissance force. They have encountered the enemy. Get in the car quickly. Those who are repairing it, leave quickly. Your maintenance vehicle is more valuable than our tanks, leave quickly. Go quickly. Maintenance vehicles are imported from the United States. At present, ANT's production capacity is all used to build tanks, and maintenance vehicles are basically not produced, so Podolkov said this. The people in the maintenance camp were also unambiguous. They quickly jumped on the maintenance truck, turned around and ran back. The mechanic who had just helped to repair the engine of the Revenge turned around and shouted, I wish you good luck. Kill more prosens. Podolkov waved his hand, climbed onto the tank, and pushed the loader who was drilling the hatch, hurry up. Don't push, Commander. I'm going to hit my head. At this time, a jeep drove over, and several infantrymen who took the Revenge yesterday jumped out of the jeep. Captain, we have taken 9 more tubes. Podolkov, okay. Come up quickly, we are about to set off. At this time, car number 267 next to it had started, and its engine roared forward. Podolkov got into the tank, stood up at his position, confirmed that the driver had also climbed into the front cockpit, and then patted the top of the turret, start the tank. The tank's engine roared, and black smoke spewed from the exhaust pipe. Upon seeing this, the infantryman quickly climbed onto the tank, grabbed the handle on the edge, took out the barrel and prepared for battle. Driver Ivan's voice came from the earphones, sit tight. Let's sit tight and let's go. So the Revenge puffed out black smoke, overwhelming the green grass in front of it. The tracks had obviously suppressed the grass yesterday, but after one night, they grew slender again. Podolkov picked up the binoculars and saw the Willis jeep of the reconnaissance unit racing wildly on the grassland. They're having a great time, Podolkov muttered. The infantry sergeant behind the turret said, in fact, the casualties of the reconnaissance troops have always been very high. The jeep can't always get rid of the enemy's firepower by maneuvering. Although it is really difficult to hit this thing running wildly on the grassland. Podolskov, it's safer to have armor, but unfortunately you can't run so fast with armor. It's really hard to make a choice. Perhaps there will be tanks in the future that are armored and can run so fast. Said the sergeant. Come on, how could such a tank appear? Podolkov shook his head. If such a tank really existed, it would definitely eliminate all heavy and medium tanks. It would be enough for the entire army to equip only this kind of tank. As he finished speaking, the jeep of the reconnaissance unit was already in sight. The scout operating the machine gun in the vehicle shouted to the Revenge, the enemy has about 1 battalion, 1 enemy battalion. The troops are strong. Be careful. Podolkov only had time to wave his hand, and the jeep rushed past. When he looked back, he could only see the dust at the rear of the car. Podolkov picked up the microphone, the reconnaissance force reported that the enemy has a battalion with nearly 100 tanks. Repeat, the enemy has a battalion with nearly 100 tanks. The regiment leader's curse immediately came from the radio, damn it, we only have 50 T-34Ws including the brothers units. The enemy can't penetrate us. A commander said nonchalantly, show them how powerful we are. I see dust ahead. Podolkov also saw grey dust rising from the horizon, like a sandstorm. Hey, where did you hear this word? He shook his head, dismissed distracting thoughts, and raised his binoculars to search for the first target. Turn the turret 5 degrees to the left, and you should be able to see the first target. He gave the first battle order of the day. A day of fierce artillery battle is about to begin. 12 hours later. Podolkov finally heard the deputy regimental commander's order coming from the earphone, stop all tanks, camp on the spot, and wait for the maintenance battalion to come forward. He immediately ordered, okay, Ivan, stop the car. The tank came to a sudden stop, and the engine whined loudly. Ivan climbed out of the cockpit and cursed, as soon as I heard this sound, I knew there was going to be a big problem. I have to check it carefully. Maybe the maintenance team will come up later and it will be time to replace the engine. Podolkov, leave it to you. As he spoke, he took off his headphones, threw them on the top of the turret along with the microphone, and looked back at the back of the turret. The engine grill was empty except for blood and minced flesh everywhere. Succubule. Podolkov cursed. Chapter 629 Armored Minced Meat. At 2330 hours on July 2, the headquarters of the 1st Hezelia Front. Pavlov threw a document in front of Wang Zhong. Today's loss has come out. Wang Zhong, looking at your expression, I know the loss is not small. Pavlov, if we fight like this for 2 more days, we will lose all our tanks. We have to think of something. Wang Zhong stood up and came to the map. We are attacking. The heavy artillery units can't keep up with the advancing armored spearheads. Even the more maneuverable rocket launchers can't keep up. After all, the mobility of car wheels on the grassland is better than that of cars. Not on the track. No vehicle on wheels other than a Willis Jeep could keep up with the armor. We did design a rocket launcher carried by Willis Jeep, but it is not equipped on a large scale yet. And the effectiveness of its actual use still needs to be verified in actual combat. Vesely, in other words, at this stage, we can only use armored troops to exchange with the enemy. What about the possibility of mobilizing the Vortex troops to ambush the enemy? Pavlov, we have already done this. In fact, the Vortex troops performed well today. The enemy did not invest many Big Max tank destroyers that could penetrate the Vortex during the attack, and the Elephant tank destroyer that is currently confirmed to exist because it was too bulky, it was not used in the attack. The enemy's tank troops suffered heavy losses in the face of the Vortex. This is the best news today. The second best news is that we control most of the fighting area again and can prevent the Prosons from repairing those damaged tanks. Ants' maintenance capabilities are insufficient. The main repair vehicles are imported from the United States. The quantity itself is not enough, and the quality of the maintenance personnel is not as high as that of Proson. The main purpose of controlling the battlefield is to prevent the Prosons from repairing damaged tanks. If the Prosons control the battlefield, half of the tanks that are not on fire or destroyed on the battlefield will be repaired within a few days. Of course, another way to not repair tanks for the Prosons is to hit all the paralyzed enemy tanks as much as possible before evacuating the battlefield. Generally, it is difficult to repair a tank that has been overheated, and even repairing it will take a lot of time. According to the captured Proson Maintenance Unit Manual and the Confessions of Prisoners, such tanks are generally abandoned for repair, and only those that have not been burned are recovered. Parts are provided for other vehicles. Wang Zhong, there is also good news. The 8th Guards Tank Corps has still not encountered the enemy's armored forces. They have formed a prominent spearhead, threatening the enemy's entire rear area and echoing our cavalry units. Pavlov, according to aerial reconnaissance, the 8th Tank Army will be attacked by the enemy's armored counterattack tomorrow. Although the 8th Army has the title of Guards, it was given to the original 51st Tank Army, and their tank crews did not. There aren't many veterans, maybe. Wang Zhong looked at the Chief of Staff. Are you worried that they will be used as a record by the enemy tankers? This is basically the fate of our novice crews. Pavlov spit out the cold facts. Some of them only have 60 hours of tank driving time, and it is rare that they can drive 200 hours. Vesely suddenly said, as consumables for mincing meat, they are more suitable than those veterans who have gone through life and death on the battlefield. Popov, don't say such things, you heartless guy. Vesely spread his hands, I'm just stating the facts. Wang Zhong, no, the veterans can at least exchange 3 for 1, and the recruits will only wholesale iron crosses to the Prosen people. Can you let the 8th Army switch to defense tomorrow? Just tell them to wait for the oil to be delivered. Build tank bunkers in place. This can reduce the enemy's advantage to some extent. Pavlov nodded, this is indeed the best way. The 8th Guards Army has advanced far enough. Defending in place will not delay our overall offensive pace. I will give the order right now. At the same time, the headquarters of Army Group south of Plossen. Marshal Gran put down the report and sighed, even if the results claimed by each unit are not watery at all, our losses are hard to ignore. Chief of Staff of the Army Group, some armored divisions have only 20 combat-ready tanks left, and the others are either lost or under repair. They were unable to control the battlefield after the battle, which had a serious impact on us. Marshal Gran turned and looked at the map. How did they, referring to Ant, get so many tanks? Were they supported by the United States? Although I know that a large amount of water must have been poured into the declared victory, but, could it be that the enemy has enhanced its maintenance capabilities? According to the report of Plossen's headquarters, Ant's maintenance capabilities should be only 1/10 of Plossen's. In the previous 2 years, Plossen had captured many Ant tanks that were abandoned with only minor malfunctions. Came to this conclusion. Chief of Staff, last year and the year before last, we also had such doubts when faced with the Ant troops that kept emerging from the ground. I thought you were used to it. They just have such production capacity and can supplement it. Marshal Gran pursed his lips and thought for a long time, then said, I want to call His Majesty. If he wants us to defeat Rokosov, he has to bring back the armored units that were transferred from us. Or give them from home. We just need to mobilize new armored units. A few minutes later, the Eagle's Nest. It is impossible to return the transferred armored troops to you. The Emperor stood up and spat on the phone. You can't defeat Rokosov without these armored troops? You already have more than 2 armored troops in hand. The number of armored units in General Moltke's hands years ago. Marshal Gran replied on the phone, but the enemy is no longer the clay-footed giant from 2 years ago. Their troops were only of limited size 2 years ago. Even an armored division with 200 tanks would be completely annihilated by our infantry division. But now, if our infantry division is attacked by 200 tanks, the position will be in danger and it will be broken through accidentally. After a brief pause, Marshal Gran added, what's more, the enemy still has a damn Rokosov Type 1 heavy tank. Hearing the syllables Rokosov, the Emperor was shocked and asked, what Rokosov? What type? Rokosov Type 1 is the serial number of the enemy's new heavy tank. And they call that heavy rocket launcher urban cannon. The Emperor scolded, this Rokosov actually named the tank after himself. I am embarrassed to call the new tank the Reinhardt Type 1. How shameless! Several senior generals who were listening silently exchanged glances. Marshal Gran, he may be trying to boost morale. For Ant soldiers, Rokosov means victory. If you don't give us armor this time, he will win again. You clearly show amazing exchange ratios in the reports you give me every day. Do you want to say that those exchange ratios are all lies? The Emperor asked. Of course not, Marshal Gran replied calmly. The enemy's losses may be exaggerated due to many factors such as observation and our failure to control the battlefield, but they are not exaggerated so much. But our losses are also real. I have the armored division has only 20 tanks left in combat readiness. If we don't get reinforcements, we will have to temporarily stop the attack and wait for the short-term repair tanks to be completed. We can't stop the counterattack. We can't. The Emperor raised his voice. If you stop the counterattack, you will play into Rokosov's hands. I know, so your majesty, I need reinforcements. Rokosov's armored forces have penetrated nearly 70 kilometers deep into us, and his cavalry is running around in our control area. We are now. Suddenly, gunshots were heard on the other end of the phone. The Emperor was shocked. Why are there gunshots? Marshal Gran, please answer. Marshal Gran raised his head when he heard the sound of gunfire, and then the reassuring sound of MG42 firing came. Not long after, the Air Defense Regiment of the Army Group Headquarters also opened fire. The Air Defense Regiment of the Army Group Headquarters is equipped with the latest anti-aircraft tanks. This type of tank is nicknamed a family car by the soldiers because of its square fighting room. The receiver in Marshal Gran's hand kept hearing His Majesty the Emperor's howl, what's going on? Where is the gunshot coming from? The Marshal ignored the Emperor for the moment and asked loudly, why are the guns firing? Soon the head of the headquarters security regiment rushed in and saluted, report to the Marshal that the enemy's cavalry troops have attacked us. Marshal Gran, they all came here in a surprise attack? This place should be about 80 kilometers away from the nearest anti-forward. I don't know this, but we did kill several ant cavalry. Judging from the scale, there should be more than 2 companies of cavalry rushing into the village during the night. The head of the security regiment reported truthfully. As if in response to his words, the sound of babusha shooting and shouting in ant language came from the yard outside. Marshal Gran, what are you saying outside? The staff officer who understood Antese immediately replied, with so many cars, it seems that we have caught a big fish. Start a radio report quickly. Marshal Gran suddenly counted down his hair, what did they say? The last sentence. Expand the radio report quickly. Marshal Gran, it's broken, Rokosov likes to bomb the headquarters. Get ready to move. Chief of Staff, if we transfer, the headquarters will temporarily lose its function of commanding the troops, isn't that bad? Anyway, Rokosov's cannons won't be able to hit here for a while. Marshal Gran thought for a moment and thought so, and then replied, you are right, strengthen the defense. After speaking, he put the receiver to his ear again. Emperor Prasen was very anxious, why are you firing the gun? Rokosov has rushed into your headquarters? Hello. Marshal Gorin, Rokosov's cavalry broke into my headquarters. Now at least 200,000 Rokosov's cavalry are wandering in our control area, and the people are helping them, so they can move around and attack us. Small forces and logistics. The Emperor gritted his teeth and replied, you must block Rokosov's attack. I will send reinforcements to you. Once Rokosov is defeated, these people will be liquidated. Completely liquidated. How dare they assist the enemy? These are no longer ordinary people, we must take a heavy blow. Chapter 630 Night Investigation. At 0030 hours on July 3, the headquarters of the Hezbollah front. Wang Zhong yawned and said to Pavlov, I'm going to rest for a while. If there is any emergency, wake me up. Don't worry, I will definitely wake you up, The chief of staff fell silent, and the communications staff rushed in with a telegram in hand. The cavalry troops are in urgent need of a telegram. They have discovered an unusually large command facility. Wang Zhong was shocked. What? Give it to me. Without waiting for a response from his staff, he grabbed the telegram and opened it. He glanced at it and then ran towards the map. He picked up the thumbtack and pressed it on the map. Here. Pavlov, look, is this location a good place to set up a front army? No, army group headquarters. The enemy was not called the front army, and Wang Zhong almost complained. Pavlov, it is indeed very appropriate. The length of the telephone lines to each army is similar, but the length of the telephone line does not actually matter. It is just a matter of bringing an extra roll of telephone line when laying the line. It does not prove that this is the enemy group army. Group headquarters. Wang Zhong grinned, then let's go verify it, okay? I'll go verify it. Vesely, call Amelia to get on the reconnaissance plane and prepare to take off. Pavlov yelled, it's night time. Pier 3 has no record of night sorties. Because the main task of Pay 3 is to take pictures, nothing can be taken at night with the current camera technology. Pavlov added, besides, how do you determine that it is the enemy's headquarters? You may not be able to see clearly what is on the ground from the air. The enemy has just been attacked by cavalry and will black out the lights. Wang Zhong, of course it depends on Miss Amelia's sensing ability. Faced with a major fighter opportunity, Wang Zhong couldn't care less. Before, he had been constantly searching for the enemy's headquarters during his personal reconnaissance, but his ability could only cover a plane of 2.5 kilometers. The enemy's occupied area was so large and there were so many buildings in the occupied area that finding the headquarters was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now that the location of the enemy's headquarters has been delivered to our door, we must confirm it immediately and then arrange an airborne assault on Coma and DAR. How could you miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Even if this is not the enemy's army group headquarters, sending troops to attack an army group headquarters will do. Prasen's group army is a large organization. Once the headquarters is taken over, the tens or hundreds of thousands of people will be leaderless. No matter how elite the Prasen people are, they will be in chaos for a day and a half. Pavlov was organizing the words, and Vesely put down the phone. Miss Amelia said the bag is on her body, and you can prepare it before you get to the airport. Wang Zhong pointed to the door, then I'm leaving. Pavlov, okay, with Miss Amelia flying the plane, at least you don't have to worry about it hitting the ground in the dark. But if you fly over in the Red Pendant 3, won't you alert the enemy? Wang Zhong immediately said to Vesely, yes, call Amelia and tell Amelia that this time we will go to ordinary pay 3. Vesely immediately picked up the receiver and carried out the order. Then I'm leaving. Wang Zhong turned and ran straight to the door, fearing that Pavlov would change his mind. He didn't remember until he ran to the door, stopped and looked back at Pavlov. I am the highest officer of this front, right? Yes. Pavlov nodded seriously, that's why I didn't stop you. If I were the highest officer, you wouldn't be able to get out even once. Wang Zhong smiled and patted Gregory on the shoulder, drive, let's go. 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong had arrived in the sky. Amelia asked on the inside, why did you suddenly think of taking off for reconnaissance? Wang Zhong, we just received a report from the cavalry unit, saying that they found a place that looked very much like the Prasen High Command. I looked at the map and thought it was a good place to place the army group headquarters, so I went to take a look. Hey, that's it. Amelia's tone was very calm, fearing that she might have caught some wind. Cameras are useless at night, I can only rely on your intuition. Wang Zhong, leave it to me. The enemy's army group commander, Marshal Gran, is a powerful enemy. As long as we pass over his headquarters, I can be sure it's him. His statement was as close as possible to what Amelia said about her sensing form. After he finished speaking, he realized, how the hell does this look like the interaction between the new humans in Gundam? Once he reached the sky above Marshal Gran, a flash of lightning flashed in front of Wang Zhong's eyes, accompanied by a strange sound effect. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you talk a little bit, as long as you can find the enemy headquarters. Now the tank battle has become a pure war of attrition. The competition is which side will use up its reserves first. There is no way to break the deadlock. The tank force has finally managed to save some experienced tank crews, but all of them have to be lost in the elite Puluo army. The forest soldiers have it. While Wang Zhong was thinking about this, Amelia was looking for something to say. Flying at night is more difficult than expected. I don't know how the night witches adapt to this kind of flying. Wang Zhong, their aircraft is very reliable. Even if it makes a mistake, it can successfully land. But Pay 3 is different. Only you can take off and land smoothly in the dark night. If you weren't driving, I would. The good chief of staff will not allow me to go out. Amelia, sounds like I'm important. So did I veer off course, navigator? The position where Wang Zhong is sitting now is not only an observer, but also a navigator. After all, he has to mark the photo location on the map while taking pictures. It is normal to serve as a navigator at the same time. He confirmed it from the bird's eye view and replied, "Yaw 2 degrees, correct to the right." "Got it, corrected 2 degrees to the right." The plane swayed slightly, probably caused by the small deflection of the tail rudder. At this time, the plane passed the Proson station. The enemy who heard the sound turned on the searchlight to look for the plane. However, Pei 3 flew very fast and the enemy could not find it. All the anti-aircraft guns that fired randomly fell behind Wang Zhong's plane. At the headquarters of Army Group South in Prasen, Marshal Gran put down the receiver, sighed, and punched the table. The Chief of Staff asked worriedly, "Didn't you ask for reinforcements?" "It's coming," Marshal Gran raised his head, "but it's not the troops that have been mobilized to Army Group Center, but the new troops that have been supplemented from the rear." "Chief of Staff, railway transportation capacity is so tight now. Army Group Center and we are consuming a lot of ammunition and various supplies. How much force can be left to mobilize troops from the mainland? I'm afraid it won't be late July when these troops arrive at the front line." Marshal Gran, "Not necessarily. There are troops training in Exukov. These troops should be mobilized relatively quickly. Once they come, they can at least be used to plug leaks and block some relatively large breaches. As for the vital armored force, we might as well hope that the broken-down leopards can be repaired and put into combat, and we might as well look forward to the elephant tank destroyer in our Panzer VI King Tiger." The Chief of Staff pursed his lips, obviously not knowing what to respond. At this time, the phone rang, and the staff officer on duty answered the call in an orderly manner. "Army Group Headquarters, plane? Is it the Night Witch? Didn't it say that there is no need to report this?" The voice is different. Marshal Gran stepped forward and took the microphone. "I am Marshal Gran, what's going on?" The officer over there became frightened. "Marshal. We just heard the engine sound of the enemy plane. It didn't look like a mosquito-like biplane. It flew very fast. Our searchlight didn't catch up with it. It slipped past, maybe go straight to your headquarters." "Marshal Gran, I understand, thank you for fulfilling your duties." After speaking, he returned the receiver to the staff officer and looked at the Chief of Staff. "The cavalry just raided us. Is there an enemy plane coming towards us before dawn?" "Chief of Staff, if an enemy plane drops a bomb, it won't be able to cause too much damage, right? Why don't you go into the basement in advance and take shelter?" "Marshal Gran, is this really just for bombing?" "No, I don't think so. Put the Air Defense Regiment on alert and tell them this is a fast enemy plane. Try to shoot it down. I want to see what people want to do." "Wang Zhong, we're almost there. The enemy we passed just now may have reported it to the police, so be careful." "Amelia, don't worry. Do we have to fly over the enemy? Or can we just touch the edge?" "Wang Zhong, just give it a try. If it is really the Army Group Headquarters, the anti-aircraft firepower will be very strong." "Okay, if you confirm it, tell me and I will show Proson's anti-aircraft gunners what aerobatics is." Wang Zhong didn't answer, focusing entirely on the bird's eye view. Suddenly a large number of red dots suddenly appeared in front of them. Because they came so fast, they were right in front of them. Wang Zhong saw clearly that this thing was the Southern Army Group Headquarters and shouted, "Quickly, let's go. It's confirmed, it's the enemy's headquarters." Before he could finish his words, intensive artillery fire was fired from the ground into the air. Amelia immediately circled to the right, and her altitude dropped sharply. The tips of her wings almost touched the ground, and wheat crackled on the wings. Tracer bullets fired by the enemy fell like raindrops on the wheat field. There was even a shell from the 88 gun that grazed the tail of the aircraft and bounced in the wheat field. Wang Zhongren was almost pressed against the window glass on the side facing the ground. The plane passed over a farmhouse, and as soon as the enemy's bullets were out of the way, the enemy's bullets arrived with its hind legs, tearing off the earthen walls and roof, and smashing the wooden window frames to pieces. The dog in the farmhouse was barking at the plane, but immediately lay down on the ground when the bullets hit it, and could only whine. After passing over the farmhouse, the curvature of the earth finally took effect. The ground gunners could not see the aircraft close to the ground, and the artillery fire could only fly in vain. Wang Zhong, Sukabuletin Lei. Amelia, escaped. The data of the plane are very good, how is it? Are you sure? Yes, that is the enemy's Army Group Headquarters, let Commander prepare. Chapter 631, Raise the Red Flag. Marshal Gorin heard the gunfire outside stop, so he pushed open the door of the headquarters terrace and walked onto the terrace. The anti-aircraft searchlights were still on, and the beams of light kept patrolling in the sky. His adjutant whispered, "It seems that the enemy's attack was driven away by our fierce anti-aircraft artillery fire, so we can rest assured." Marshal Gorin did not answer. After a few seconds of silence, he turned and asked the Chief of Staff, How much chaos will it cause if we move the headquarters now? What kind of transfer are you talking about? If you first send a small team to determine the new address, establish a temporary headquarters, and then transfer little by little, and determine the contact method during the transfer with all the troops, it will not have any impact. But it will take 3 days to move there. If you mean to start moving now and leave here within a day, it will definitely cause large-scale chaos. Marshal Gorin pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds, then use the first transfer method and start now. When do I start moving? Wait until the temporary headquarters is set up, you can start moving. Probably tomorrow night. Very good, that's it. In addition, we must guard against large-scale enemy airstrikes and mindless advances by armored forces. We must mobilize more anti-aircraft artillery units here and deploy more anti-tank firepower nearby. We must not let Rokosov succeed. At 0800 on July 4th, the headquarters of the 1st Kosalia Front. Major General Alomev entered the headquarters and shouted, "Commander Doverishi, Major General Alomev of the 1st Airborne Brigade reports to you." Wang Zhong looked up. "Oh, you are here. Are you used to being a paratrooper?" The 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade led by Major General Alomev performed well in the Abavakan Defense War last year. After being replaced, they immediately began airborne training. It has been almost 8 months now. Based on the backbone of the 393rd Brigade, Wang Zhong organized the 1st Airborne Unit of the Ant Army. He originally wanted to name it the 1st Air Transport Brigade, but then he thought that the airborne troops in South Korea had no real achievements, except for coups and suppression. So in the end he named this unit the Ant Airborne Army, abbreviated as VDV. The VDV on Earth did a good job at least when attacking Afghanistan. It was also a very capable unit in the real-time strategy game Red Dragon that Wang Zhong liked very much, and the children liked to use it. Because it was a unit transferred from the Marine Infantry, Wang Zhong simply set the sailor shirt as the standard uniform of the VDV, and wore it under the combat uniform, which was consistent with the Earth side. Faced with Wang Zhong's question, Alomev replied, "The troops have conducted many parachute trainings, and everyone feels that parachuting is much simpler than landing." Captain Jonard of Komanda, who was studying the map at the combat table, raised his head. "Oh, you are good at bragging, Alomev." He spoke in Angsa, but Alomev answered directly in Angsa, "Instructor, we meet again. I may not lose to you in a duel now." The naval infantry started at the high school level, so it was easy for them to learn Angsa. When Wang Zhong was in high school, he passed the level 4 level of Angsa easily. Unfortunately, when he traveled through time, he became a good reader. Jonald laughed, "Very good. Now we don't have to worry about language barriers when we fight. Come here." General Rokosov went out to scout the enemy's floor plan last night. "Alomev, floor plan? I thought that asking our entire brigade to gather at the airport was to strike the enemy's key position, but it turned out to be a special operations operation?" "Wang Zhong, it can't be called special operations, because there are too many enemy defenders. I alerted them when I went to investigate last night, and the cavalry raided them earlier. So they must be strengthening their defenses during the day. Komanda needs you to attract the attention of the enemy defenders." Jonad pushed his beret. "Of course, if we sneak in successfully without alerting the enemy, you can retreat, join the cavalry, and carry out sabotage behind enemy lines with the guerrillas. You should be familiar with how to sabotage behind enemy lines, right?" "Of course," Alomev touched the wound on his hand. "This might be his new habit. All of us are proficient in blasting techniques, and we have also learned how to pick locks, make keys, etc. Although I don't think it's necessary to learn these as a force mainly used for frontal combat. Blast is easy, and picking locks is. Wang Zhong, when the war is over, many of you may transfer to the intelligence department, and then you will be able to use it. Now let's look at the map. I drew it based on what I saw last night. In fact, it was drawn directly by cheating through the bird's eye view. When there is no field of view, the bird's eye view cannot see the enemy's organization or anything. There is a layer of fog of war like in real-time strategy games, but you can still see things like building structures and terrain clearly." Amelia, who was translating nearby, couldn't help but complain, "Last night was night, we flew over the enemy's head, and then were hit by anti-aircraft fire and fled. Can you really only sense the enemy, my witch partner?" "Wang Zhong, I can only sense the enemy, but I have a photographic memory of the terrain. If you don't believe me, ask Sergeant Gregory. I mastered the terrain in a flash during several frontline reconnaissances. This is talent. In fact, every time I rely on the bird's eye view to master the terrain, or in other words, with this bird's eye view, mastering the terrain is just a matter of taking a look." Gregory nodded solemnly. "The general is extremely sensitive to terrain. I suspect that he can memorize all the mountains and rivers just by riding a horse." Vesely continued, "It shows that the commander deeply loves the great rivers and mountains of the motherland." "Wang Zhong, you are absolutely right. The ant people in the room all looked at Wang Zhong with admiring expressions. Popov stood up and started clapping. Wang Zhong, okay, look at the map. This is the enemy's army group headquarters and the head of this campaign. If we defeat the enemy, it will cause complete chaos. You also know that our attack has not been going well recently. The armored troops are grinding against us, and every inch of progress will shed a lot of blood of armored soldiers. Destroying the enemy's headquarters will save the armored troops from bleeding and save precious veterans. This is very important, so you will take off this afternoon and airborne at dark. Even if the raid fails, the enemy's headquarters must be trapped. Confusion. Aromive slapped his chest, leave it to us. Even if our brigade is exhausted, we must complete the mission. Wang Zhong, then the airborne troops I have trained so hard are gone? How many times have I told you, not only do you have to complete the mission, but you also have to come back. That's why I let you familiarize yourself with the terrain, so that you can destroy the enemy and save yourself at the same time. Aromive nodded and moved closer to the map to take a closer look when the staff officer next to him shouted into the radio receiver, "Continue the attack, comrade commander, even if there is only one Rokosov I left in your regiment that can move. Attack." The Rokosov Type I is currently the only weapon that can offset the superiority of the Prasen armored forces. If you don't attack, your brother's troops will suffer thousands of times more casualties. Aromive was attracted by the sound and looked at the staff officer. Wang Zhong patted his shoulder, this is the current situation. RT-34W is lagging behind in the armor-plated confrontation. The enemy's number 4 long tube has 80 mm angled armor on the front, which is still high-quality armor steel. We the 76 cannon can no longer penetrate at long range. Aromive, is the situation already that serious? Yes, fortunately we have the Rokosov I heavy tank. Wang Zhong sighed, if we can postpone the attack until autumn or even winter, we will have a new type of medium tank, even if we face the newer tanks of the Prosens. An unbeatable medium tank. But time waits for no one. Aromive, I understand, we will definitely take down the enemy's headquarters, disrupt the enemy's combat deployment, and turn the enemy into a headless fly. Wang Zhong nodded, I believe in you. I believe in you and the allies. Jonard gave a thumbs up, of course you can trust us. At the same time, the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment. The regiment leader personally arrived in front of the Revenge in a Willis jeep. Podolkov was rolling a cigarette when he saw the regimental leader coming over, stopped what he was doing, and raised his head. Regiment leader, you are the only ones who can move today. Number 267 couldn't start this morning. Don't worry, there are T-34WS from our brother units working with you. We are all like bears. The enemy's armored forces cannot have many intact tanks. If we encounter the enemy's infantry units, we will bully them with the T-34W. When you encounter a supply depot, grab as much as you can, and destroy the rest. The regiment's vehicles have almost been lost, and they can't move forward with you. From now on, you will be the commander of this small battle group. Podolkov looked hesitant, I haven't received officer training. I'm just a rough guy. I was encouraged by my younger brother to become a soldier. When I participated in tank training, my younger brother almost got gold stars. He knows how to command an army, I don't. Regiment leader, Sukkabule, you speak as if I understand. Before I was transferred to the tank unit, I was a cavalryman, driving ducks to the shelves. Podolkov, what we are doing now is not what we are good at, but motherland the general needs us. Podolkov sighed, okay, I'll take command. But don't expect me to have any tactics. At this time, the tank driver of the brother army said, you just lead the charge and that's it. Press the accelerator to the bottom and drive until the tank can't move. Then get out of the car and keep moving forward with the babasha. Others agreed, yes. At this time, there were infantry and tank soldiers surrounding the Revenge, as well as cavalry comrades who had fallen behind and followed up. Podolkov, it would be easy if we just charge forward, but I don't know how long my old buddy can hold on. The heavy tanks that set off with it are all lying down. Your heavy tank was inscribed by the general himself. Someone shouted, as long as the general's words are not scratched off, the loyal tank will not lie down. You're right. Lead us forward. At this time, Ivan, the driver of Podolkov's crew, suddenly came back and said mysteriously, do you know what the fellows nearby gave me? What? Podolkov asked. A piece of red cloth. Ivan took out a piece of fiery red cloth from his back. We make a red flag and hang it on the tank antenna. The enemy may flee. Podolkov was overjoyed, okay. You have a great idea. We will also hold high the red flag. Right. Eula. Chapter 632 The battle continues. Lieutenant Ilyich of the 17th Guards Tank Brigade returned to his tank platoon after a meeting at the brigade headquarters. He was surprised to find that all the tank crews were looking in the same direction. He turned his head to look in confusion, only to see a flash of red far away. What's going on? He muttered. Lieutenant Davarisi, they said that the general came and marked the last heavy tank with the tactical number of 422. The deputy platoon leader who came to greet him said excitedly, the general is going to charge with us. Lieutenant Ilyich looked at the deputy platoon leader suspiciously, I wasn't notified at the brigade headquarters meeting? Do you really want to come? The red flags are all up. The deputy platoon leader pointed into the distance, look, the red flag is as red as the rising sun. Lieutenant Ilyich looked at the red flag again and found that the deputy platoon leader was right. The red flag was the same as the rising sun. He waved his hand, don't worry about the red flag. The commander is here for a meeting and will tell you today's mission. The deputy platoon leader turned around and waved his hand, come on, today's mission is here. The commanders came running together, and some of them joked while running, what else is there to do? Just step on the accelerator and rush forward. When the heavy tank is there, rush with the heavy tank. If the heavy tank breaks down, rush alone. Lieutenant Ilyich glanced at the speaker and nodded, that's true, but it's better to understand how to replenish the tank and how to contact the tank army when the tank runs out. As soon as he finished speaking, another commander asked, is it General Rokosov who wants to personally lead our charge? Lieutenant Ilyich looked up and answered truthfully, I don't know, the brigade headquarters didn't get the news. You can't see the red flag and think that General Rokosov personally charged. In fact, most of the time the general will not go to the front line in person. The deputy platoon leader immediately took over, when he goes to the front line in person, it means the situation is very dangerous. I heard that every time the general goes to the front line in person, only 1/10 of the people who participate in the battle survive, but the general is sure the one who survived. At this time, the platoon priest finally couldn't help it, don't demonize the general. This is the enemy's trick. Seek truth from facts. In battles where the general personally participates, the sacrifice rate is only 1/2. Yeah. Okay. The commander shrugged, that's pretty awesome. Lieutenant Ilyich coughed, okay, stop talking nonsense, remember today's supply location and radio call sign. Yes. The commanders all lowered their heads and began to copy the contents of Ilyich's notebook, while he looked at the red flag again. At this time, the messenger came running over on horseback, get ready to go. Get ready to go. Echoing the shouts of the messengers, 3 signal flares were launched into the sky in the distance. Ilyich shouted, okay, start the tanks. Follow the heavy tanks forward. Podolkov found that it took a lot of perseverance to resist the urge to look back at the red flag. He always felt itchy on the back of his neck and had to turn his head to relieve the symptom. His back also felt tingling, as if he was basking in the sun with his bare back on the beach, and the sun was directly burning his skin. But when he looked back, the red flag just fluttered quietly and did not emit a scorching light. The infantry chaplain riding in the tank saw him like this and said, this is a psychological effect. You have placed expectations on the red flag, so you always feel that the red flag is responding to you. This is in line with scientific laws. We have done it, there are many experiments to verify this kind of thing. Oh, right. Podolkov nodded, but immediately asked, really? Isn't this really some apparition of a saint? It's like a divine arrow. It's obviously just an ordinary rocket, but it can track the enemy. Tanks and planes. The military priest was silent for a few seconds before replying, I can only tell you that psychology has given an explanation. As for whether this is a natural phenomenon that we have not yet been able to explain, I don't know. But all natural phenomena, including the guidance of the divine arrow, will be explained in the future, and it will be explained when technology develops to a certain extent. Podolkov nodded, finding that he had to bite his lip repeatedly to resist the urge to ask questions. Then, just like yesterday, a radio call came from the earphones from the light reconnaissance battalion scouting in front of the tank attack line, enemy tanks. We are in contact with enemy tanks. The number of enemy tanks, only about 30. How few? And look, it's a captured T-34. Here the reconnaissance battalion identified the Leopard as T-34. Another voice sounded on the radio, isn't that right? Why do Prasen have so many T-34s? You can't be wrong. The enemy's tanks are all vertically armored. These are all sloped armor. They must be T-34. And those wide tracks? We have seen many of Prasen's No-4s. Where can there be such wide tracks? Podolkov frowned and relayed the radio communication of the reconnaissance battalion to the whole car. The reconnaissance battalion reported that there was a T-34 captured by the enemy ahead. Pay attention to identification. Don't confuse yourself with the enemy. Gunner, don't worry, the enemy is charging towards us, and the car is facing behind. How can we admit our mistake? Podolkov, that's true. At this time, another exclamation came from the earphones, Ivan's group is close up, and they are going to fire the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher hits the front. Wait a minute, it seems that the angle of incidence is not good, and the enemy did not stop. Podolkov frowned. Although the rocket launcher newly equipped by the infantry can sometimes penetrate the enemy is very mysterious, but the T-34's frontal shot should have a high probability of being penetrated. Could it be that Proson strengthened his frontal defense? There were already gunshots on the radio, and among the crackling sounds, the person who had just reported shouted, "The enemy's firepower is fierce, we may not be able to get back, armored troops, come up quickly. Come up quickly. Podolkov, Ivan, can you go faster? No, listen to the noise of the gearbox. This old guy is about to fall asleep. He hasn't changed the gearbox to support it. It's already very difficult. Stop being so harsh on it." As he spoke, the dust from enemy tank troops appeared in front of him. It is true that the scale of the dust was much smaller than that of the large enemy forces with more than 80 vehicles in the previous 2 days. The reconnaissance team did not lie. Podolkov held up the binoculars to see if the enemy had captured the T-34. Soon, the outline of an enemy tank appeared. This sloped armor does look a bit like the T-34 from a distance, but Podolkov soon discovered that these tanks were taller than the T-34, and much taller, with thicker necks. He picked up the radio microphone and shouted, "The enemy's tank is not a T-34. Repeat, it is not a T-34. This may be a new tank of the Prosens. We are about to encounter the enemy's new tank." The next moment, the Prosen tank suddenly stopped and opened fire. The Revenge was hit immediately, and the shell bounced off the angled outer armor without any surprise. But Podolkov felt that the sparks caused by the shells were a bit exaggerated, so he shouted to the driver, "Ivan, look back at the armor on the side of the car and see how deep the scratches are." "I've seen it. The enemy's tank gun has a much stronger penetration capability than the number 4 long barrel." Podolkov scolded, "Suck a buell, the T-34 brigade following us will suffer. The Guards heavy tank calls the 17th Guards tank brigade. The enemy is a new type of tank, and the gun penetration is higher. Be careful." However, the Prosens had already passed the Revenge and opened fire on the T-34 group behind. Podolkov turned around and saw 2 T-34s bursting into flames. Members covered in fire climbed out of the tanks and rolled on the ground. Further away, 2 T-34s stopped, and the members were jumping out of the tanks and crawling on the ground. The enemy continued to fire, shells flying past the Revenge on both sides. "Podolkov, aim at the enemy tank directly in front, Ivan, emergency stop in 7 seconds, start." The tank braked, and the gunner, who was already familiar with the performance of the tank gun, took advantage of the swing of the gun barrel and fired directly. The Prosen tank in front was immediately hit and burst into flames. The penetration capability of the 100mm gun is obviously enough to restrain the armor of the enemy's new tanks. But the enemy ignored the Revenge and continued to fire at the T-34 group behind. Podolkov was so anxious that he suddenly remembered that he still had red flags. So he picked up the radio and shouted, "I'm General Rokosov. Shoot at me, you bastards. Don't you see the red flag?" After shouting, he realized that the enemy was a Prosen people and generally did not understand the ant language. But Podolkov did not understand Plosen. While he was scratching his head, 2 shells hit the Revenge at the same time. Ivan shouted in surprise, "The enemy's son, aim at us." The infantry chaplain standing behind the turret also shouted, "The enemy seems to be outflanking us. They plan to surround us. Podolkov, get out of the car. The enemy will definitely get closer in order to penetrate us. You just use the rocket launcher to deal with them. Remember not to hit the front, it may not be able to penetrate." Infantry priest, "Okay. I wish you good luck. Dovorich, get out of the car." The infantrymen responded in unison and jumped out of the vehicle in high spirits. Chapter 633 Rokosov and number 039, S red flag shines on the Revenge. Plosen Asgard Knights Emperor Division, 52nd Armored Battalion. This battalion is fully equipped with the new Type 5 tanks, namely the Panther tanks. Of course, like other Panther tank battalions preparing to participate in the summer campaign, this battalion was also plagued by mechanical failures. It was only this morning that it was able to gather 28 Panthers to launch an attack. These 28 tanks were very competitive and all drove to the battlefield smoothly. It may be because those with mechanical defects have all been sent to the repair shop, and the rest just happened to have no major problems. These 28 Panthers are now facing the attacking Plosen armored forces head-on. The radio of the Proson people was full of joy. Hit! T-34 is burning. The new anti-tank gun can penetrate the inferior armor of T-34 at a distance of 2,000 meters. The damage effect seems to be not as good as the 88 gun. Some tanks stopped and did not burn, but who cares, just penetrate it. Of course, there are also discordant voices. Damn it! What the hell is the new tortoise shell of the ant people? How come the tank guns of the new tanks can't penetrate it? Be careful, the guns of the tortoise shell can penetrate us. The battle lasted about 5 minutes, and the battalion commander of the 52nd Battalion announced to the whole battalion on the radio, "Don't worry about the tortoise shell. Before the tortoise shell kills us all, kill as many T-34 as possible. One tortoise shell can't do a big deal. Those T-34s are the real danger. They will slaughter our infantry and supply troops." At this moment, someone shouted something in an angry voice on the radio. It was the ant language. The radio communication of the 52nd Battalion suddenly became quiet. The battalion commander asked, "Ferdinand, do you understand what this person is saying?" The person calling was the battalion staff officer of the 52nd Battalion, Ferdinand, who was born into an old Junker noble family. He knew a little ant language and was often responsible for communicating with local people. Ferdinand's voice was very uncertain. "If I heard correctly," it said, "I am General Rokosov, fire at me." The radio was silent for 2 seconds, and then someone shouted, "It is true that the turtle shell is flying a red flag. It is Rokosov who is driving a tank to attack. As long as we surround it and destroy it, we may be able to get the diamond double sword golden oak cross directly." The commander of the 52nd Battalion, "Wait a minute. Calm down. Destroy the enemy's T-34 first. Then surround the turtle shell that is alone. And it may not be Rokosov, it may be a trick of the cunning enemy." The Prosan soldiers who obeyed the order had no objection. There should be no objection, but this time someone on the radio raised an objection, "But if it is really Rokosov, maybe we can change the outcome of the war. This passive situation is caused by Rokosov alone." For the Prosan soldiers, the temptation to change the current situation is too great. Originally, they were ready to beat the ants again in the summer campaign and taste the fruits of victory like in the previous 2 years. Then the ants attacked first, and the Central Army Group was under great pressure all of a sudden. Many troops that were originally prepared for the summer offensive were withdrawn. Then Rokosov also launched an attack, and the defense line was broken within a day. The armored forces and cavalry of Ant drove straight in. The key is that the ants had made breakthroughs in the counterattack before, but as long as the Prosan armored forces launched a counterattack, most of the ants' attacks would be disintegrated, and the front would soon return to its original state. But this time the armored forces counterattacked for the 3rd day, and the losses were getting bigger and bigger, but the front line did not show any sign of recovery. The same was true for the Central Army Group. The enemy's attack had started for almost 2 weeks, and the situation had not improved at all. Although the official announcement showed that the Central Army Group was steadily winning, the soldiers on the front line had their own news channels. If the battle situation was unfavorable, the news would leak out from this or that gap and reach the ears of more soldiers. Maybe an adjutant said something wrong while drinking to drown his sorrows, or maybe the guard at the door of the communications company heard a few words. Anyway, bad news always leaks out. Therefore, the soldiers of Prosan were a little anxious. They instinctively believed that war should not be like this, at least the war in summer should not be like this. The failure in winter was because the ants had an ally, General Winter. This anxiety now began to affect their battlefield judgment. The commander of the 52nd Battalion knew this clearly. "No, obey the order. Destroy the T-34 first." At this time, a Panther platoon leader said, "If we destroy the T-34 first, after we finish the T-34, we will only have a few left, and we may not be able to deal with this turtle shell at all. Now we still have more than 20, and the enemy's T-34 can't penetrate our armor at all. Destroy the turtle shell first, no matter whether Rokosov is inside, the threat can be eliminated, and the remaining T-34 is just a moving target." The battalion commander wanted to emphasize obedience to orders, but stopped after hearing this. It seems to make sense. After a brief hesitation, he ordered, "Use smoke to cover the T-34's vision, surround the enemy heavy tank with a red flag, get close, and shoot. There is no need to capture Rokosov alive, it will be fine if you can capture his body. Attack." "Yes." The radio was full of joy. The battalion commander raised his binoculars and watched the small number of leopard tanks split into 2 groups and began to encircle the tortoise shell with a red flag. At this time, the distance was much closer, and the battalion commander could see the tactical number of the turtle shell. It was not number 422, which meant that this was not Rokosov's car, but what if? The battalion commander himself was also seized by the desire to change the situation. What if it was Rokosov? The situation could be changed because of this, and maybe the peace promised by the emperor would come, and he could go home. The 52nd Armored Battalion was originally the 15th Armored Battalion of the 11th Armored Division. In the battle last year, most of the tanks were lost. After retreating to Shepetovka, only 9 tanks were left in combat readiness, and most of the tank crews were killed or injured. This battalion was actually destroyed. The remaining people were transferred back to the country, and the original number of the 15th Armored Battalion was given to the newly formed Tank Battalion. These old and young people of the original 15th Armored Battalion formed the 52nd Armored Battalion as the backbone. The battalion commander argued and preserved the emblem of the original 15th Battalion. When the 52nd Armored Battalion was undergoing re-equipment training in China, the battalion commander took time to return home and found that the entire city was in ruins. The long-range bomber forces of the Allies had turned the world he was familiar with into ruins. His parents also died in the bombing, leaving only his wife and 2 sons hiding in the countryside and surviving. No one wanted the war to end more than the battalion commander. If eliminating Rokosov could end the war, then let him die. While the battalion commander was thinking this, a cry came from the radio, "Enemy infantry! Enemy infantry ambushed around the turtle shell! The enemy has, ah!" The battalion commander quickly pulled his attention back and quickly found the enemy infantry with a telescope. The infantry lying in the grass stood up and fired a rocket launcher, hitting the relatively weak side armor of the Leopard tank. The tank immediately caught fire, and the tanker jumped out of the tank, but was shot into a hornet's nest by the anti-aircraft machine gun on the turtle shell. "There are infantry here. How many infantry are there in the bushes?" Accompanied by screams, another panther was destroyed in the telescope, and the anti-infantrymen used submachine guns to shoot at the Proson tank soldiers who jumped out of the car. At this time, the enemy's T-34 also rushed up, and the infantry sitting on the back of the T-34 carried a rocket launcher. This is a tactic that the Proson people have never seen before. The anti-infantrymen are like armored cavalry, and the T-34 seems to have become their iron warhorse. The rocket launcher is like a lance, accurately hitting the panther tank. In order to besiege the turtle shell, the panther exposed its vulnerable side to these armored cavalry. The besieged turtle shell seemed to have lost power, and the turret was still slowly turning. The brave commander on the top of the turret stuck his head out and operated the anti-aircraft machine gun. "Is that person General Rokosov? Not like, he doesn't have many medals?" But the battalion commander felt that it was Rokosov, because under the light and shadow of the red flag, he seemed to be the symbol of victory. Chapter 634. Lieutenant Ilyich heard someone shouting on the radio, "The general is drawing firepower for us. Rush up and kill the enemy's new tanks." This sentence seemed to ignite everyone's fighting spirit, and Lieutenant Ilyich felt that the tank under his buttocks was charging harder. The infantrymen sitting behind the turret could not hear the sound on the radio, but they could see that the tank with the red flag was being surrounded. "Quick!" The sergeant of the armored cavalry leading Ilyich's car patted him on the shoulder anxiously. "Quick! When we get close, we can use the rocket launcher to open cans for the enemy." Ilyich ordered into the microphone, "Charge towards the enemy. Our main gun cannot penetrate the armor of the enemy's new tank at this distance. Come closer and attack. While the general is helping us attract the enemy's attention. Infantry sergeant, we can also use a rocket launcher when we get close. Our rocket launcher is said to be able to penetrate 80 to 100 mm thick armor. As long as it can hit, it will definitely penetrate." "Ilyich, the infantry brothers also want to help, so just rush to within 100 meters of the enemy's new tanks. While they are besieging the general now." Lieutenant Ilyich had completely forgotten that he had just suspected that it might not be the general himself, and his tone became urgent. The driver replied, "This is already the maximum speed. If you want to go faster, you have to look at the ground conditions. You can go faster if you enter easy-to-walk ground. This has nothing to do with me." Lieutenant Ilyich gritted his teeth, looked ahead and kept muttering, "Quick, quick." From time to time, he glanced at the besieged heavy tank. The enemy was closing the distance, trying to penetrate its solid armor with close-range shots. The heavy tank had stopped. It seemed that the tracks were interrupted, but the turret was still rotating slowly and was not stuck. It fired, and almost as soon as the muzzle flashed, an enemy's new tank turned into a torch, and the rising fireball could even shine with the sun in the sky. On the turret of the heavy tank, someone was operating an anti-aircraft machine gun, and bullets kept hitting the approaching Prosen tank. Could it be General Rokosov himself? Lieutenant Ilyich was worried. If the general himself was killed here, what would happen to the war? What will happen to Ant who has lost his winning star? No, Lieutenant Ilyich suddenly remembered that the company's chaplain had told him that the contents of the pamphlet issued by the general said that Prosen's defeat and Ant's victory were things that were not dependent on human will. Therefore, Ant should be able to win without General Rokosov. But Lieutenant Ilyich did not want things to develop that way. With General Rokosov alive, things should become simpler. We must rush forward and kill these bastards who are besieging the general. He held the microphone tightly and said to the driver, "If we still can't penetrate the enemy, you can hit it and let the infantry use rocket launchers at zero range." The gunner continued, "It's not just the barrel. Did you forget that I brought a bottle of vodka? I've already stuffed the cloth. All I need to do is light the fire and it's a Molotov cocktail. As long as you get close enough, isn't it easy to fight a tank? Mechatronics, I also have an incendiary grenade. Driver, stop arguing. I really can't go any faster. It's already in the highest gear. I can't get up. Why don't we just pray that the ground under the tracks turns into a road?" The tank crews were arguing when the infantry sergeant patted Ilyich on the shoulder. Stay steady. I'm going to launch a rocket. Ah? Isn't it too far? Before Lieutenant Ilyich finished speaking, the sergeant launched. The pungent smell of gunpowder made Ilyich frown. He hurriedly followed the direction of the rocket, only to see the moment when it finally hit. It actually hit. Sergeant, Succubule, hit. Ilyich turned to look at him in shock, wanting to tell him not to waste his precious rocket launcher. The enemy has jumped out of the vehicle. The gunner's voice drew Ilyich's attention back to the target, and sure enough, he saw the Prosen tanker jumping out of the tank. Ilyich hurriedly operated the anti-aircraft machine gun to shoot at the enemy. At the same time, the gunner's complaints came from the earphone. Succubule, why don't you issue us artillery shells with this kind of warhead? I can hit the target at a distance of 1,500 meters. Enemy tanks. Isn't this more reliable than a rocket that can only hit 100 meters? Because the T-34W is a rifled gun, the penetration depth when firing a shaped charge warhead is very metaphysical and depends entirely on the appearance. But no one on Ilyich's crew knew about it at this time. Lieutenant Ilyich shouted, "Don't complain, the turret turned 15 degrees to the left, I saw an enemy tank in the distance facing us sideways." The target discovered by Lieutenant Ilyich was at the far end of the enemy's entire formation. It was trying to cover the lying red flag heavy tank from the other side, so its vulnerable side was exposed. "Lieutenant Ilyich, didn't you say it's stable within 1,500 meters? Make good on your boast." "Gunner, I've got my sights set. Prepare for an emergency stop." "Ilyich, 7 seconds emergency stop, stop." The tank braked, and the sergeant standing on the radiator grill was directly slapped on the top of the turret by inertia. "Succubule. Say hello first." The infantrymen on the grill were also thrown around, and some fell down. The tank's main gun rocked up and down like it was on a boat. It finally stabilized and the gunner opened fire. The armor-piercing projectile flew through most of the enemy's formation and hit the side of the enemy tank at the far end. The enemy stopped, but no one jumped. Ilyich made a prompt decision, one more shot. "Don't rush to start it yet, the infantry brothers who were thrown down will have to climb up again. One more shot. Loader, armor-piercing bullet, okay." The gunner opened fire immediately, correcting his aim this time. In Ilyich's telescope, the shell hit the side of the turret, clearly penetrating. Ilyich immediately took out his notebook and wrote, "The side of the enemy's new tank turret can be stably penetrated at a distance of 600 meters. While writing, he shouted on the radio, "I have just determined that the side of the enemy's new tank turret can be penetrated by our main gun at a distance of 600 meters. Anyone who is alive must remember to report to the army headquarters." This is a valuable summary of experience, which may save the lives of countless tankers in the future. There was an immediate response on the radio, 600 meters, remember. I just penetrated 1-2, at a distance of 200 meters. Don't be so pessimistic, the enemy is almost dead. We are going to win. The commander of the 52nd Armored Battalion of Prosen put down his binoculars and then tore off his iron cross. The battalion commander whose entire armored battalion has been wiped out is not qualified to wear this iron cross. He picked up the microphone, "Tank, move forward." "Battle commander, all the new tanks are almost lost, and it's useless for us to go up with one of our command tanks," the driver said. At the same time, the deputy battalion commander also ran over from the radio car, "Battle commander. We should retreat. There are tankers who have escaped, and we should take them back. These are valuable talents of the Empire. There is no point in your martyrdom for the country now." The battalion commander looked at the battlefield full of smoke and fire, looked at the new tanks burning on the battlefield, sighed deeply, and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he said, "You're right, retreat." At 1830 hours on July 4, the headquarters of Army Group Plassen South. Marshal Gran got on the armored command vehicle and was about to go to the new location of the headquarters. Suddenly he heard the sound of tank engines and gearbox noises coming from outside. He frowned and asked the adjutant, "Isn't it the last time to transfer the tank units attached to the headquarters?" In the headquarters security force, there is a small armored platoon with several old model Panzer IV tanks. The adjutant replied, "I don't know. Can I go out and take a look?" Before Marshal Gran could answer, the noisy gearbox noise disappeared, the engine roar also weakened a lot, and it was obvious that the tank had stopped. Marshal Gran glanced at the adjutant. At this time, his orderly carried a plate full of food and got on the armored command vehicle. "Marshal, your dinner has arrived at the new place. You may not be able to make such a sumptuous dinner for a while. Put it on the table." The marshal said and put the burning cigar on the edge of the ashtray, preparing to cut off the end of the cigar to put out the fire and smoke it after dinner. But before he could pick up the scissors for cutting cigars, he heard the guard outside the house shout, "You can't get in the car without permission." "Wait a minute." With the guards shouting, Schmidt, commander of the 19th Armored Division of the 3rd Armored Corps, broke into the command vehicle. The marshal was very calm. What's wrong, Major General? Reporting to Your Excellency, Marshal, one of my divisions is completely destroyed. Marshal Gran was not particularly surprised. He looked at Schmidt, the commander of the 19th Armored Division. It seemed that he had personally driven a tank on the front line and fought side by side with his soldiers until the end. The marshal looked at him repeatedly, then lowered his gaze. The division commander continued, "But I will not forget my bounden duty, Marshal." After speaking, he saluted Marshal Gran, turned around and left the armored command vehicle. Marshal Gran turned around, picked up the cigar on the ashtray that he had not had time to put out, and took a long puff with a solemn expression. As soon as he exhaled a puff of smoke, the sound of a pistol was heard outside. The marshal turned around sharply. "What's going on?" The adjutant immediately came to the door of the armored command vehicle, held the door frame and looked outside, and then replied, "General Schmidt committed suicide." Marshal Gran quickly went to the window and looked out, and saw General Schmidt lying in front of his tank, surrounded by headquarters personnel who were watching. Marshal Gran, it makes no sense. He took a cigar and walked around the command vehicle a few times, sighing, "Now that things have happened, what else can we say to the soldiers? The only thing we can do is persevere, the only thing we can do is persevere. Adjutant, I'll draft the order right away." The marshal nodded. Then he looked at the sumptuous meal on the table and let out a long sigh, "Take this away, I can't eat it now." "Orderly, you'd better eat a little. You haven't eaten much today." "How can I eat it? Rokosov has almost exhausted our armored forces." "Take it away," Marshal Gran said angrily. Chapter 635 Situation on the night of the 4th. On the evening of July 4th, at 2000, Wang Zhong bid farewell to the 1st Airborne Brigade and the Commando Force who participated in the raid at the airport. The C-47 transport plane supported by the United States was responsible for transporting them. The production priority of Ant's own authorized production version is not high now, and the output is not large. Most of the production capacity of Ant aircraft industry is used to produce the two fighters, Yak-3 and La-5, and the Pei-2 bomber. However, the production capacity of the United States has been expanded now, and supporting this C-47 for Ant is nothing. The 8th Air Force of the United States is relying on the base of the United Kingdom to bomb the Pro-San Empire crazily, and sometimes it can lose 200 heavy bombers a day. This loss rate is much more severe than the 8th Air Force on Earth, probably because the strength of the Pro-San Air Force is much stronger than the Sandazi Air Force on Earth. According to the information obtained by Wang Zhong, the Pro-San people seem to have even made the TA-152. On Earth, the TA-152 is specially designed for high-altitude bomber capture. It is understandable that the bomber team of the 8th Air Force suffered more severe losses after being equipped so quickly. Wang Zhong always felt that soon, Pro-San's national air defense operations would evolve into a sci-fi jet like HO-229 versus the ultimate improved version of the P-51 Mustang. But he immediately realized that this was the scene he often saw in War Thunder before he traveled through time. However, how Pro-San's national air defense operations were going was none of his business now. He was about to send his best warriors to perform an extremely dangerous mission. After reviewing the paratroopers, he came to Alomiv and told him, "After the mission is completed, there is no need to fight the enemy to the death. Immediately break up and join the guerrillas and cavalry troops. The tank troops will arrive soon." Alomiv saluted, "Understood, General. Don't worry, we know this mission is very dangerous." Wang Zhong nodded slowly, then waved, "Get on board." Alomiv immediately ordered the first generation of airborne soldiers adapted from the naval infantry to turn around in unison and walk towards the fleet parked at the airport. The C-47s that the commandos were riding on would also be mixed in with the fleet of the 1st Airborne Brigade. When they approached the drop zone, they would land separately. At that time, the cavalry troops on the ground would light a bonfire to guide the paratroopers and commando to land. Wang Zhong watched the warriors board the plane, and the ground crew began to help turn the propellers of the plane. The first plane started quickly and moved along the taxiway under the guidance of the guide, followed by the second and third planes. The C-47 fleet lined up all the way to the starting point of the takeoff runway in the posture of an elephant strolling. Popov, who came to send the paratroopers off, said, "This may be the largest scale attack on a headquarters in a battle direction in this war." The Allies had previously sent the commando team to carry out the same mission, which seemed to be to destroy the supply and port of the Pro-Sudan African Corps and assassinate Irwin by the way. Wang Zhong nodded. The one who carried out the operation was Colonel Johnard, but in the end he regretted that he failed to eliminate the Pro-Sudan rookie named Irwin. Popov was shocked. "Is it him?" Wang Zhong glanced at Popov. "Someone in the headquarters who is more careless than me in reading documents has appeared. I think that with you two here, it's not my turn to command them, so I just glanced at them." Popov shrugged. At this time, the flare was launched, and the pilot plane began to taxi, and after a short acceleration, it rushed into the night sky. Wang Zhong waved at the plane. By the time all the planes had taken off, his hands were almost numb from waving. Wang Zhong and Popov returned to the headquarters and saw Pavlov's happy face, so they asked, "What's wrong, my chief of staff, is there any good news?" Pavlov looked up and couldn't help laughing. "We captured the headquarters of the enemy's 3rd Armored Army. We didn't capture the commander and senior officers, but we seized some documents and maps that were not burned in time, as well as low-level staff who stayed behind to burn the documents. The number of combat-ready tanks in the 3rd Armored Army has dropped to 30, which is the amount of 3 armored divisions. In addition to these, they only have the assault artillery unit of the 160th Infantry Division assigned to the Armored Army. All of these combined, no more than 100. And we have 500 tanks on the front of the 3rd Armored Army alone." "Wang Zhong, didn't they say that our exchange ratio with the enemy was 3 to 1? That was the exchange ratio between the T-34W troops and the enemy, but the new rocket launchers and new heavy tanks pulled the exchange ratio back a lot. Our original most optimistic estimate was 2 to 1, Pavlov's mouth corners slightly raised, but according to the captured documents, it is more optimistic than our most optimistic estimate. Vesely, in fact, a considerable part of the results were not achieved by us, the enemy tanks themselves broke down. For example, only a small part of the enemy's new medium tanks participated in the battle. In addition, the enemy's elephant tank destroyers, their reports said that they were completely lost in the encounter with us, but our armored forces did not report encountering new tank destroyers. After careful confirmation with various troops, these elephant tank destroyers were destroyed by our infantry." Popov's eyes widened. "How is it possible? Infantry? Were they shot with rocket launchers?" Vasily showed his signature sly smile on his face. "No, the infantry troops who destroyed these elephants were not equipped with rocket launchers. They killed these elephants with Molotov bottles." "Popov, in the wilderness? During the attack?" Vasily nodded. "Wang Zhong, it is estimated that in pursuit of protective capabilities, the Prosens learned our vortex and did not open the machine gun muzzle on the front armor plate." Vasily, they went one step further. "There is no machine gun port on the front of the elephant destroyer." "No, the elephant destroyer is not equipped with a machine gun." Wang Zhong already knew that the Xiangxi on the Earth side was not equipped with a machine gun at the beginning, but he deliberately pretended to be very shocked. "What?" Vasily laughed loudly. "They pursue perfection more than we do. As a result, the infantry went up and destroyed them all with incendiary bombs." Wang Zhong laughed and laughed for a while before asking, "What about another kind of heavy tank? Where are the heavy tanks?" The smile on Pavlov's face faded. "The enemy's 3rd Armored Army did not receive heavy tanks. We interrogated the enemy's staff and received information that there were 2 battalions of new heavy tanks, with a total of 90 heavy tanks, and were incorporated into it. The 2nd Armored Corps of the Asgard Knights. We have checked with all frontline units and found that currently only the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment has encountered a battalion of the Amphora Armored Division of the 2nd Armored Corps of the Asgard Knights, a total of 28 new Panther tanks." "Wang Zhong, so, this Amphula Division is facing the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment? They will soon encounter the Tiger." Wang Zhong almost said the word Tiger King. Fortunately, Ant language is an alphabetic language, and just pronouncing the first sound usually does not arouse suspicion. In addition, it is not certain that the person he encountered was the King Tiger. Maybe Prosen directly pulled out the mouse, or even directly climbed into the E-100 heavy tank. To be honest, with the 100mm cannon currently equipped, it is still a bit difficult to fight the mouse. If the Prosens really drove the mouse to the front line, they could only use smoke bombs to cover the infantry to rush forward and throw incendiary bombs. Tanks of this era did not have the 3 defense system that later tanks were generally equipped with, so they were afraid of incendiary bombs. Just throw them at the engine radiator grill and they would be destroyed. Putting aside the worries in his heart, Wang Zhong asked, "How many Rokosovs are there in the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment now?" Pavlov shook his head. "No, the last Rokosov Type 1 had its tracks broken during today's battle. The maintenance team assigned to them has been overloaded. It will take tomorrow afternoon to repair the 3 Rokosovs. Type 1 tank. Wang Zhong, wouldn't it be very dangerous if the enemy's new heavy tanks attack?" "Pavlov, I have mobilized a new T-34W tank brigade to reinforce them, and also ordered the 108th Guards Infantry Division behind them to speed up. The 108th Division is equipped with new rocket launchers. Recently, many infantry units have discovered that they can be used on the grasslands. Tall grass close to the enemy can effectively use the rocket launcher's advantage." Wang Zhong nodded. He had no more opinions on Pavlov's transfer. Popov said, "If tonight's attack on the headquarters of Army Group South is successful, will we not have to worry about the enemy's heavy tanks rushing towards the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Regiment that has no tanks available tomorrow?" Wang Zhong, "Not necessarily. Maybe the officer corps is powerful and can quickly complete the transfer of command and maintain the stability of the entire command system. We'd better make multiple preparations." At the same time, the headquarters of Army Group South in Plossen, former location. Marshal Gran asked the adjutant, why can't we set off? Adjutant, because nearby troops reported that enemy airborne troops have landed, it is too dangerous to leave now. We don't know how many enemy troops have fallen. As soon as he finished speaking, a flare went up outside the window, and dazzling light shot into the armored command vehicle. Then came the sound of machine gun fire, as if tearing away canvas. Marshal Gran frowned, it's very close. Yes. The adjutant looked seriously and opened the button on the holster. At this time, the light of the flare disappeared, but the sound of machine gun fire did not stop. Marshal Gran shouted, which unit is firing outside? Ask quickly. Yes. At the same time as the staff member responded, the second illumination bomb was launched into the air, and then the sound of Babish's shooting sounded. It was obvious that the ants were firing. Marshal Gran frowned, so many submachine guns? Did the enemy airdrop a lot of troops? Just to capture my headquarters. Adjutant, don't worry, we have mobilized all the movable armor nearby. Marshal Gran, idiot. I was approached by the infantry at night. What role can the armor play? Can I light myself up to illuminate the surroundings? Prepare for a close fight. Chapter 636 Infiltration. Not long after Marshal Gran's order was issued, the fight outside turned into a pot of porridge. Fuck, how many troops were parachuted down? The marshal paced back and forth in the armored command vehicle. The adjutant looked worried. Marshal, the enemy is obviously here to capture or kill you alive. How about you get in a tank and let all the armored vehicles left here protect you and go to the new headquarters? The enemy's paratroopers only have 2 legs and they can't keep up with the armored vehicles. Marshal Gran glanced at the adjutant. No, I will not run away. Continue to mobilize nearby troops to destroy all the enemy's airborne troops. But if the enemy succeeds, you will be the second marshal to fall into the hands of Rokosov. The adjutant said worriedly. Marshal Gran, if things turn out like this, I will be convinced. It's all my fault for not transferring to the new headquarters earlier. I was careless. This is the result of carelessness. Adjutant, but, allowing Rokosov to succeed would be detrimental to the entire empire. Marshal Gran did not answer, but stood in front of the window of the armored command vehicle, looking at the night sky outside that was constantly lit by tracer bullets. Major General Aromev established his headquarters on a nearby cylindrical barn. There was originally a Proson observation post on the top of the barn, but now the Proson sentry stationed here has been eliminated, and the artillery mirror has been retained. Aromev used Proson's artillery scope to observe the target area. The structure of the target area is exactly the same as what General Rokosov drew. It's unbelievable. He just passed over the enemy's head at night. As soon as he finished speaking, the radio operator handed over the walkie-talkie. Jiandao camp is calling. Aromev took the walkie-talkie. I'm Aromev, what's wrong? Brigadier Commander, the enemy's firepower is too fierce and we can't penetrate. We only have light weapons and can't break through the enemy's tight defense. I apply to outflank the enemy from behind. Aromev, no, the enemy's rear is left for Commander to infiltrate. We have to go around the rear. We will alert the enemy and continue to attack the enemy from the front. Commander should have already penetrated in, and we will see the enemy soon. There was a fire in the backyard. Okay Brigadier, let's think of a solution. The Commander team members are the instructors of the 1st Airborne Brigade, so no one knows Commander's capabilities better than the soldiers of the 1st Brigade. Aromev returned the walkie-talkie to the radio operator and continued to observe the firefighting area with the artillery scope. Suddenly, he spotted an armored command vehicle surrounded by a considerable number of guards. No way! He muttered, holding out his hand to the radio man. Walkie-talkie. The radio man immediately thrust the bulky walkie-talkie into his hand again. 2nd Battalion Commander, 2nd Battalion Commander, Aromev calls. This is the 2nd Battalion. The battalion commander died. Murokov is in command. Please speak, Brigade Commander. Your battalion advances another 100 meters. You can see a command vehicle over the wall. There are many security forces around it. There may be senior officers from Prosengeo inside. 100 meters ahead? I'll see if I can send a young man to infiltrate there, but don't hold out too much hope, Brigade Commander. The entire road is full of enemy firepower. As soon as he finished speaking, something exploded in the enemy's position, sending up fireballs several stories high. In an instant, the small town where the enemy headquarters was located was illuminated like daylight. Aromev, the situation has changed. Leave it to Commander. You should pay attention to preserving your strength. Just contain the enemy. Clear. Aromev returned the walkie-talkie to the radio operator again, adjusted the focus of the artillery mirror, and pointed it in the direction of the explosion. So he happened to see the Proson soldiers' attention being attracted by the explosion, and the Commander team member touched it from the side. Aromev, I knew the explosion was caused by them. Marshal Gron looked at the sudden fireball and cursed, "Damn enemy, frontal attacks are all to attract our attention, the real killing move is behind. Adjutant, I will mobilize the troops immediately." "No, just stick to a circle around the headquarters. I don't believe that the enemy's infiltration troops can forcefully cross the defense line composed of armored vehicles and barricades." Jonard suddenly raised his right hand and made a fist, so the Commanda team members following him stopped and squatted on the spot, guarding their surroundings. The doctor caught up from the end of the team and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Look at the sign in front of you. Is it the enemy's laundry station?" The doctor looked over and nodded, "Yes, it's a laundry station." "Jonard, very good, let's put on the enemy's clothes and walk through the enemy's blockade with great swagger." "Doctor, there are still ant paratroopers attacking here, and there may be an accidental attack." "The enemy thinks so too, so risks and benefits coexist. I have decided to do this. Those who can speak Prosan will follow me, and others will be on guard around them." "No," the doctor held Jonard down as he was about to leave, "I should lead the drag team and you can direct everyone." Just as Jonard was about to speak, the doctor waved his hand, "Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead, and then all the people in the drag team followed. Jonard could only watch them and continue to hide in the shadows and watch the surroundings. Soon, a new group of Prosen army came out of the laundry station. The leader, Officer Prosen, was still buttoning his clothes when he came out. However, this group of Plossen soldiers all had a white band tied on their sleeves, which the Plossen people should not notice. "Jonard, pass it back, those with white bands on their sleeves are friendly troops, be careful not to hurt them by mistake." "Pass it back, those with white bands on their sleeves are friendly troops, be careful not to hurt them by mistake." As the voice was passed back, the doctor looked in Jonard's direction, waved his hand and ordered in Plossen language, "Turn right, run." This small group of Plossen soldiers ran into the night. "Jonard, forward! Follow the doctor and the others. Guard Regiment of the Southern Army Group Headquarters, the last line of defense." Major Hoffman saw a squad of Plossen soldiers running towards his position in the night. He stepped forward and shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" The leading officer shouted, "We are ordered to strengthen the defense of the headquarters." "Major Hoffman, really? Then you can go to Sergeant Major Waiko's bunker. There is only a group of machine gunners and the Sergeant Major himself." As he spoke, the small group of reinforcements came to Major Hoffman. The Major suddenly noticed that there was a white band on the sleeves of this group of people, so he asked in confusion, "What is the white band on your sleeves?" "Identification band." The leading officer smiled, "To prevent accidental injury by our own people." Major Hoffman didn't react, "What accidental injury?" The leading officer directly beat up a big punch, and Major Hoffman fainted. The sergeant behind him picked up the submachine gun and shouted, "A Lao!" The soldier with the white band had already rushed up, and the butt of the gun accurately hit the sergeant in the face, knocking the sergeant down. At the same time, the beret soldier who appeared from the shadows used a dagger to cut the throats of other Prosan soldiers on the checkpoint. Even the gunner on the SDKFZ half-track vehicle was stabbed in the eye by a flying knife and fell backwards. The tank parked next to the checkpoint did not notice the accident at all. After all, the tanker's vision was not good. If he did not stick his head out, he could only see the range inside the observation port. The commando soldier who appeared in the shadows climbed onto the tank and knocked on the hatch. So the tank commander opened the hatch and stuck his head out. "What's wrong?" The silencer made a puff sound, and the commander was shot, but his clothes were grabbed and his body did not slide down. The commando who knocked on the hatch inserted the silenced pistol through the gap between the commander and the hatch, and blew up the tanker's head one by one. While all this was happening, the Prosan officer who knocked down Major Hoffman threw away his hat, took off his shirt, and revealed the commando uniform underneath. Someone shouted in the dark in Angsa, "Let's drive the half-track vehicle straight to the vital point." "Jonard, no, drive the tank." So the commando team jumped on the tank, opened the hatch, pulled out the dead Prosan, and jumped in. Jonard climbed onto the tank, stood behind the turret, and pointed at the tank next to it, "Open the hatches of the other tanks first." "Understood. Load the armor-piercing shells." The turret slowly turned, and Jonard urged, "Hurry up. You have to increase the engine speed, otherwise the motor will not be able to supply enough power, just this speed." While speaking, the gun barrel was aimed at the target, and the gunner commando shouted, "Fire!" Without waiting for Jonard to respond, the tank fired. The target was hit in the back of the head and immediately exploded into the second most gorgeous flower in the night sky. The first gorgeous was the explosion of the ammunition depot made by Commanda. "Hey!" Marshal Gorin was shocked and leaned on the window to look outside. Why did the tank explode? The adjutant did not answer because he was also looking out the door, trying to figure out the situation. The marshal saw another tank turning its muzzle. Judging from the smoke and dust that had not yet fallen around, this tank had just fired a shot. "Marshal Gorin, Damn it, the enemy robbed our tank. These despicable guys only know how to play such a despicable trick. Before he finished speaking, the tank fired again, and the target was still friendly forces. The number 4 that was hit by the bullet caught fire, and the tanker who was covered in fire jumped out of the car and rolled on the ground. The last number 4 near the headquarters was still confused about the situation, and the commander stuck his head out of the turret to try to grasp the situation. The rebellious number 4 fired for the 3rd time. Marshal Gorin stopped looking outside and said to his adjutant, "No, I have to leave. You and I will exchange clothes." The adjutant was stunned for a moment, but immediately began to unbutton his clothes. "Yes, Your Excellency Marshal." At this time, the rebellious number 4, which had destroyed 3 tanks, aimed its gun directly at the gate of the headquarters and blew the gate to pieces with a high explosive shell. Then it rushed towards the gate while firing machine guns. In the darkness, several figures could be vaguely seen following the tanks to rush towards the gate. They should be infiltrating enemies. Chapter 637. When the tank rushed to the entrance of the Plassen command, Jonard jumped off the tank and rushed into the gate blown open by the high explosive bomb. Several Plassens who were stunned by the explosion were about to raise their guns when they were knocked down by Jonathan with a throwing knife. When he ran to pull out the throwing knife, other commando members rushed in and suppressed the Plassen guards with rifles with submachine guns. The doctor also rushed in and shouted, looking for senior officers. "Our target is the enemy's senior officers. It would be best if we can capture Marshal Gorin, the commander of the Southern Army Group." As soon as the voice fell, someone from the Plassen side responded in the heavily accented Ansa language, "You only use this kind of despicable trick. You can't win in a fair and upright head-on confrontation." The doctor responded with a PPSH sweep. The Plassens set up machine guns in the corridor and tried to stop the commandos. "Jonard, go around from the outside." Immediately, a commando soldier jumped out of the window, and soon, the window next to the Proson machine gun was smashed, and a grenade was thrown in. After the explosion, the machine gun stopped abruptly. The suppressed commando jumped up and ran along the corridor. "The doctor, find the marshal. The marshal will have a scepter." About 10 minutes later, the entire headquarters was completely occupied by commando, and no one who looked like the marshal was found. A Colonel Proson was brought to Captain Jonard. Jonard nodded to the doctor, who then asked in Plassen, "Where is Marshal Gorin?" The colonel raised his head, "The marshal has moved to the new headquarters in advance, you are late." The marshal ordered the entire headquarters to move last night. The doctor glanced at Jonard, "The marshal is probably still around. When the Plassens lie, there is a special smell, and I can smell it immediately." Jonard turned around, searched the entire yard, Marshal Gorin is still in the yard. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of machine gun fire came from the direction of the gate. Soon a commando came in to report, "The enemy is attacking the gate." "Jonard, let the tanks go to the gate. We are looking for Marshal Gorin. We must hold out for a while." "Yes." Alomiv took his eyes off the eyepiece of the artillery telescope and snatched the walkie-talkie from the radio operator, "Everyone, pay attention. Commando has occupied the enemy headquarters. Take advantage of the enemy's chaos and advance with all your strength to join Commando. The 1st Battalion understands. The 2nd Battalion understands." As everyone was responding on the walkie-talkie, someone shouted under the barn, "Horse! A cavalry is approaching." Alomiv hurriedly looked down and saw the dust raised by the galloping cavalry. Soon the sound of horse hooves came. Soon, the cavalry ran up to them, and a general with a star on his collar left the team and ran towards the barn with several followers. "Alomiv, don't fire, they are our own people." The general also heard his voice, so he tightened the reins and looked up, "Is it General Aromiv's troops? We received a telegram from the general and came to support you." Although 2 generals were mentioned, it was obvious that the latter general referred to General Rokosov. "Aromiv, yes. We were ordered to airdrop and attack the headquarters of the Southern Army Group of Plassen. Now Commando has entered the enemy camp. We are supporting them." "Is Commando the death squad of the Allied forces?" The cavalry general looked at the town full of flames in the distance, "It's amazing, they can infiltrate this." "Aromiv, they are our mentors. Of course they are amazing." "Cavalry general, what can I do? Do you have a cannon?" Aromiv asked back. "Ha ha ha, of course, we rushed in with cavalry artillery, and we still have more than 100 shells." "Aromiv, great, we don't have heavy firepower, and we can't attack the enemy's bunker. Leave it to you." The cavalry general waved his hand, "Leave it to us. Tell your people not to accidentally hurt, we are going to attack." "Okay, good luck to you." Aromiv saluted. "See you in Prozinya." The cavalry general saluted in return. Jonard and the doctor came to the armored command vehicle, and Commando, who was guarding in front, saluted, "It's inside." Jonard nodded and went straight into the door of the armored command vehicle. A middle-aged man in a marshal's uniform was standing in front of the map on the wall of the command vehicle. Are you Marshal Gorin? Jonard asked. I am. The middle-aged man answered with his head held high. The doctor also came in. Seeing this man, he shook his head and mocked him in Plossin, you are a piece of shit. Marshal Gorin is almost 70 years old. Do you think we are stupid? Middle-aged man, I am in good condition. A Plossin person tells me that you are in good condition. The doctor shook his head. If you were from the United Kingdom, I might believe it. Colonel, we should continue to search for Marshal Gorin. He must be wearing this guy's uniform. He can't run far. At this time, there was a sound of artillery outside. Jonard walked to the door. Where is the artillery? Someone outside immediately answered, I don't know. Maybe we should contact the anti-paratroopers by radio to ask about the situation. Go and ask. Jonard waved his hand. Next to it is the unlimited tram of Plossin. Use their equipment to ask on the public channel. Yes. Jonard turned back and stood in front of the marshal. Are you the marshal's adjutant? He is not. The doctor emphasized again. Jonard, no, he is. How can it be? The doctor still couldn't figure it out, the age and other things don't match. Jonard looked at the doctor. My old friend, is this important? No, it's not important at all. We caught a man wearing marshal's epaulets and holding a marshal's baton. He should have the marshal's certificate on him, and even changed the photo. At this time he is Marshal Gorin. The doctor was stunned, and then seemed to understand what Jonard meant. Oh, that's right. You're right. Anyway, no one can see clearly at night. Jonard waved his hand. No, you still don't understand, this is not a problem at night. What I mean is that it doesn't matter whether he is really a marshal. We raided the headquarters of the Southern Army Group, captured a man with the rank of marshal, and seized the marshal's baton. Then the person we caught is Marshal Gorin. We can advertise it like this. Tomorrow we will be in Ant's newspaper, and the day after tomorrow we will be in the newspapers of the United States, the United Kingdom and other allied countries. Another Marshal Plossin has been caught by us. Of course, Plossin will refute and say that we are faking it. But we can also say that they are fooling their own people. Anyway, they are so evil, no one will doubt it. The doctor finally understood it completely, and he nodded repeatedly, I understand. It is true, whether it is the real marshal is not important. I suggest that we should immediately broadcast repeatedly using the Plossin People's Channel, saying that the marshal has been arrested. Jonard, that makes sense, let's do it. July 5, 0700, Kosalia Front Command. When Wang Zhong just walked into the headquarters, the phone rang. Pavlov answered the phone. Front Command, this is Pavlov. Good morning, Your Majesty, he is here. Pavlov handed the receiver to Wang Zhong and winked desperately. Wang Zhong took 3 steps forward and picked up the receiver. I am Rokosov, good morning, Your Majesty. Olga, you caught Marshal Gorin from Prasen. Wang Zhong, did I catch him? Pavlov, last night someone used Prasen's channel to broadcast that Marshal Gorin was captured. But we haven't received the telegram from the airborne troops. Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, we haven't confirmed that we have captured Marshal Gorin. Olga, Belinsky called me and said that the monitoring department heard the radio communication of the Prasen people. Wang Zhong, that may be their deception. Are you serious? Olga asked back, Prasen people. Wang Zhong, in short, if we catch Marshal Gorin, we will give you a formal report later. Please don't rush to report it in the capital's newspapers. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Pavlov followed up with a sentence, even if we really catch them, we can't send them back in the current situation. It will be troublesome if they are intercepted by others. Our commandos are deep behind enemy lines, Your Majesty. Wang Zhong immediately repeated Pavlov's words, even if we really catch them, we may not be able to send them back. It's better to be cautious. Olga sounded very disappointed, is that so? I thought we were going to have another major victory. About this. Wang Zhong looked at the map. Indeed, we are about to have a major victory. All signs show that the enemy's armored forces are almost exhausted by us. And we still have 2 complete tank armies as reserves. Olga immediately became excited. Really? Are we going to win? Great. At this time, Pavlov said, by the way, last night, the new medium tanks you have been thinking about were delivered, a whole brigade. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 638 The Mission of the New Tank. Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Then he put the receiver on his shoulder and looked at Pavlov. What did you just say? Last night, a brigade of new medium tanks was delivered, 42 in total. The tank crews also came, but there are no logistics troops, not a tank trailer maintenance vehicle or anything like that. Pavlov replied. Wang Zhong, can we match them? Pavlov shrugged, of course, many tank brigades have been exhausted, but the maintenance battalions are still there. They are all in the area we occupy behind the enemy's defense line. The brigades equipped with new tanks enter the enemy's rear from the breach, all the way you can encounter maintenance teams wherever you go. Wang Zhong complained in his heart, Pavlov, you thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually told jokes about hell. It is enough for Vesely in the headquarters to do this alone. Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and asked, do I need to pick up the feces? Damn it, are you also a person with superpowers? The superpower is to see what the coach is thinking, right? Pavlov sighed, I just know your way of thinking better, Alexei Konstantinovich Davilich. When the ant people say their name and patronymic together, they show respect and solemnity. Wang Zhong, I know. Olga, you know what? Do you like the reinforcements I sent you? Although Wang Zhong held the microphone between his shoulder and neck, Olga apparently still heard part of the conversation. Wang Zhong put the receiver to his ear again, of course, I like your majesty so much. These troops may be the last straw to crush the enemy. Of course, it is also possible that the reliability of the new tanks is too low, and most of them cannot go to the front line. This is the case with Proson's new medium tanks that we encountered. Most of the new tanks are in repair factories. Vesely added, some of them are in their own minefields. Wang Zhong, some of them are still in their own mine formations. Olga laughed. Wang Zhong, your majesty, I have a lot of things to do here, so. Okay, I know. I'm just going to call you to tell you the good news. Then keep going and wait for the news of your victory. Olga's voice sounded a little lonely, then I'll hang up. Wang Zhong, well, see you later, your majesty. When can you call me sister? Wang Zhong, even when you didn't succeed to the throne, I never called you sister. Okay. Bye. Olga hung up the phone. Wang Zhong handed the receiver back to Pavlov and asked, where is my new tank? Pavlov's eyes widened, you want to rush forward personally again? No, I don't agree this time. I have seen the specifications of the new tank. This time there are weaknesses on the sides and back. I will not allow you to go to the front line in person. After all, the new tank is a 30-ton medium tank. It cannot have good all-round defense like the Rokosov I. It is still very afraid of anti-tank guns like the PAK-40 on the sides and back. Wang Zhong waved his hands to appease him, relax, I don't want to rush forward by myself, I just want to see the new tank. Just looking? Pavlov asked suspiciously. Just take a look. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, the communications staff came in and reported, General, I received a secret message from the cavalry unit. Marshal Prosengaron escaped, but a middle-aged soldier disguised as Marshal Gorin was caught. He may be his adjutant. As someone who has watched Let the Bullets Fly, Wang Zhong immediately realized what to do at this time. Okay. We have captured Marshal Gorin. Immediately electrify the entire army, and at the same time let the psychological warfare troops continue to use clear codes on the public channel broadcast, full transmitter power. At 0830 hours on July 5, the new headquarters of Army Group Plassen South. Marshal Gorin entered the headquarters, which was still very sparsely furnished. He took off his hat and held it in his hand. He waited for a few seconds and no one came to pick him up. He turned around in confusion, and when he didn't see the loyal old orderly, he asked, where is Hans? I don't know, maybe I didn't run out. The military police officer who followed the marshal replied, actually, we are one of the few headquarters personnel who escaped from the chaos. Marshal Gorin was speechless and could only hang his hat on the coat rack by the door. Then he looked at the few staff officers in the room, how can such a small number of staff officers maintain the operation of the entire army group? What is the army headquarters closest to us? The second army headquarters is only 30 kilometers away from us. Let them move here. No, there are few of us, let's move over. Marshal Gorin looked at the simple headquarters again and sighed. At this time, the commander of the communications battalion came in and saluted the marshal. Report, Marshal, you have to come and listen to this. The marshal asked doubtfully, what? The Anters are broadcasting on all bands, saying they've got you. The marshal said angrily, am I not here? But it dawned on him immediately. This damn Rokosov. So cunning. He plans to use my scepter and military uniform to lie about catching me. Use all our radios immediately and shout to them. The commander of the communications battalion looked helpless. Most of our communications equipment has not had time to be transported to the new headquarters. With our current equipment, reception is okay, but shouting is too reluctant. Marshal, what about the phone? Is the telephone line ready? I'm going to call the headquarters of each army group. Then let them shout to stabilize the morale of the army. No, the glorious Prussian soldiers will not be deceived by such tricks. Military Police Colonel, but Rokosov has already captured a marshal. Marshal Gorin pursed his lips, as if he was unwilling to admit that Rokosov's move could indeed shake his troops. After holding it in for a long time, he sighed, "Give me the phone, I will personally order all army headquarters to start broadcasting the news that I am still alive and still commanding the army group." Suddenly, he stopped and glanced at the new headquarters. "Where is my chief of staff?" The military police colonel shook his head. In the wilderness, the tactical number 4041 SDKFZ half-track vehicle burned quietly, and the Prussian soldiers who retreated from the army group headquarters walked past it in twos and threes. There are several more wreckages within sight, all of which were caught up and destroyed by Ant's cavalry in the chaos last night. No one would take a second look at it, let alone take the time to put out the fire and search for the relics on it. The Prosan people dared not stay, fearing the Ant cavalry, and the Ant people were now fighting deep behind enemy lines and had no time to care about it. So no one knew that this half-track vehicle was carrying the second-in-command of the Prosan Southern Army Group, the Army Group Chief of Staff. The headquarters of the 335th Infantry Division of Prosan. Major General Hausen, the division commander, hurriedly asked the radio operator, "What's the situation?" "Both sides are broadcasting." The Ant people said that the marshal was captured, and the army headquarters said that the marshal is still commanding the troops. The radio operator reported truthfully. Major General Hausen put his elbow on the radio and looked at the division chief of staff. "What do you think? If the marshal is fine, why doesn't he come out and speak in person?" The division chief of staff replied. Major General Hausen touched his lips. The chief of staff continued, "We have suffered heavy losses. Ant's armored forces have riddled our positions. The morale of the troops is low. If anyone hears the news of the marshal's capture on the radio, the consequences will be disastrous. Major General Hausen, we have held on for so long. Now that we have given up our positions, all the comrades who died before have died in vain. No, we cannot give up our positions. Send someone to notify all units immediately. Don't be misled by the enemy's propaganda." Headquarters of the Cause Alia Front, 12:30 on July 5. Pavlov, the progress of the various units this morning seems to confirm the intelligence we obtained yesterday. The enemy does not have many tanks anymore. I think our tank units can also take the opportunity to stop. They have been fighting the enemy for so many days and need to rest. The tanks also need maintenance. The good news is that the roads built by the Prosens are very useful, and the supply situation of each unit is better than we expected. Wang Zhong, if we stop to rest, does it mean that when we start the attack again, we can use the new tanks that have just arrived? Yes. If we resume the attack on July 8, the new tanks will become the new spearhead. Popov asked worriedly, "The Prosens have better maintenance capabilities than us. Will this allow them to repair some tanks again?" Wang Zhong, this time we controlled most of the battlefields where tanks fought. The enemy only had maintenance capabilities but could not tow away the tanks that were broken on the battlefield. However, the enemy's battalion equipped with new tanks may restore some tanks. After all, these tanks broke down before they could go to the battlefield. Pavlov, the 1st Guards Heavy Tank Brigade and several medium tank brigades that cooperated with them reported that the enemy's Type 5 tanks have good performance and have a crushing advantage over our T-34W tanks. The troops equipped with T-34W may suffer a great loss when they encounter them. Even if they only have 10 tanks, we cannot take it lightly. Wang Zhong, during the rest period, send out as many aerial reconnaissance missions as possible to determine where these new tanks are. It's too difficult to distinguish new tanks from the air. We didn't find any such tanks being transported to the front line before. Pavlov shook his head, "It's better to hope that the cavalry troops can raid a few more repair shops, maybe we can find some intelligence." Wang Zhong, "I can do the reconnaissance myself. You can only monitor one line, right?" Wang Zhong had to admit that Pavlov was right. His surveillance range was indeed a bit too small compared to the current overly vast battlefield. He changed his mind, "Then let's not look for the enemy's new tanks. How about we stay in places where the enemy will definitely use new tanks to capture?" As he said this, he came to the map, picked up the map stick, stared at the map for a few seconds, and could only shake his head. "A large plain, no rush." Pavlov shrugged, "Yes." Wang Zhong, "Then let's deploy our new tanks here as the general reserve." The tip of the map stick poked the map. Pavlov, "Yes, this way we can quickly rush to support the enemy wherever they come from, provided that the mobility of the new tanks is really that strong. We have to try it to know." Wang Zhong replied, "Then deploy the new tanks here." Chapter 639 Rest Time. On July 6, the maintenance battalion of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment. Podoliskov found the battalion commander with a bottle of vodka. "Come on, it's a gift from my fellow villagers, let's have a drink." The battalion commander sighed, "It's not that I don't want to repair it for you, Podoliskov Dovarishi. In addition to the broken tracks, your tank also has problems with the gearbox and engine, and must be replaced. I can't sign to allow it to end maintenance in this state. I am responsible for the lives of your entire crew. Podoliskov, it ran well before, it was fine. If it hadn't been broken, it wouldn't have ended the battle at all. The battalion commander, that's just good luck. I can't let you rely on luck to ensure a smooth operation. No, I can't. I won't sign, your revenge must replace the gearbox and engine. Podoliskov was anxious, and while stuffing the wine into the battalion commander's arms, he said, Look, now our entire regiment has no tanks. Not even one. If you don't let my revenge go out, what should I do if the enemy attacks? The enemy is coming with vortexes. The commander of the maintenance battalion was unmoved. For defense, vortexes are more suitable. And the accompanying infantryman Dovorich was digging bunkers yesterday. With vortexes and bunkers, no matter how many tanks the enemy comes, they can't do anything. And there are also T-34s from the brother unit. Podoliskov, T-34? T-34 is already outdated. It can't even penetrate the front of the enemy's number 4 long barrel. The new tanks that we encountered before, which are as long as fishing rods, are even more useless. The new tanks called number 5 tanks that we encountered before, have a 75mm gun, but the barrel seems to be 70 times the caliber, so the tankers of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment have earned the nickname of fishing rod. Podoliskov, even if it's vortexes, it may not work well against those fishing rod tanks. After all, the combat weight of vortexes is there. It is just a defense-enhanced version of T-34. We are still reliable. It has been verified in actual combat. Battalion Commander, today, 2 Rokossov vehicles will be finished with maintenance. You might as well give this bottle of wine to the crews of these 2 vehicles and ask them to let you drive the vehicles. Podoliskov, isn't it good to snatch others' chance to go to the battlefield? Everyone has a blood feud to avenge. Battalion Commander, then I have no choice. Anyway, I can't go out without replacing the gearbox and engine and signing. Podoliskov, why are you like this? What if it delays the great cause of defeating the Prosen people? The rest order issued by the front commander shows that General Rokossov has judged that the enemy has little strength to fight back. Do you want to question the general's decision? Of course not. Podoliskov raised his voice a lot. I'm just a tractor driver, how can I question the general's judgment? No one in Anti will question him. I question your judgment. My revenge is fine, but the track is broken and the gearbox is a bit noisy. Come on, the gearbox gears of the revenge are all worn out. It's not worn out yet. I've checked it, it's just that the corners are blunt. You are exaggerating, comrade battalion commander. The battalion commander was unhappy. I have been repairing tanks for almost 14 years. The first one I repaired was the small bean tank imported from Karolingia. Do you know what kind of tank it is? My judgment has never been wrong. Podoliskov hesitated to speak, and finally he took a step back, put the bottle on the operating table, took off his military uniform and threw it on the ground, and took a fighting stance. Forget it, let's use the traditional ant method to solve the problem today. Whoever wins is right. If you lose, sign for me. The battalion commander nodded, okay. After saying that, he took off his oily uniform. The uniform had become hard in some places because of the oil, so it covered the curves of his muscles. Now that the uniform was taken off, the battalion commander instantly turned into a devil muscle man. Even among the ants, he was a particularly strong one. Podoliskov frowned, looked at the battalion commander's tendon meat carefully, and cursed, Sukabuli, you are so cruel. After saying that, he picked up the shirt from the ground, tucked it under his armpit, and picked up the bottle of wine. I won't bother with you. The battalion commander, you will thank me for my persistence. I have seen too many tankmen who lost their lives on the battlefield because of poor maintenance of the tanks. I remember it. Podoliskov threw down this sentence and left without looking back. The battalion commander watched his back, sighed, and muttered, you guys, each one is in a hurry to die. At this time, the maintenance worker who was watching the fun said, Battalion Commander, a tortoise shell like the Rokossov Type 1 should not cause as many casualties as before. Yes, said another, when we repaired the T-34, it was true that all the people in the brigade were replaced in a few days. Sometimes even the brigade commander and the military chaplain changed. This time, at least 80% of the people are still there. The battalion commander nodded, yes, I always thought that all the good people died on the battlefield, and the rest were all crooked melons and jujubes. What will happen to our country in the future? Now some good people can finally survive. Thanks to General Rokossov, thank him for the tortoise shell, so I can't allow them to drive defective tanks to the front line. Listen carefully, Podolskov might come to steal the tank, don't let him succeed, unload the gearbox and throw it outside. Yes. The maintenance workers answered in unison. Plzeň 2nd Armored Army Field Maintenance Plant. Major Tim entered the workshop and came to the maintenance worker who was assembling the complicated double-row road wheels of the Type 5 tank. How is it going? Maintenance worker, you see, this damn road wheel, it takes several hours just to assemble it. The person who designed this thing is damned. Major Tim, but the tankers said that this thing is reliable when driving, the tank is not very bumpy, and it can even shoot while moving. There is a chance to maintain mobility when stepping on a mine, I mean, stepping on our mines. Ants mine charge is too terrible, even the double-row road wheels and wide tracks can't do anything. Maintenance worker, the tankers don't have to remove all the road wheels for one wheel. I think this is a bad design. Stop complaining, so how many can be repaired today? The maintenance worker stopped, looked at the maintenance workshop full of welding flames, and said, about 7, I can't guarantee the others. These 7 have been repaired for more than 2 days, and it's time to send them out. Major Tim, then 14 can be repaired by July 8th, right? No, it's not guaranteed. Who knows how serious the failure of other vehicles is? We haven't had much rest since the ants started the attack, you see, look at my dark circles. If it weren't for the fact that the medicine taken by the Asgard Knights might affect the accuracy of welding, I would have asked them for some. Major Tim silently took out a cigarette and stuffed it into the maintenance worker's pocket. Just smoke, don't touch the medicine of the Asgard Knights. The maintenance worker shook his head, I can only smoke for a short time now. Maybe my nerves are numb. Damn, I can still say the word nerves. Look at old Hank, he is already unconscious. I don't know if we will fail if we continue like this, but someone in this factory will die suddenly, and it may be me, Major. Major Tim, hold on for a few more days, and then we can go back home for vacation. Really? Can we really go back home? The maintenance worker asked back, has the marshal been caught? No. Major Tim's answer was not particularly firm. Maintenance worker, damn, you don't know either. But the word has spread. The army group headquarters was indeed attacked. Yesterday, the military police shot several people because they said the current marshal was a stand-in. Yesterday I saw a note in the lounge. I guess it was left by the local woman who cooked for us. It said that the marshal had been arrested and we will be arrested soon. Rokosov will wipe us out like a whirlwind. Major Tim was shocked. What? There is such a note? No, we have to notify the military police and arrest all the suspects. Please be kind. If the cook is replaced by a man, we will be worse off than dead, Major. And the military police also want to arrest women. Look at the silly way they smile at women during the inspection. Major Tim, no, this is a serious incident. I must report it. This is my duty. Someone must pay the price for this note. Even if it slows down the maintenance. The maintenance worker asked back. Major Tim, of course. The maintenance worker asked again, what if we lose? Think about it, the families of those women will bring the soldiers of Ant to identify you. You also want to survive, right, Major? Major Tim pursed his lips, was silent for a few seconds, and said, your thoughts are very dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that arresting you would affect the maintenance efficiency, I would have reported it to the military police. Maintenance worker, Major, aren't you also a potential supporter of mine? I am not the only one who thinks so. Even some people in the military police think that the war is over. Major Tim raised his voice, don't say it. Don't make us all go in. The Imperial Household Ministry has minions in the army. The maintenance worker shut up. Although Major Tim is young, he has a prominent family background and is also considered to be an old junker aristocratic officer camp. When the officers were chatting, he actually heard some rumors. It seems that if this battle is defeated again, something unspeakable will happen in the Empire. But Major Tim has no way of knowing what it is. For some reason, he was looking forward to this happening. Maybe it was because the war had lasted for too long since the invasion of Melania. There were only 3 friends left who had joined the army with Major Tim. If the war ended earlier, maybe the 3 of them could be reunited. If the war ended earlier. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.